bikyali bito sisuubira nti bijja kuwoomanga ebikoze eki ebyengedde bulungi omwanya kawa wafona yengedde bulungi n'omuprocessinga bulungi n'omukaza bulungi no then natuuka mu kikopo. So kati ebyo byonna bitu affectinga. So abalimi baffe balina okumanya ba harvestinze batya kofi waabwe bamuterese batya kubanga mu Uganda si kofi yekka wabula tuluzinga kinene nga tumaze okukungula.
Naye waaye bwe tudda ku ddekende ebiseera ebyedda bajjajjaffe baali bange emmwanyi neeba nti mu butuufu bw'oginywa evaamu akawo akategeerekeka. Emmwanyi z'ennaku zino ne bw'oziteeka mu kacaayi osobola okuzinywa ogenda okwesanga temuli wadde n'akawoowo.
Kofi waffe egenze ekula mpola mpola. Omwaka oguwedde kofi yaffe we yatestingibwa the experts babayita coffee testers. Batestinga 1,229 ebikopo ebya kofi. Nagamba nti mu nsi yonna kofi waffe quality mu test ali namba ya 3. Kintu kirungi naye tusobola okukola oba ne tutuuka ku namba emu.
Kino nno kya bulabe nnyo eri eggwanga lyattu Uganda. Kiki kye tuyinza okukola okulaba nga tukomyawo oba biki ebituleetedde embeera efaananako bweti okuba nti eddekende eriva mu mmwanyi terikyawulikika. Emmwanyi esigala nga byebimu ku birime ebiyimirizaawo si Abannayuganda bonna wabula ensi eziri ku mazinga ga Africa.
Charles Twine, the spokesperson of the directorate, says that the security forces are launching the operations against traffickers and that any person who have hired victims of transnational trafficking as a domestic workers will not be spared. He cited trafficking incidents of Burundian nationals to Uganda and Ugandans who are trafficked to Kenya. The Criminal Investigations Directorate have raised a concern over the increasing cases of Ugandans hiring victims of transnational trafficking as a domestic workers. Twine was addressing a briefing jointly with Agnes Igoye, the Deputy Coordinator of the Anti-Human Trafficking Department in the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Igoya and Twine, who have been following up on the separate transnational trafficking incidents, says Uganda have increasingly become a trans security, has also established that people trafficking girls and women from neighboring countries are also using forged documents of recognized and licensed Ugandan labor export companies. The ID data shows that the number of people trafficked transnationally shot up to in 2020. This shows figures increased to 6,066 people compared to those trafficked transnationally in 2019. Statistics adds that 8 of the transnational traffickings were raped. Olivia Kantimbabazi, Member of Parliament on the Parliamentary Committee on Trade, Tourism and Industry, are wondering how shillings 54.6 billion meant to pay sugarcane outgrowers in Amuru district ended up to funding the activities of a Takwi sugar project owned by businesswoman Amina Among. This was released by the committee chaired by Mbarara South Member of Parliament Mwine Mpaka while enforcing with the owners of a Saki sugar factory, the representatives of sugar outgrowers and local leaders. The committee members questioned the way this money ended in hands of the Horidi Investments Holding Company Limited, which owns a Takwi sugar factory owned by Amina Harris to plant sugarcane on behalf of the farmers without following the proper procedures. The committee noted that through the farmers were promised to be allocated some plots with the sugarcane plantation. To date, no allocations to farmers have been done. The committee is still investigating the source of 16 billion shillings, which has also given the Horali Investments Holding Company without parliamentary clearance, yet was diverted from some of the sugarcane factories in Busoga region. Olivia Kantimbabazi, Smart 24.
Smart 24, driving business.
Petroleum and mining scored 49% and 55% respectively in the latest resource governance indexed by the New York-based Natural Resource Governance Institute, a non-profit entity that advocates for good governance in the natural resources. The score, according to the index released last week, was prompted by improvements in the revenue, transparency, cooperative governance of state-owned Uganda National Oil Company and reporting on the performance of the Petroleum Fund. The 49% score is, however, an improvement by 5 points from the 44% scored in the last index scored in year 2017. The index, according to NRGI, is an evidence-based tool that allows stakeholders such as governments, civil society actors, private companies, and citizens to understand how their countries perform in terms of resources governance. Speaking at the release of the index last week, Mr. Moses Kagwa, the Finance Minister, Acting Director for Economic Affairs, called government his commitment to continue enhancing core governance in management of natural resources, revealing that recommendations of the year 2017 index have been integrated as part resources management in the national development. Olivia Kantimbabazi, Smart 24.
According to Willy Kimani, Chief Commercial Officer at Naivas, this new development is an important step towards realizing Naivas's mission, and especially with the changing environment in the retail sector, as shoppers now want to make fewer trips to the stores, and that their aim is to serve Kenyans at every possible opportunity by providing a mobile experience that makes it as easy as possible for them to acquire products as quickly as possible at their own convenience. Kenneth Oyola, Chief Commercial Officer, Jumia Kenya, says this partnership allows their consumers to save time and money, since most of their daily household needs are available at the click of a button. This allows them to focus on other things that really matter to them. The partnership will enable shoppers a contact-free shopping experience, as we ensure that everything the consumer wants is delivered to their doorstep. The partnership will first feature Naivas Food Market at Prestige Plaza along Ngongo Road, before rolling out to its other outlets nationwide. Naivas enjoys a strong market share in the region with over 70 branches in Kenya. The retail giant is banking on its wide variety of products and affordable price offering and large customer base to make the online venture successful.
App analytics firm App Annie has pointed out that users are spending more time on TikTok than YouTube. The report suggests TikTok is upending the streaming and social landscape, as YouTube reigns supreme in overall time spent, but TikTok dominates by user time. Meaning, the de facto king of internet streaming still remains YouTube, which has an estimated 2 billion monthly users, while TikTok has around 700 million. There are some caveats to the data that must be highlighted. For one, the data used for this claim comes only from Android phones, not iOS users. That said, TikTok is routinely at the top of the iOS App Store for downloads week over week. Also, the data does not track which apps claim the most time for Chinese users. However, TikTok, which is known as Douyin in China, is hugely popular in that particular country. TikTok has grown in popularity over the past 2 years, as the app, which was launched in China as Douyin in 2016 and internationally as TikTok in late 2017, hit 1 billion downloads in January 2019 and has grown rapidly since. TikTok hit 3 billion downloads in July 2021 as the app enjoyed success in its home country of China, as well as India, the United States and the United Kingdom.
The East African Community Partner States have been implored to invest in industrial parks. The move would not only improve the competitiveness of the bloc in the international trade, but raise the contribution of manufacturing the economies. The appeal was made in Dar es Salaam earlier this week by EAC Secretary General Peter Mathuki when he opened the EA Trade and Industrialization Week 2021. Dr. Mathuki urged the partner states' governments to enhance industrial productivity and strengthen institutional frameworks and policies to accelerate economic growth in the region. The EAC boss called for promotion of rural industrialization through an agriculture-led industrialization strategy and strengthening of research technology. This would not only increase the innovation capabilities of all EAC partner states, but foster structural transformation of the manufacturing sector and industrial upgrading.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
Karamoja is one of the areas in Uganda with the largest mineral potentials. The region has high deposits of iron, copper, cobalt, among others. Mabo miners in Rupa sub-county, that's Moroto district, have now appealed to the European Union in Uganda for support towards value addition to their extractives. These say that they are exploited by middlemen and end up earning little from the marble in their area. The European Union, a head of delegation, led 9 ambassadors under the bloc to visit the marble mines in Moroto over the last week to discuss the challenges and opportunities of minerals and human rights in Uganda. During the visit, a miner said that many of them are being exploited by the middlemen who offer them low prices due to the absence of modern equipment to extract the marble. Cabinet recently approved the Mining and Mineral Bill 2020 that seeks to reform and strengthen the legal, regulatory and institution frameworks to cater for mineral traceability, certification and value addition, as well as mineral revenue management and formalization of small-scale miners. Makerere University Management will divert the would-be donation for the restoration of the iconic Ivory Tower to renovations ahead of centennial celebrations. Established in 1922, Makerere University will celebrate 100 years of existence in 2022 as the oldest institution of higher learning in Uganda. In October last year, Makerere University launched platforms to enable willing individuals and organizations to offer monetary contribution for the restoration of the iconic tower main building. The structure, commonly referred to as Ivory Tower, was gutted by fire in September. Following the Ifino, students, alumni, and well-wishers called for the expeditious restoration of the building ahead of the centenary celebrations. However, last week, the cabinet resolved to demolish the structure and allocated 21 billion for the reconstruction of the building. However, Professor Barnabas Nawangwe, the Vice-Chancellor Makerere University, says part of the money from the donations would be used to replace utilities in the main building gutted by fire like computers and renovation of structures like halls of residence. Framework focused on 5 performance areas, which include cross-cutting, water, environment education, healthy and micro-scale irrigation. Under cross-cutting assessment, district and municipal local governments recorded a weak implementation of revenue collection plan at only 15%. The ability to collect revenue is central to a country's capacity to finance social services such as health and education, critical infrastructures such as electricity and roads, and other public goods. Considering the vast needs for poor countries, this low level of revenue collection is putting the economic development at risk.
The following: implementation of revenue collection plans, that was weak, it stands at 15%. Establishment of functional consultative redress committees, that was also low, it stands at 25%. Recruitment of district engineers, this also is low, it stands at 25%. But I was informed that the districts are handicapped because the certified engineers are not really readily available.
In my view, we can be appreciative of the outcome. But as you heard, I have also emphasized that in the next financial year, we need government ministries, departments, and agencies to be more effective, efficient, and timely in the delivery of services, schools, health centers, and also infrastructure.
In the same local government performance assessment report, most northern districts were named the worst performing districts. Among them is Agago, Abong, Pakwach, Albetong and the Beam, Madi Okolo, as well as Nakaseke and Bugweri district. The Vice President of Uganda, Her Excellency Jessica Lupo, urged the local governments to work closely with the private sector.
In light of that performance, in the next financial year, they should also deal with the issue of strengthening the private sector and working closely with the private sector, because we are running an economy which is private sector led. And they should deal with issues of environment, to protect our environment, to avoid issues of global warming.
Findings further show that many African countries are losing billions of dollars to corruption due to weak administration at local government levels. In Uganda, for instance, numerous corruption cases at the districts and lower local governments are attributed to the low level of citizen participation in the planning, budgeting and monitoring of public service delivery. Could this be the reason as to why some of the districts have performed badly? The Prime Minister of Uganda, Right Honorable Robin Anabanje, says Uganda is run on a zero tolerance to corruption and pledges to uproot the seed of corruption in the country.
Juzi nabadde nakasongola nensanga nga omugga Sezibwa bagusasulako bilioni 7 naye bw'olaba omulimu gwe bakoze. Yes, total budget ya milioni 15 naye bw'olaba omulimu ogukoleddwa vis-a-vis esente ze basasudde nga tebyenkanankana. Era bwe nadda wano ne ntumayo minisita Honorable Musa Echweru, ddayo kakati tuli mu kufeffeeta okulaba ekizibu kiriwa. Kati permanent secretaries njagala baleme kutuulanga mu office babaleetera empapula. Bw'otuula mu office osobola okusasula nga report nungi nnyo naye ng'ekiri ku ground kifaanana naki na report. Era ekinkozesa meeting eno twagala kukola tiimu ffenna tubeere muntu omu tutambuze ekintu kino munaakiraba ekinaddamu abantu bagenda kufuna mu guno omulimu. Disitulikiti ezikoze obubi nnyo njagala bagamba ebyokusaaga mubireke kubanga naffe tugenda kujja kubalaba, tugenda kutuuka mu disitulikiti ezo ezikoze obubi naye ng'ekyo si kyekikulu ennyo, ekikulu kuli kuweereza abantu. Disitulikiti ezikoze obubi mwewulidde naddala zino Bugweri districti yange eri wano kumpi wano, but of course bagambye empya naye yiganga si mpya. So tusaba bannaffe mwenna abali abavunaanyizibwa mu district ezo ba LC5 ba RDC tugenda kutandika, njagala kugamba president tutandike okuriwardinga districts ezikoze obulungi bw'oba okoze bulungi tukongere alina yakola ki yayongerwako
to enable them to consciously and proactively participate in their local governance. This can be done by giving the necessary information to the citizens, by mobilizing and providing leadership to enable citizens become more aware of their constitutional rights to demand accountability and transparency in service delivery from the leaders entrusted with power.
Njagala bannaffe mukkirize oba mugaane nti bwe tuba tuli bannayuganda baba bali batufunamu tulina okutandikirawo mbagirawo ekisooka nga tunaba kubaleeta wano kubalaga results zammwe na assessment nammwe mwekolemu self evaluation bw'oba oli permanent secretary weebaleemu wekka oli chief administrative officer weebaleemu and therefore nze mbadde njagala okulaba nga gavumenti yonna etambulira wamu tusobole okuweereza bannayuganda.
The challenge in fighting corruption and poor service delivery in local governments in Uganda is the fact that the affected communities weak, timid, and reluctant to demand accountability from their leaders. Pedson Mumbere, Smart 24 TV.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business. Boris Johnson has confirmed his government will impose a manifesto-busting £12 billion a year package of tax increases from next April to tackle NHS COVID backlogs and overhaul social care. The cabinet signed up on Tuesday morning to a controversial 1.25 percentage point increase in national insurance contributions, which will be levied on employers and employees. Tax on share dividends will also be increased by 1.25 percentage points in a move expanded to raise £600 million. Much of the revenue initially will be devoted to cutting waiting lists in the NHS, with social care receiving only £5.3 billion of the £36 billion expected to be raised over the next 3 years. From 2023 to 2024, once HM Revenue's computer systems have been updated, the NIC's increase will be rebadged as a health and social care levy, which will appear as a separate line on payslips. It will be extended at the point to cover pensioners who are still in work, and the proceeds hypothecated put into a separate pot by law. Over time, a growing proportion of the revenue raised will go to social care, the government to implement a new cap on total care costs so that no individual will have to pay more than £86,000 over their lifetime. Anyone with under £100,000 in saving will receive some state help under the new system, with care funded completely by the state for those with less than £20,000. Conservative MPs could be asked to vote on the proposals as soon as this week, with the government keen to resolve it before the common breaks for the annual party conferences in a fortnight. Gyebintu, Commissioner General of the Kenyan Revenue Authority, said COVID-19 challenges have now made it mandatory to digitalize tax collection. The business environment has transformed faster due to modern technology as the COVID-19 pandemic has forced businesses to go online, thus tax administrators must align to this change. William Makliski, a tax policy expert from University of Pretoria, South Africa, said COVID-19 has increased economic headwinds in revenue administration for African countries. As COVID-19 ravages many countries across the world, properties are becoming empty, landlords are reducing rent, and businesses are not making much money, leading to low collection of taxes, and so adding digitalizing tax administration would help governments earn more revenue. For Kenya, one of the areas digitalization has helped boost tax collection and management is in the property sector. According to Farida Karani, Cabinet Secretary for Lands Kenya digitalized its land management system, and this has seen revenue collection from land rates and stamp duty grow as the government knows where each property is. Smart 24, driving business. Energy giant Total signed mega contracts with Iraq worth $27 billion to develop oil fields, natural gas, and a crucial water project that officials said on Monday will be key for the oil-rich country to maintain crude output. The deals were signed on Sunday with Prime Minister Mustafa Al-Kadhimi in attendance, according to a Ministry of Oil statement. Total signed contracts with the ministry to develop the Ratawi oil field in southern Iraq, a gas processing hub to capture natural gas from 5,000 oil fields, and a much-needed project to treat Gulf seawater and inject it into reservoirs to maintain oil production levels. A fourth project was signed with the Ministry of Electricity to build a 1,000 megawatts solar power plant, as it is the most lucrative and ambitious deal to be signed by an oil giant in Iraq in years, and came as other international oil companies have taken steps to exit from Iraq's oil sector. There was no immediate statement from Total. However, Iraq urgently needs to develop local gas resources to meet electricity demands, especially during the peak summer month. The country is heavily reliant on Iranian gas and electricity imports, which have been irregular recently due to outstanding payments and high demand inside Iran. In a June interview, Oil Minister Ihsan Abdullah Jalaba Ismail said he was aiming to increase Iraq's gas capacity by 3 billion cubic standard feet by 2025. The development of the gas processing hub would bring Iraq a step closer to that goal. Iraq currently imports 2 billion cubic standard feet to meet domestic needs. Now, the Total deal also comes as other oil companies plan their exit from Iraq, as Exxon announced this year it would be selling its shares from West Quna 1 oil field, as the oil minister has also said that the British Petroleum will spin off development of the Rumaila oil field, the country's largest. The tech giant announced Friday that it would spend the staggering sum by 2025 with an eye of 5 priorities: innovation in technology, economic development, the creation of high-quality employment, supporting vulnerable communities, and setting up a special development fund. The company also laid out 10 specific goals in its plans to tackle, from increasing technological investment in the country's less developed regions to improving the welfare of gig economy workers to working to speed up the growth of small businesses and agriculture. Alibaba is also setting up what it's calling the Prosperity Advanced Working Committee, which will be held by the chairman and CEO Daniel Zhang. Alibaba's shares closed slightly down in New York on Thursday after the news was first reported by state-run newspaper Zhejiang Daily that the company's shares in Hong Kong slapped by 3.5% on Friday. Alibaba's pledge came just a week after another major Chinese e-commerce firm, Pinduoduo PDD, voted to hand over its entire profit for the last quarter to rural development projects in the country. It said last Tuesday that it would donate $372 million to the development of China's agricultural sector and rural areas, with plans to give away 10 billion yuan, roughly $1.5 billion towards similar causes overall. The decision was significant for the US-listed firm, which had posted a profit for the first time as a public company in the quarter ended June. Similarly, Tencent announced last month that it would dedicate 50 billion yuan towards achieving Beijing's goal of common prosperity. The company said it will aim to help increase income for the poor and address education inequality, among other initiatives.
Ogenda kuzimba oba otandika omulimu gw'okuzimba olina okunoonya abantu abatuufu. Abantu abatuufu bafuna otya? Olina okubeera ng'olina omuntu ekintu kibanga kimanyi mu nsi muno omuntu ky'oba oyagala oba olina omuntu gw'omanyi akirina oba akikozeeko ali successful mu kyo. Oba olina okunoonya omuntu azimbyeko, yazimba ennyumba agibadde mu bbanga ki, ennyumba eyo efaanana etya. Kati omuntu oyo mwennyini gw'oba ofunye ogw'oweebuzizzaako yaba alina okulikoomendingira omukozi gw'ogenda okukozesa. Yes, for example katugambe nti nja kuzimba ennyumba nga mansion jirina na brother wange agirina oba era agizimbyeko, tofaayo oba mistakes ezali mu nyumba eyo, obanga osooka okuzigolola oba n'ozitereeza, osooka okozesa omuntu wena akuzimbira ennyumba yo, kubanga gw'oba oyina yaba asobodde okukola ki, gw'oba oyina kugamba gwe bakulifaalinzeeko, oba yakola mistake n'azimba kola omuneekyama, oyo tomutwala bagolodde oba okiraba nti yakola ensobi. Yes, ekirala tipe endala gye nnyinza obbaweereza nti mugende mu approving plan zammwe nga temunnaba kuzimba. Bw'ofuna obuzibu obe ng'olina ky'osobola okukola ki, ky'osobola okulaga ensi nti nali ndi mu mateeka wadde ennyumba yakola ki, ennyumba yakola.
Smart 24, driving business. 24 Driving Business.
Kale basibu ne banyabo njagala okubaaniza nate enkyalunako olwaleero nga buli jonzo Fred Makubya tuli mu program Uganda tukole njagala okubebaza mmwe nate betubadde nammwe okuviira ddala enkyalunako olwaleero mu program zaffe ez'enjawulo nga bulijjo tusooka nitunuulira ensonga enkulu ezibaddewo ziriwo ate netukubira tochi mu biki bye tusuubira maaso keeyo. Tugenda kutandika n'abakugu abawangalira bitundu ebyenjawulo. Abano nno twogeddeko ne ssentebe omukulu Joy Mayanja Kato, ono ye ssentebe atwala abalunzi n'abalimi bano mu bitundu bya Container Village. Tumanyi nti Container Village kye kimu ku bitundu ekimanyikiddwa nga okutunda eddagala ly'ebirime n'ebyobulunzi. Chairman Kato Joy Kato Mayanja alabudde ababandyagadde okulima ekirime ekya watermelon okubeera abeegendereza era bwe banga tebeegendereza bamaliriza nga tebalina kye bafunyemu. Katulabe emboozi eno.
Kampala kye kimu ku bibuga mw'osanga buli kintu. Bw'obanga onoonya ebya ofiisi ebyogenda ku Nasa Road, ebyokukanika gende wa Kiseka, enviri z'abakyala Gazaland, ebyengoye ebyo nno biri Nabugabo. Kati bwe kakutanda n'obanga oyagala ebyobulimi ebyo bisanga mu bitundu ebya Container Village. Container Village asangibwa wano masekati ag'ekibuga eky'e Kampala. Era nga bw'oba olina kye weetaaga ku nsonga z'ebyobulimi n'ebyobulunzi, yingira Container Village. Olunaku olwaleero katunoonyereze ku nsonga ya watermelon. Emabegako twali tumanyi ekika kya watermelon kimu, naye obudde gye buzze nga bukyuka. Ebika bikyuse. Kato Joy Mayanja, ono ye ssentebe w'abasuubuzi mu Container Village, atubangudde ku bintu by'olina okumanya bw'obanga onaalima ekirime kino ekya watermelon.
Banga wagenda mu kyalo ng'olimi wa watermelon, ennaku zino ffe ababirimu tutera okuwa abantu baffe abalima amagezi nti bw'oba ogenda okulima sooka otunuulire nnyo n'ekintu katale. Watermelon zirimu ebika bingi kubanga zirimu zino ze tulaba eza bbulaaka ffe ze tuyita Chinese watermelon oba chairman, ne wabaawo ebika ebyenjawulo ebiri mu zebula zino ze mulaba ez'ebikuubo. Naye bw'otunuulira watermelon eno bannaffe abatulaba n'abalala abatalaba naye nga batuwuliriza, bw'oba nga wagenda mu kyalo ng'ogenda kulima mu sizoni eno, genderera ebigambo bino ng'olima watermelon. Watermelon zonna bw'ozitunuulira katugeze eya zebula nti oziraba nga zonna ziri zebula naye zaawuka mu bintu nga bibiri. Ekisooka, waliwo ebika nga bigejja okuva ku kilo 8 ne bikoma ku kilo 12. Waliwo ebika ebizitowa okuva ku kilo 12 paka ku 2. Waliwo n'ebika ebizitowa ebisembayo okuva ku kilo 25 nga kwe bikoma okuzitowa, biva ku 2 paka ku 25. Naye munnaffe ali eyo nga mulimi bo tebabimanyi, tebabigenderera, so nga ate ne Uganda weerifa abatunzi tufa nnyo ku magoba n'otatunuulira munna ataddemu ssente kyagenda kufuna. N'olwekyo bw'oba
kati omuntu asinga kuteeka biki mu nkola bw'abanga n'alima watermelon
olina okwegendereza. Omulimi omutuufu yalifudde nnyo ku watermelon ng'ewooma eyina sukaali ng'ate ejjagga ejjeeveemu ssente. Naye n'olumu mu bulimi oyinza okugula eneegejja ng'ezitowa kiro okuva ku 2 paka ku 25, naye ate ggwe era n'ezitowa 8 ku 15 lwa nsonga nti obulimi bwa kaakati kyetaaga nnyo okufuuyira ekimuli ekisooka ne kitayiika, era bwe kimala obutayiika kyetaagisa nnyo okuliisa meloni waffe yeetuuke ku sayizi eyogerwako nti ezitowa 25 oba 2.
Ebirime by'omu okula byetaaga ebigimusa okusobola okula. Kato Mayanja Joy alabudde abasuubuzi okuba abeegendereza nga bakozesa ebigimusa.
Tutuukidde olwaleero ng'ebika by'ebigimusa bingi. Ti y'amawanga amagatte yafuluma ey'ebyobulimi eyafuluma mu 2017 yalaga nti abantu abali ebyokulya batuuse ku mulembe ogw'okukozesa organic fertilizer okuva ku fertilizer ono omukolerere. Naye nga tetunnakituuka n'olwaleero organic fertilizer abaddewo naye ng'abantu tebamanyi nga n'ono omulala waali. Kaakati okwawula kuli nti abantu bangi balunzi obulunzi butambulira wamu n'obulimi. Lwaki bitambulira wamu? Nti ekisolo ky'olunze kiryo ebintu by'olimye nga kasooli n'emidde emirala kuba kati najjo tugirima. Ate obuso obubivaamu ne bufuuka ebigimusa bye tuyita organic ne tubitwala mu nnimiro. N'olwekyo bw'oba watajetinga obutale bubiri ng'oli ayagala okugula ekintu kyabadde ayagala organic, bw'oba walimise ebyo oyinza okufuna akatale koyo ne katakusuba, kubanga kati obutale obubadde bujja bubaawo lwakuba nti nkola ya COVID ababadde babuleese obungi nga baagala bintu birimibwa bwe bityo. Ng'oggyeko ekyo, omuntu yenna omulimi okusobola okuyingira mu katale kano ak'organic bafube ennyo okugezaako okulunda. Ebintu bingi bye tujja mu bisolo babikozeemu ebigimusa. Era wano ebigimusa ebimu bye tutunda nti byorganic bw'obitunuulira bikoleddwa middo n'ebintu ebirala ebiva mu bisolo. Naye ng'oggyeko ekyo nga tukyali kugina emirembe, ebigimusa weebiri birungi. Naye mu bigimusa tuyina okwawula bannaffe abakozesa kye batamanyi. Bw'otunuulira ebika nga NPK ayina ebika ebiwera. Tuyina NPK 17, ono akola ku bintu ebyenjawulo kubanga kyekika abalimi kye basinga okwagala. Naye tuyina NPK 25, ono akola nnyo ate ku bitooke n'ebintu ebirala. Tuyina NPK 19 nga tojja musanga ng'ate yayanguyirwa nnyo kasooli. N'olwekyo omuntu yalisaanye okwegendereza we tutuse mu bulimi we tuliko, nga bw'aba ayagala okulima yeebuuza. Tulekeraawo okulima okwobuteebuuza kubanga tulima nga tufiirwa.
Watermelon kirime ekitwala obudde obukunukiriza mu myezi 3 okusinziira wonna w'olima.
Kale ndowooza abasebo ne banyabo abantu mwe abandyagadde okwenyigira mu mulimu gw'okulima watermelon, ensonga ezo ndowooza muzitutte nga ensonga ez'omugaso. Nateeka tuyingire ku mulimu omulala ogusinga ogunogera Abannayuganda amagalo eddiba gwe mulimu ogw'embaawo. Tumanyi nti wano mu ggwanga lya Uganda ebitundu bingi byenyigira mu okufaanako bwe guti, mulimu ebitundu ng'ebyentinda, ebitundu eby'okkaleerwe n'ekitundu ekirala kye tusobola kwerabira kye kitundu ekyawa neno mu Ndeeba mu division ey'Emakindi. Twogeddeko n'abakulu abawangalya mulimu guno. Omwami Kiseka ategeezza omulimu guno nga bwe gukolera ddala akasente era gwe gumu ku mulimu Abannayuganda bonna gwe bandibadde bettanira. Naye ate emu ku bisinga obasomooza y'ensonga y'amasannyalaze. Era asinzidde mu kitundu ekyo n'akubira gavumenti omulanga okulaba nga ensonga ey'amasannyalaze bagitunulamu kubanga kino kye kimu kugenda okubayamba okwongera okutumula omulimu gwabwe. Ensonga eno omusasi waffe abaddeyo era katulabe bwe bitambudde.
Omulimu gw'embaawo gwe gumu ku mulimu mu Uganda ogusinga okubeezaawo bannakampala. Ebimu ku bitundu ebisinga okuddukanyizaamu omulimu guno osobola okugusanga mu bitundu eby'okkaleerwe, Ntinda wamu ne mu bitundu eby'omu Ndeeba. Ebimu ku bintu ebisinga okusomooza Bannayuganda abawangalya mulimu guno y'ensonga y'amasannyalaze. Kiseka Vincent ono nno musajja akolera mu bitundu eby'omu Ndeeba era ng'akola ku byuma atunnyonnyodde omulimu guno nga bwe gutambula.
Bwe luba luvudde ebweru nga baluguze customer release eyo machine esookerwako, bwe tugivaako ne tugenda thickness eyo era nd'olubawo ne luteeka ku gauge size yonna gy'oba oyagala erutereeza bulungi. Ebagita thickness, bwe luba thickness ludda ku ripping machine eyo eyuzaamu tuba kuyuza bagita ripping mu luzungu. Bwe tumala okuyuza waliwo cross cutting machine. Bwe tumala cross cuttinga ebiseera ebisinga oluba ludda ku spindo ne tusala joint oba twagala kola luggi oba luggi bw'amafumbiro bwe bityo.
Kiseka atunnyonnyodde nga ebbeeyi y'amasannyalaze bweyagala obbagoba ku mulimu guno.
Amasannyalaze nako oluusi katusalako ndagala ne batwetera bbiiru nga tesobola oluusi neetulemerera okusasula. Kisooka mashini za bulabe oyinza okufuna oba mashini neekusala oba ekibawo ne kikkuba oba ne kikoona ekigere oze wetusanga.
Kiseka agamba nti buli muntu yenna yandyenyigidde mulimu guno kubanga gwa bwongo ate ssente zaabwo za buliwo.
Bw'oba oguyize guba gwa mutego batugenda kuvaamu. Ekyokubiri ofunawo ssente eza buli lunaku osobola okulyako okulabira famire yo abaana ne basoma nga ekisinga obukulu kuba nti omulimu ogukola nga ogwagala.
Kiseka asabye gavumenti okubakendereza ku bbeeyi y'amasannyalaze wamu n'abantu abenyigira mu mulimu guno okubeera abeesigwa.
Nate basabone banyabo ndoza ensonga z'omulimu gw'embaawo mu abandi agadde okubanga mwenogera kasente omulimu ndoza mulega kutambula ate naffe twongera okubiza gavumenti okulaba nga emu ku bisomooza abakulu abo ate bikolebwako. And of course program iji tukole ezimu ku nsonga zatunulire enkya olunaku olwaleero. Now of course twerabira kye tuyise ebibanda by'ensimbi, that is the forex rates according to Bank of Uganda, Opportunity Bank and the Midwest Forex Bureau. Of course tunane Emiwendo Gyebintu Mubutale wenjawulo nakawa nakasero kitintale njogereki ndekechi wamu flights according to Entebbe International Airport. But first and foremost, katsoka tulabe the forex rates wezitambudde ku Bank of Uganda, Opportunity Bank and then the Midwest Forex Bureau. Kale ndoza ensonga z'ebibanda by'ensimbi bassebo ne banyawo mu birabye enkya olunaku olwaleero nga bitambudde. Of course that was according to Gyetwise Bank enkulu eggwanga erya Uganda, Opportunity Bank and then the Midwest Forex Bureau. Of course away from the forex rates katsoke nate tulabe ensonga bwe zitambudde ku kyetwise the price of commodities yebbeeyi y'ebintu mu butale gwe gy'obeera oba ne gy'otabeera katale aka Kalerwe waneeno mu Kawempe gyetwise division ate wano masekati ag'ekibuga ekikulu eky'e Kampala kyetwise Kampala Central Division mu bitundu ebya Nakasero and of course mu Nakawa East and West Kitintale wamu ne katale waneeno akawanga lya bitundu ebye Nakawa. Kale noza of course ensonga nga bwe zitambudde olunaku luno olwaleero. Of course amatoge of course ogalaba nti ebbeeyi etambulira ddala Kalero is 7,000 to 20,000 Ugandan shillings and of course nusu omutwalo gumu paka mitwalo ebiri Nakawa and of course 12,500 paka 13,200 paka 13,000 mu bitundu ebye Nakawa. Posho ziri 12,000 paka 13,000 and of course still 12,000 paka 13,000 mu bitundu ebye Nakawa. Irish potato of course 5,000 up to 20,000 and then 33,000 up to 20,000 Ugandan shillings. And last but not least of course 12,000 paka 10,400 still 12,500 paka nusu 15,000 kyetuyise ku ludda olwa sweet potatoes and of course cassava ziri nusu 10,000 paka ku 13,000 mu bitundu eby'Okalerwe and still nusu 10,000 paka ku 13,000 mu bitundu byetuyise ebye Nakawa. Price of commodities bweso bestambudde nazo enkya y'olunaku neno olwaleero. And of course nga tuvudde awo ate bassebo ne bannyabo of course manyi mwandyagadde okwegulira kunva still mu bitundu ebyenjawulo bw'obanga omaze okugula enkota y'ettooke omuceere akawunga of course wetaaga okubanga ogula kunva nazo enkya olunaku olwaleero of course abakulu baffe abasasi babaddeyo katusooke tulabe of course the price of enva zetera okulya of course that's beef enkoko te n'enva ez'enjawulo. Ndoza basebo ne banya of course goat's meat is 18,000 up to 20,000 mu bitundu bye Nakasero. Tomato is of course boina nusu lukumi mu bitundu ebya Kitintale ne Nakasero osobola okubanga wefunira kyetuyise enyanya. Those are tomato. I don't know, of course chicken, local chicken is 25,000 paka ku mitwalo esatu ate emitwalo 2.8 paka ku mitwalo esatu mu 10 zilinganga 2. Of course beef eyo no enyama eyente is 15,000 up to 18,000 Ugandan shillings mu bitundu ebya Nakasero. And last but not least, of course, jetuyise eya off-layer chicken nusu omutwalo gumu kanana paka mitwalo 2, and of course emitwalo 2 paka 2 kituna. And of course lastly is 8,000 up to 30,000 kuluda olweche nyanja, and 8,000 up to 30,000 mu bitundu ebya Nakasero. I hope this information of course mugifunye enchauna kolwalero era manyinti egenda kubanga ekola kyamanyi nnyo okubayamba nabagambe otambula ngo manyi the mistakes you don't do because oina information. Away from the forex rates and of course price of commodities, katulabe entambula enyonyi bwetambude enchayo lunaku nene olwalero. Of course this update tugifuna okuva ku Entebbe International Airport. Information nene kuyamba okumanya entambula bezigenda okubeera. Of course wetwogera entambula z'ennyonyi, we are talking the language of arrivals and the language of departure. Arrivals ennyonyi ziba ziva mu bitundu ebyenjawulo nga ate zijja neno ku kisaawe ekikulu eky'Entebbe. Ate bwe twogera ku departure, of course tutunuulira ennyonyi eziba zigenda okubanga zisimbula okuvaana ku kisaawe ekikulu eky'Entebbe paka ate mawanga ag'enjawulo. But of course we give you this update neetaaga okumanya of course some of the travel tips. Oba yeetaaga okutambula tambula ng'obudde bukyali, make sure your documents are ready. Tuuka ku kisaawe ky'Entebbe maybe 3 hours before the travel so that you go through this customs ate oyite n'emisoso egy'enjawulo. Know which plane you're going to use ate ogenda mu ggwanga ki. Most importantly, make sure that you are ready. Echono kijja kuyamba to avoid a few other challenges abalaze basangamu. Of course tumanya wala ba deporting naye okwewala ensonga ezifaananako bwe zityo basebo ne banyabo musanye okubanga ate mutambulira. Of course let's see an update this morning which comes to us of course according to Entebbe International Airport. Of course arrivals tutegeza ennyonyi ziva mawanga ag'enjawulo nga ate zigwa mawanga mu ggwanga nene erya Uganda. Of course wetwogera kati we've passed of course we've exceeded 11:30. Tusuubira nti ennyonyi eva mu bitundu eby'ekigali yasobodde okubanga elandinga wano. Of course badde bakosa Rwanda Airways, and of course at saa 7 ne dakiika 15 ono tuba tugenda kutuuka mu bitundu ennyonyi ya Juba egenda kubanga of course etuuka wanene mu ggwanga erya Uganda. Of course Ugandan Airways, and of course ku ssaawa zezimu ne dakiika 5 we are talking the language of Ethiopia. This is Addis Ababa. Of course egenda kuba Ethiopian Airways egenda kubanga nayo eyingira mu ggwanga erya Uganda. And of course ku ssaawa 8 still the same plane using the Ethiopian Airlines. Of course twogera Ethiopia twogera ku nnyonyi nga Addis Ababa, one of the most effective airlines that we know not just in Africa but also munsi yonna. Of course kusawa nga 8:45 of course tutunuddewo kusawa 9 still the same plane. Addis Ababa of course is in a schedule today, but this time round of course it will be the Kenyan Airways ejja kubanga yeri mu kutambuza abakulu okuva mu ggwanga erya Ethiopia paka waneno ku kisaawe ekikulu eky'Entebbe. And of course ate Fly Emirates kusawa nga zino ezikunukkiriza mu 10 of course ejja kuba eva mu bitundu eby'e Dubai esobola okubanga ate nayo etuuka wano. Last but not least, of course the Ugandan Airways ejja kuba eva mu bitundu ebya Tanzania. Of course this is Dar es Salaam, the capital city of Tanzania, nayo ejja kubanga ate etuuka. Lastly of course the Qatar Airways nayo ngeva mu bitundu ebya Kigali ejja kubanga nayo etuuka waneno mu kibuga ekikulu eky'Entebbe, of course the Entebbe International Airport. That is the information coming to us this morning, of course kuluda arrivals. Katulabe ate when it comes to departures ziba zisimbula zive waneno mu kibuga eky'Entebbe. Of course Entebbe International Airport ate zisobola okubanga zifuluma zigende mu bitundu ebyenjawulo. Basebo ne banyabo ate departure zo ziri zitya. Of course departure we are saying it is just a few minutes of course to the top of the hour. Tusuubira nti ennyonyi eno egenda kubanga eva ku kisaawe ekikulu eky'Entebbe egende mu bitundu eby'Ekigali. Of course departure I have usually said tubategeeza ennyonyi eziva wano nga ate zifuluma zigende mu bitundu ebyenjawulo. At exactly sawa 7 this is sawa bwezi 7 of course the Ugandan Airways ejja kubanga yolekera ebitundu ebya Zanzibar at still at exactly sawa Nana, of course, the Ethiopian Airways, Jakubanga Vambitundu, Addis Ababa, of course, we are speaking the language of Ethiopia. Jakubanga na yo etambula, of course, using the Ethiopian airline, of course, 728, nayo Jakubanga, the local schedule etambula dala. Nairobi using the Kenyan Airways, of course, at this time, nayo Jakubanga etambula. The same thing does apply, of course, Kusawa Kumi. Ndoza Kumi name, of course, it will be the Dubai. Of course, with the fly Dubai, nayo ejakubanga etambula kubudo ufana kwetu. And of course, lastly, we expect 2 planes, of course, Nairobi at this time using the Ugandan Airways, and then lastly at using the Rwanda Airways. Tujja kubanga tusimbula okuva ku sawe ekikulu eky'Entebbe ate no twolokere ebitundu eby'ekigali. Basebo ne banyabo mwe abanjagala of course okubanga mutambula. That's exactly what is coming from the Entebbe International Airport regarding the issues of flights. So abanjagala okubanga mutambula ndoza information yeyo. I usually say information is power. Buli wotambula ng'olina information ng'olina ky'omanyi, then tosobola kukola nsobi. Many of us tugwa into traps or we make many mistakes simply because tulina information ez'omugaso ezifaanako bwezito. Of course, bwe bityo bwe bitambudde nate enkyawunako olwaleero. Fenga bulijjo mu program Uganda tukole zensonga zetutunulira ddala ntuzikuwa kubanga tulowooza ezo zezigenda okuggulawo amaaso go, zezigenda okuggulawo endowooza zo, zezigenda okuggulawo okutegeerako. Buli bw'otambulira mu kumanya tokola nsobi. So tusuubira nti this information of course is relevant. Of course, not forgetting at the top of the hour tubeera n'abakugu okutukubira torch. Of course, enkyawunako olwaleero abakulu aba Uganda Small Scale Industries Association babadde mu lukiiko wamu ne bank ya DTB. Nogera okubajjukiza nti mu kwogera kwa president okwasembayo mu kulwanyisa ekirwadde ekya COVID-19 yakwata bilioni 2 n'alagira bilioni 10 zonno zive mu ministry ate bilioni endala 10 zive of course mu financial institutions. Enkyawunako olwaleero babadde mu kafubo ne UDTB UDB, I beg your pardon, nga bongera okutema empenda ku ngeri gye bagenda okubanga baterezaamu ssente zino. Of course, ebimu ku bintu ebibadde bijjanga byemulugunya ku bank ya UDB bwe bubadde obukwakulizo obuteekeddwa ku ssente zino. Naye ntegeezeddwa nga bwe tugenda okubanga tutuna maaso kaawo nti obukwakulizo buno basobodde obukendeeza nti ne bwoba toyina kyapa at least oyina w'osobola okutandika okulanga business etambula. Ensonga ezo tugenda kuba tutuna maaso kaawo. But of course, the latest update also coming in, ensonga eya 5% per kilogram eyali ensonga wiiki ewedde. Nategeezeddwako enkyawunako olwaleero ekitongole ekyakasiita wamu n'ebibiina ebirala ebitwala abasuubuzi nti baali balinda bbaluwa okuva mu minisita atwala ensonga z'ebyobusuubuzi n'amakolero omukyala Ntabaazi, naye paka ne kati bannafuna bbaluwa eyo. Kiki ekigenda okubanga kikolebwa? Ezo nazo nsonga tujja kubanga ate twongera okubanga tuzirondoola okusobola okulabira ddala nti mu butuufu otambula nga te olina information enkulu esobola okuyamba okubanga oli mumanyi. Nze Fred Makubuya ndi muzukulu wa Walusimbi sikyukanga kyengenda okukola nti ngenda kuba nnywa ku lwendo olw'otuzutono. Bwe nkomawo tugenda kuba tutunula ensonga za SMEs ku ludda luno lwa DTB ku bisaanizo biki ate bibasobodde okubanga bakendeezaako bigenda kuyamba bitya abakulu abawangalya mu Uganda Small Scale Industries Association. Ngenda kuba n'omu ku bammemba senior member naye omusajja naye eyeekoledde ku bintu bye tusobole okulaba nga tukuba tooki mu mbeera ezitawukanako bwe zityo.
24 Driving Business.
Amanya gange bampitana Mwanje Veronica nganze Executive Secretary wa Uganda Small Scale Industries Association. Okuva nedda tubadde wano nga tulina amakolero ge twogererako tugezaako okuteesa okusinziira President bye yayogerako nti baliwo ensimbi ze bafulumizza abamakolero amatono ge bayinza okufuna. Emitendera ne gigenda mu maaso baani abagenda zifuna tutya kati mu kwogereza ne tugendako ku Uganda Development Bank abatuweereza leero omukisa okujja okwogerako ne bammemba okubategeeza mitendera ki gye balina okuyitamu okufuna ssente zino. Ekisooka kiri nti mmemba bagezezzaako okugonza mu mitendera gye balina okufunamu ssente ate nga naffe twali tugamba nti ebisinga bwe twawayo ebbaluwa yaffe nga tusaba bagonzeemu ebimu babikkirizeemu tebikoze eki tebiyiseewo naye nga tukyali mu kwogerezaganya kumakinga sure nti tugezaako okumakinga sure nti omuntu w'amakolero afunamu mu kino ekiseera. Gezanga nti babeeranga ku ceiling ya million 10 kati bazise bali ku million 5. Small scale zayinza okwewola between 50 million to 720. Ebbanga diri nti omuntu ayinza okusasula mu myaka 6 naye tekitegeeza nti bwe gulina okusembayo kisinza ekkolera engeri gye likoleramu. Bali ku interest rate ya 12%, balina grace period bw'oba oyagala ssente ez'okukozesa bulijjo 3 months naye bw'oba oyagala ssente zaggulanga machinery kubanga ebintu ebisinga ebiremeseza amakolero gaffe okutuuka ku mutindo ye asset finance machinery gye bayisa asset financing. Oba oyagala kugula mmotoka kutambuza ebintu by'otunda oba oyagala kugula kolero okuligaziya kati eyo bali wadde grace period ya myaka 2 bw'oba weewoze ku zino essente between the 50 and the 720. Ne bakuweza ebbanga nti omuntu bw'oba tolina tekyetaaga land title ne land agreement naye ekkiriziddwa nga korato. Bw'oba oguze asset machinery yebeera korato yo paka bw'omala okusasula. Naye land agreement nazo bazikkiriza wabula bataddemu n'ekisa nti singa obeera mukyala ate nga twagala kutumbula n'abakyala baveeyo nti nga tolina kyapa oba nga erinnya liri mu linnya lya mwami bwakkiriza okulikuweereza tekibagenda kulitwala. Agreement bagikkiriza ne bagitwala ne bayambako oyo nannyini kolero aba ayagadde okulifuula land title. So land title oba kuyamba okugiprocessinga n'okugisasulira nti value y'ekifo kyo egende ng'ekola ki evaayo. So ekyo kyo kiri ku UDB. Buli naku kibeerako nti no abamu badde abamu beetaaga eziri wansi wa 50 abalala beetaaga ezisingawo naye okusinziira okuba nti no bw'obeera nga mu negotiatinga bagezezzaako okukola ki okukaminga down. So with time and of course ekisobola kuggwa mu lunaku lumu kintu kya process mpanvu ddala nti kibilunaku tuba tulina kyetusaba ne tukyuseemu kanaye eno yentandikwa y'omuntu w'ekkolero ettono lyayinza okutandikiramu. Era nakati bukyagenda mu maaso bakyabuuza tutereezaamu wa interest rate yo abamu badde bagikkiriza naye era tugamba nti noba grace period bayinza ogyongerayoko ne balaba ngeri gye nti sente teziri mu bantu n'ebintu by'okoleredde. Tugamba nti emyezi 3 giyinza okuba bitono singa bakiweeza ddala emyaka nga 2 naye omuntu ayagala essente zitali za asset. So byetugezaako okuteesa n'okufunza tulabe nti no memba owa bulijjo afunamu nakyo nekimuyamba okugaziya ekkolero kubanga lino kyetukolera si kya muntu yekka nannyini ekkolero naye eggwanga lyonna emirimu ebikolezebwa byonna biyamba ffenna ate nga tulabye ku covid kyekoze nti bw'oggalawo booda oyinza obutafuna bintu biva bwaweeru. Eno essaawa y'okulowooza ku nsi yaffe.
Kale njagala kubaaniza bassebo ne banyabo ate of course mu insight yetuyise the topic of discussion nga bulijjo ffe mbategeeza tuteeka amaaso kitegeeza abeerawo ensonga. Ntandise ne mukyala Veronica oyo nno ye Executive Secretary wa Uganda Small Scale Industries Association. Tumanyi nti ekibiina ekyo kirina obumalirivu n'amaanyi okuyamba bannamakolero so bw'oba nga toli memba wandibadde weegatta ku kibiina ekyo kijja kuyamba okusobola okulaba nga okulaakulana. Tugenda kuba tutunula ensonga za UDB n'engeri SMEs bwe ziyinza okuyambibwa. Njagala okubajjukiza nti okwogera kwa President okwasembayo ndowooza ennaku ziweredde ddala 3 nga tulwanyisa COVID ezimu ku ngeri ze yagamba nti SMEs zisobole okuyambibwa kwe kusobola okulaba nga ateekawo biliyoni 2 ba SME basobole zikozesa era billion 10 nga zina kuva Ministry ya Finance etwalibwa omukulu Matia Kasaija ate billion endala 10 zo zina kuva mu financial institution mabega ko badde bagamba UDB etekawo obukwakulizo obw'amaanyi kati enkyawunako olwaliro nga emulidde mukyala Veronica abadde atukatiriza mu virtual meeting yabadde mu bice bituukiddwako naye omulala agenda tuyamba is a member of the Uganda Small Scale Industries Association musajja business agitegera watandika okujoogerako otufulabira ddala nti agitegera ye CEO owa Mashala Foods naye ate era yakulira ebitongole ebiri mu Buziya mu Kampala district ye mwami Kyeyune Sulaiman nsanyusa okulaba sebo
nange bwe ntyo mwami Fred
buza kuba tulaba ndooza twongere okuba toki mu nsonga enkulu ddala
webale nnyo webalire ddala mwami Fred okutuwa omukisa guno okubeera nga twogera eriko n'abantu nze amanya gange nga bwogambye nze Kyeyune Sulaiman era nga ndi director mu Mashala Foods ate nga nafuna n'omukisa okubeera nga representinga bannakampala ab'amakolero amatonotono olumwandiise wano mu Kampala mu kitongole kya Uganda Small Scale Industries Association n'olwekyo nyongera okwebaza okufumpa omukisa okujja okwogerako eri n'abantu baffe kale
basooka nsuubira mwami Gyavira okunegattako of course mwami Gyavira yakulira yali in charge of finance and administration ku nsonga yemu tusobole okulaba nga twongera okugaziya ekiro kifaanako bwete okulya Kampala bafuna mulimu bamemba nga bameka naye oyogera SMEs olyagamba ebyakiwanyi bafuna mulinga nga bamemba nga bameka mu Kampala
mu Kampala bamembers tulinga mu 12,000 naye nga abo ngamba nti tulinga lwakuba tulinamu era abo aba dropping out once in a while then tubeera n'abo abeyongerako naye nga mu ggwanga lyonna tuweera ddala 50,000 n'okusoba
bantu bangi tuyingire ensonga ya DB obadde mu lukiiko which was virtual biki exactly ebibaddemu biki ebibaddemu tutandikira awo
okusingira ddala tufunye omukisa okubeera ne abaami okuva mu UDB ne boogerako naffe era ne batubuulira ku bimu ku ebyo ebintu ebyetaagibwa oba bye batunuulira ku bantu ab'amakolero amatono era nga okusingira ddala tufunye okukakasibwa oba n'okunnyonnyolwa nti ate this time around bakyusizaamu mu zawandiise requirements okusinga emabega eri babeeranga ne requirements eziri a bit tough so ku luno ku lwa SMEs oluvannyuma lw'okulaba omugaso oguli mu SMEs oba amakolero amatono balabye nga kijja kwetaagisa okukendeeza ku requirements oba ebyo ebyetaagibwa n'olwekyo okusingira ddala ffe kyetulabyemu ng'ekikulu ennyo nga nze businessman ekisinze ddala okunsanyusa
maybe nga tunatuuka mwami Sulaiman katono bw'ogamba abantu nti waliwo obukwakulizo obukyuseemu so twandigadde okumanya bukwakulizo ki obubaddewo olyoka otutegeeze n'enkyukakyuka ezibaddewo
obukwakulizo obubadde mu UDB bufaananako n'obwo bwa banks endala obukwakulizo nga collateral omuyita batya mu Luganda
gubanga musingo gwoteekayo emabegakaawo omusingo baali baagala nnyo okubeera nga omusingo munene nnyo okusinziira ku ssente z'oba okola ki z'oba oyagala okusaba naye ku luno ate emisingo egyo bagikendezezaako okusinziira ku saizi za kampuni zino maybe kyenandiyagadde okutandikirako nti kampuni ze batunuulidde ku luno si ze zino kampuni ennene ez'amaanyi batunuulidde ffe bamufunampola abalinga mu welding abali mu kukola abali mu kukola kugamba emirimu gino egyaffe egyamuntu wa wansi so collateral oba obukwakulizo babukendezezza nti tebukyali bw'amaanyi nnyo
ng'emabegako bwe kibadde obanga bwe kiri mu banka endala ez'amaanyi. So n'olwekyo ekimu ku ebyo collateral ate ekirala ekitusanyusizza oba kyetulabye nga kikulu nnyo ky'amaanyi kyekyo ekya obudde period
gyosasuliramu ssente
gyosasulirako ssente bagyongezezza era ne batugamba nti bagitadde ku myaka 6.
luli ebadde ku myaka emeka?
Luli ndowooza ebadde ku myaka ng'ena. Badde ku myaka ng'ena naye ate ku luno bagitadde ku myaka 6. Ate n'ekirala kyetulabyemu nga kikulu nnyo nti records abantu bana abakola emirimu egyowansi tetumanyikibwa nnyo kufuna kubeera na records ezo
okuwandiika nti ntunze kino okoze loss oba profit bweti.
Naye nga batusabye ne batugamba nti wankubadde ku luno kiyinza okuba nga si kikulu wano mu kwapulayinga bw'onaaba osobodde okuyitamu n'ofuna ssente ezo olina okutandika okubeera nga owandiika ebintu ebyo. Emabegako kyabeeranga kikulu okubeera nti olina financial records olina books of accounts naye bw'obanga kati ku luno osobola okuprovinga nti business yo gy'okola esobola okukola tekigenda kubeera kikulu nnyo ku kiseera kino. So n'ekirala kyetulabyemu nga kirungi kyekya registration y'ettaka kwegamba bw'obanga ettaka lyo yagala okuteekayo ng'omusingo bakkiriza nti ne land agreement esobola okukozesebwa ekyapa ky'ettaka naye ni bw'obanga tolina kyapa kyennyini nti kiri mu mannya go oba kiri mu mannya ga kampuni nga wakola wafuna bufunyi ndagaano wagula ku gundi olina endagaano yo era bakkiriza nti basobola ogikozesa. Era ne batusuubiza nti singa obanga oyiseemu kyekintu kye bajja okutandikirako bajja kuyamba okubeera nga oregisteringa ettaka eryo ne ligenda mu mannya go. N'ekirala kyendabye nga kirungi nti statements oba ze wandiise zino bank statements eziraga engeri gy'obadde otundamu ennyingi zaayo enfulumi yayo bongeddeko ne mobile money accounts statements.
Ziti ezo
kati ffe abakola gino emirimu egyowansi osanga nti ebiseera ebisinga tusasulwa ku mobile money. Olina akantu kokotunze
okoze oli kasente
n'akayisa ku mobile money. So ebiseera ebyo ebyemabega oba traditionally statements ezo zibadde nga tebazikozesa nga baagala kulaba ziri eza banka. Naye kuno batuwadde omukisa nti obanga olina bank statement kirungi naye bw'obeera nga olina mobile money statement naye osobola ogikozesa.
So ebisaanizo bino still olaba bikyaliko waggulu oba at least because tudiringa na munnamakolero omuntu alina capital ali wakati wa kakadde kamu maybe n'emitwalo 5 abamu tebanatuukayo. Yes, waliwo abali successful but do you still think nti era so far tutusaawo era nti munnamakolero alina wajja okutandikira asobole okulaba nga akulaakulana?
Well, sandiyagadde kwogerera nnyo buli omu lwakuba buli omu alina ebiseera ebisinga engeri gy'atunuuliramu ebintu naye okusinziira ku ffe mu bizinensi ng'eyaffe kino tukisanyukidde nnyo kuba bagezezzaako okulaba nti tusobola okuaccessinga facilities zino nkulu nnyo mu bizinensi nkulu nnyo nti ebiseera ebisinga bizinesi zaffe ntonotono tetubeera na capital naye nga tubeera ne ideas tubeera n'ebyo ebintu bye tukola nga bitambula abantu babyagala babikozesa naye nga tetulina ssente zisobola kuteeka mu bizinesi okusobola okukola ki okugaziwa. Naye bw'oba nga UDB evuddeyo n'egamba abantu bano twagala tubayambe then mu ngeri yonna ffe tusanyukira ako konna niwe kabanga katono katya ke baba bakyusizzaamu baba bakendezezzaamu. Of course era tetulekera okubeera nga tubasaba okutunuuliranga business case by case basis nti business ya Javiira oba ya Fred oba ya Mashala si ze zimu. So twandiyagadde era okwongera okusaba nti business bazitunuulire case by case
on an individual level si kutugatta bugasi nti
naye nga era twebaza omukisa guno ogutuweebwa n'okubanga bakendezezaamu era tukyebaza
kale abatulaba naawe yakatwegattako tuli mu kuba tooki of course mu SMEs zetuyita small and medium enterprise of course tukozesa baganda baffe abawuzia which is a Uganda Small Scale Industries Association tumanyi nti balina obumalirivu n'amaanyi okuyamba bannamakolero. One of the challenges zemanyi ze musitwagolinga nazo okuwandiisa business kusobola okulaba nga business ezimu tezinneezuula, so some of those tactics kuyambako ensonga ezo okubanga zituuka. So Mwami Sulaiman, kituufu abasinga bagamba obuzibu bwa business bubeera ssente, naye ate waliwo abalina ssente business negaana okutambula. Oyagala nawe kugamba nti the greatest problem ya SME is capital money oba?
Ekyo nno kituufu. Business ezisinga, buli business erina ebigisoomooza. Capital si kye kisookebwako, ate mwattu ensobi tugikola nnyo naddala ffe ababa nga twakatandika tutunuulira nnyo ssente, naye oluusi sente si kye kiyinza okuba nga kyekikulemesezza okukola ki. N'olwekyo capital yandibadde ng'ate secondary. Okay. Idea n'ekyo kyoyagala okukola kyekisinga obukulu, then sente zijja luvannyuma.
So sente tuzeetaaga but mu ntandikwa si kyekirina okusookebwako.
Si ekyandibadde kisookebwako.
Okay. So if the problem is not capital in the initial stages, olwo ogambye wabeerawo ideas, so to developing up ideas neno because machazi twogera ku sente but ne sente okuzifuna byonna byonna bitandikira mu idea. So how do we develop ideas and translate it into capital no business okubanga etamu?
Ekibuuzo ekyo kiri a bit broad, naye nga bwe mbangezezaako kitakole nga nandigambye nti idea gy'olina mu mutwe gwo olina okusooka n'ogitestinga nga tonnaba kugiteeka mu ssente. Lwakuba ate bw'oba ofunye ekirowoozo n'ogamba kati ngenda kutandika wo TV ate n'oddukira mu banka ofune ssente, ogenda kukola ensobi kuba TV yeetaagamu abakozi
ati neetaaga ssente nyingi kangene mu banka empe etandikire waggulu.
Naye ate awo oba ojja kukolamu ensobi. Kyekiri kyengambye okusooka nti UDB yatuwadde omukisa netuwa etukkiriza abantu okufuna grace period, nti bw'oba ofunye ssente tugambe ofunye miliyoni 10 bakkiriza okuwa emyaka 2 okutereeza. Okay. So bw'oba oyagala kutandikawo TV oba oyinza okukola ensobi y'amaanyi bw'oddukira mu banka okusooka okufuna ssente. Waliwo ebintu bino by'olina okusooka okutereeza n'ofuna professional journalists.
Naye bw'obuna byetaaga ssente ogenda bafuna otya tolina ssente?
Nedda ate
you need money. Ogenda bafuna ogenda employing otya bali professional nga tolina kasente olina kudduka mu banka otandikireyo.
Naye kyandibadde kirungi naawe nga local investor olina okuteekamu, olina level gy'olina okusooka okuteekamu. Okiwulidde ssebo? Tosobola kuddukira mu banka ekuteeremu ssente nga tolina kyotaddebyo. Era UDB eyagala okuwa aba SMEs ssente erina ebintu byesooka okubuuza nga collateral. Tosobola kugendayo ng'olinga lonsa. Okiwulidde? So kibeera kirungi nnyo okugwe omuntu yenna atandika business n'osooka n'ogikola n'osooka n'otryinga okumala akabanga. Bwebanga olaba nti kyeweetaaga kati business abantu bagitegedde ebintu byo bitambula kati kyeweetaaga ssente ku expandinga, kati ku kiseera ekyo bw'osobola okugenda n'okola ki n'ofuna ssente. Naye bw'okola ensobi n'otandikira ku ssente ate olaba bw'oziridde ssente zonna nga tolina kyewakoze. So olina okumanya steps z'olina okutandikirako nga tonnaba kutandikira ku ssente.
Waliwo aboogera ku capital ne batogera ku capital.
Ate oyo yasinga oyo w'okumutwe.
Bangi balina ono naye ate ono
kati bw'omala okubeera ng'olina oyo w'okumutwe capital n'omuteeka mu birabwako, lwakubeera bwogenda mu bbanga bagenda kubuuza sente oyagala zaaki nti njagala kukola kino bajja kubuuza wali okikozeeko omaze budde ki ng'okikola oyina tugambe licenses oyina permits ebintu bwe bityo bw'obanga ebyo bintu byonna obiyina oyanguyibwa ate okufuna ki okufuna sente ezo zoba weetaaga so olina okutandikira wano then no executing oba n'ofuna kyolagako then n'olyoka odda ku ni bwabeera investor nga si bank investor yandiyagadde n'alaba kikyokozeeko nga si bya bigambo bugambo
alyoka ku sente. What is happening ku financial institutions endala? Manyi nti nina abakulu abamu benjogeddeko ne bagamba abaneno badde batuseera bateekako obukwakulizo kano ne kano maybe ensonga lwaki maybe ne UDB ezenegamba katukendeeze wansi ku bintu tusobole okuba nga tukola ki katutambula. In your opinion ng'omusuubuzi zo financial institutions zino ziba kutte zitya?
nze mu kulowooza okwange relationship bo building a relationship niwebeera nga si financial institution yokka lwakuba ffe twasomesebwa nti sources of financing teziva mu banka wokka oba financial institution zisobola okuva ewaka zisobola okuva mu mikwano zisobola okuva mu associations so bw'obanga obuildinze relation kankuwa ekyokulabirako ng'olwaninga nga tv ng'eno nga obankinga tugambe nga ngambe bank ki ene bank nga bankinga sente zo gy'osasulira abakozi so over time obuilding a relationship ne banks ezo naawe n'osobola okubeera nga olina a certain level of bargaining power bw'ojja okuba nga oyagala sente. Nze naawe Fred bwe tugenda mu banka emu nga twetaagayo sente batunuulira records zaffe individually
abadde otambudde otya
abadde atambula atya abadde abankinga wano oba avudde ku vya yayagala sente abakozi abasasulira wano ebintu yabisasulira kugamba relationship eyo so sisobola kugamba nti banks ziba zikola bubi oba bulungi banks nazo nga businesses endala omulimo gwe zisinga okukola oba okwagala okukola kwe kufuna ennyingiza nazo it's a business so baagala kukola so bwe baba balabye nga bizinesi esobola okukola nga tesobola okuza sente zaabwe mu budde obwo bwennyini bwe bakola ki bwe baagala zijja kutreatinga mu ngeri ndala nnyo gye baali treatinzeemu omulala. Yes, so institutions zino banking institutions nnungi tuzeetaaga naye tulina okubuildinga capacity ne relationships ezo okusobola okuba nga naffe tuzifunamu.
Kale basebe ne banyabo of course abakatwegatako ne tuli ffenna tugenda kuba nga tuwumulamu bwe tukomawo tugenda kwongera okugaziya emboozi yaffe eno okusobola okulaba nti SMEs neno ze zimu ku zisinze okukosebwa ekirwadde kino ekya COVID-19. Yes, President yateekawo ekkubo n'agamba mugende mufune of course ezimu okuva mu UDB ne mu financial institution but of course we still know waliwo SME ezisinga ezitannaba kuvangulu ezitannaba kutereera ate nga tumanyi nti URA buli financial year ebeera n'ekigendererwa. I personally know okusinziira ku research gye nkoze nti ebimu ku nsonga lwaki URA realizinga of course targets zammwe nti waliwo ba members be twanabadde tukwatirako but because maybe tetukoze environment emala zezimu ku nsonga tuyinza okuba kiti tutusaawo naye ensonga ezo tugenda okuba nga tutunulira mu kitundu kyaffe ekyokubiri tovaawo.
Smart 24, driving business. 24, driving business.
Njagala okubebaza basebo ne banyabo mwabakatwegattako ndine Kyeyune Sulaiman ono nno ye CEO wa Mashala Foods naye ate era yakulira Kampala District ku lukiiko olwa Uganda Small Scale Industries Association business agimalizemu ebbanga tuli mutunuulira of course financial empowerment through Uganda Development Bank president gye yagamba nti miliyoni 2 kaziyiteeyo so whoever needs the money as long as you're a member of a small scale industries oba you are a member of SMEs osobola okuba ng'oyita mu kkubo eryo. Sulaiman njala tunuulire what are some of the common mistakes zolowooza nti financial common mistakes nti ffe nga ba SMEs etukola ne zitulemesa olumu okufuna ssente either mu UDB or even in any other financial center.
Okusingira ddala nandyogedde okwogera ku records is a testimony. It is proof that what you're doing si mboozi bubozi. Records ziraga gy'ovudde, ziraga wooli, ziraga ne gy'olaga.
Ziraga zikyagendaga.
Waliwo mu luzungu ze bayita financial projections oba okutangaaza mu maaso ebigendererwa byo byoyagala okukola mu business. Kanguwe ekyokulabirako nti ffe abali mu bintu by'obulimi mu business y'obulimi bwe tuba tuplaninga twagala nnyo okuplaninga ne weather
embeera y'obudde tosobola kuteekako kyokola ng'oli mulimi nga tosomye embeera y'obudde n'olwekyo bizinesi yonna niwaba nga toli mu bizinesi y'obulimi kibeera kirungi nnyo n'obeera nga osobola okuplaninga oba okufocustinga mu maaso gy'olaga. N'olwekyo financial institutions ezisinga zaagala nnyo okulaba nti Mashala Foods omaze budde ki mu bizinesi. Bw'ogamba nti mazeemu emyaka 5 baagala kulaba emyaka 5 gino okoze ki, obadde ogula birime byenkana ki, obadde otunda birime byenkana ki. Baagala nnyo okulaba kati oyina mu store zo oba inventory gy'olina yenkana ki, then ne mu maaso osuubira kutunda kyenkana ki. N'olwekyo ekifaananyi ekyo kikulu nnyo ku muntu yenna ni bw'aba nga si financial institution ni bw'oba nga olina potential investor yandiyagadde nnyo okulaba naye omuntu ono gwe ngenda okuwa ssente zange ekifaananyi kye kiri kitya, nti biki byandaga ate biki byansuubiza mu maaso. N'olwekyo tewali financial institution yonna eyandiyagadde kuwa ssente oba buyambi bwonna obw'engeri yonna nga tobalaze kikyokoze kikyoli mu kukola kikyosuubira okukola mu maaso. N'olwekyo records ezo nkulu nnyo, records nga cash sales, records nga expenses, records kwegamba ebirabwako olina okulaga that proof. Ebyandibadde bisoboka but of course given SME osanga ino omukozi omu babiri employing or empowering omuntu akolera ensonga zo maybe he has to be a professional and SME zirina sente zibasasula tu. Nina omusuubuzi gwe nabaddeko naye ennaku nga 2 nangamba buli wotandika okulondola buli kamu owandiike buli kamu maliriza totambudde, so ye alina perspective ate nga yagamba emukoledde.
Bw'oyogera bw'otyo omanyi nga bwe nagambye buli omu bizinesi ye eba yeetaaga kutunuulirwa ku lwayo, naye njagala okukakasa Mama Fred nti bw'oba okola bizinesi no overlookinga ebintu ebyo deliberately kugamba ng'okigenderedde nti sigenda kubiwandiika lwaba bwe naabiwandiika bijja kumpa ekifaananyi ekibi, then toli businessman. Lwakuba omuntu yenna ayina essuubi mu maaso oba omuntu a planning ahead olina okufuna the actual proper records oba ekifaananyi kyennyini tosobola kuleka sudden expense nti lwakuba y'amaanyi n'otagiwandiika nti ejja kulaga nti business tekola bulungi, then what is the whole purpose? Kikyoliko ddala
nebyonna byensevingako mbimanyi nti nsasula abakozi sente zaabwe nzimanyi
kati lwaki tobiwandiika?
So sitaaga kuwandiika because after bimanyikiddwa biriweyo streamline.
Anti bw'otabiwandiika then kijja kuzibuwalira okufuna eyo financial help gye weetaaga. Lwakuba kye beetaaga okulaba bw'ogamba nti weetaaga miliyoni 100, sente zonna tetogenda kuzimalira mu musaala, sente zonna togenda kuzimalira mu tugambe bw'ogenda mu banka okufuna sente bagenda kubuuza okusookera ddala sente ogenda zikozesa ki?
Teri muntu akuwa sente n'atakubuuza kibuuzo ekyo.
Olidde
simanyi lwaki buli omu akibuuza.
Kakati njagala ombulire mwami Fred, singa nga oyagala miliyoni 10 mu banka ne bazikuwa ng'ate toyina kugamba nga tolaze wawo ogenda ziteeka, ekyo kikola amakulu. Tekikola makulu, kiba kyetaaga n'omanya nti bwe mbanga neetaaga miliyoni 10, 20 gagenda kugula raw materials, 10 zigenda kusasula abakozi okumala emyezi tugambe emyezi 6, 2 gagenda kukola kino. Kikuyamba naawe okubeera organized n'otabeera mu mbeera nti olina ssente zino ze weewoze naye tozikozesezza bulungi. Kikuyamba nekikuguidinga n'obeera nga ssente toziteeka mu mikono emikyamu oba tozirya mu mandaazi. Okitegedde sebe.
So twogedde ku records. Records wemu ku bintu ebitulemesa just in case oyagala loan, oyagala any help, financial help either from kayinza okubaka buno bubiina obuwola. So oyogedde ku obutaba ne records. What else? Kiki ekirala kyogamba nti omusuubuzi waba takoze kino, ye sente za UDB zijja, you must have this, ne oba towandise records, kino tujja kuba nakyo. Biki ebirala?
Ekirala kyendabawo ng'ekikulu naddala mu banks kati nga UDB, I think UDB institution ya bagiteekawo kuyamba bazita batya development, is a development institution basically. Bagala nnyo okulaba ku revenue projections zo nti bwe baba bakuwadde sente kuba zino sente za government.
Ekyo kituufu, sente za
government. Ate government ebiseera ebisinga eyagala nnyo okulaba engeri gyegenda okuzzaawo sente zino. Bakuwa sente okusinziira tusooka ku bakozi b'olina. Lwakuba abakozi abo balina okusasula kyewandiise pay as you earn, balina okusasula NSSF. Ate eyo pay as you earn NSSF zonna ezo zi institution nazo za gavumenti. So baba baagala bakuwe wano oba bakuwadde miliyoni 10, baagala kumanya olina abakozi bameka ate bali registered oba oyintendinga okuba registering. Omukisa gwe twafunye ku UDB this time round nti etukkiriza n'abo abatali registered yet kasitolaga nti ogenda kuba registeringa.
So in other words, okufuna sente za UDB, you must have registered, katugambe in this case with Uganda Small Scale Industries Association. So lukulango ofuna munteekateeka eno ya government. So yongera otunyonyola, so what happens when manga siri member?
Bw'obanga toli member,
and actually omanyi nti bantu bangi baliyo nga tebalina bitongole mwe bagwa,
aba association.
Yes.
So bw'obanga toli member, olaba kati ffe because we are members tufunye omukisa guno nti abantu bano bazze eri ffe. Kati bw'obanga toli member ng'oli eyo oliwo oli waka oba okolera wa, I mean, you miss out on an opportunity. Ate n'ekirala institutions zino naddala eza government zaagala nnyo abantu abali ewamu. Bagwa abantu abali ewamu bangu bakumanaginga oba bangu bakutuukirira.
Gano ng'otuukiridde omu ku omu.
Yes, omu ku omu kitera. Kati kankuwa ekyokulabirako, tubadde ku virtual meeting yaffe, tubadde about 500 people and more.
Nenga muli mu bitundu ebyenjawulo.
Bantu bali waabwe bali mu bitundu byanjawulo naye bamanyikibwa ba member ba association so bafunye omukisa ogwo okubalabula ne babagamba nti tugenda kubeerako ku makya kuva budde bwe buti ne bwe buti. So ekyo kikulaga nti there's a sudden power in association. Association esobola okututuukirira mangu. N'olwekyo bw'obanga toli member wa association nandyagadde okukozesa omukisa guno okuyita oba okuwelcaminga or joining a Uganda Small Scale Industries Association. Offices zaffe ziri wano Lugogo. So you are welcome bw'obanga okola mirimu gino mitono gyaffe
ejja bulijjo abamu bagite ejjalejjala bagite emitono tonaala bagite ejja bulijjo
jangu ofuna omukisa okubeera nga ofuna ebintu bwe biti. Yes,
so you've talked about okuwandiika kikulu because ekyo kituyamba okutuuka kwetutuuse. So tulina common mistakes SMEs zebakola nti nezimaliza nga business zaffe zigude. What are some of those common mistakes that you think nti yes whether wetaaga sente oba teweetaaga sente but when you do this and this of course business yesigala nga it is nowhere, it is no more.
Well nze okubulira okuva mu perspective eyaffe ya association nandyagadde okugamba nti ekisooka kya byonna bw'omala okumanya nti oyagala kukola business gundi kirungi nnyo oba it is a personal motivator oba a personal inspiration okuregistering a business eno. Lwakuba business y'omu briefcase nzibu nnyo yakuabandoni.
Bw'obeera mu briefcase oba tosasula misolo, obeera mu briefcase kesi sene bw'ogiraba okwata bintu byo naye bino ebyokunomalizinga nti nsangibwa wate. I'm sure you've had these comments from people nti registering URA ejje. You've had some of these comments.
No, the registration temanyisa nti URA egenda kujja. URA waliwo businesses ezibaddemu, waliwo abantu abadde business for over 10 years and more naye nga tebasasula URA. URA ejja kusaba omusolo ng'omaze okukola ssente banga okukoza amagoba. Naye bw'obanga okola business ng'ate teyingiza kati ate oba ogenda kusasula ki. Etteeka eri mu ggwanga lino big protectinga nti you're not making money then what are you paying for? Okitegeera. N'olwekyo formalizing nze engeri gye nkitegeeramu nti formalizing grounds you. It gives you purpose.
Nekugumiza.
Egumiza. Business togenda kugivaamu bwotyo nga eri registered. Ojja kubeera motivated okubeera nga you sustain the business. Bw'oba olina challenges ez'enjawulo you hang in there n'osobola okutetenkanya naye business nga is not formally registered toyina certificate of registration okera ku machano gamba bino bintami
kubanga tewagiwandiisa teryagimanyi teyagitegeera omala gakola kyoyagala. So Gambia registration is very key.
Registration is key. It's indeed very important. Kyekisookebwako kyekintu ekisinga obutono ekyangu ng'ate kikulu. Ate in fact kankugambe mwami Fred I think we are in a period where government is trying to support businesses. URSB emaze ebbanga kati
Uganda Registration Service Bureau
nge ebuulira abantu ensonga lwaki olina okuregistering. In fact nze explanation zange teziri satisfactory because ndi very certain nti mwogena mu URSB wanowuliza URSB kyegamba bajja kuwa obukakafu obusinga ku bwange lwaki wetaaga okuregisteringa. So tufunye omukisa ogwo nti zino institutions eza government zigezezaako nnyo okubulira abantu emigaso egiri mu registration egiri mu certification zikulaga nti it's for your own good.
So you get the registration kyendowooza nti bannamakolero okola business of course nga tetwewandisiza kintu kya bulabe nnyo. So bana bagamba nti ate bwe nawandiisa kino ne kino tugitwale nti that is a myopic thinking nti omuntu mu butuufu aba alabidde kumpi.
Yes, oba olabidde kumpi lwakuba era nga bwe ngambye toyina obligation yonna kusasula musolo ng'ate toyingiza. Lwakuba omusolo guli charged ku income
sente z'ofunye URA ekojja
magoba ku interest. So bw'obanga okola loss obanga tokola toyingiza interest then tebakucharginga.
Of course n'abasettinga policies zino batuufu bamanyi nti tosobola kumala mwaka era nga tolina kyokoze n'okola loss 100%.
No, ate mwatuweewunye businesses nyingi nnyo ezimaze ebbanga naye nga tezikola interest nga tezikola magoba naye nga asobola okusasula abakozi. I mean, ebiseera ebisinga mwami Fred nzikiriza okudivertingamuko katono businesses kasita oyingira mu business yonna nga ekigendererwa kye ekisookerwako kugaggawala oluusi oyinza obutalaba wala n'osanga ng'ocrashinze.
I mean buli mwatandika business kwekula maybe ogedde kugaggawala wala okulaakuna n'ogaggawala maybe those could be two different but buli mwatandika business kusobola okulaba nga akola ki.
Ate mwattu si buli omu. Waliwo abantu abali mu business nga balina kankuwa ekyokulabirako kino ekyaffe ekyabalimi nti waliwo abantu abali mu business naye nga their major interest kusupportinga smallholder farmers.
Okay.
Okiwulidde nga interest yaabwe social cause. Okiwulidde then waliwo abo bali mu business to support certain groups of people for whatever reason. Si buli omu ayingira mu business nti agoba ki kyova olaba nti ebiseera ebisinga bw'obanga oli mu zino programs eza international programs ezo ezifundinga enterprises batunuulira nnyo ebintu ebirala ebitali necessarily money
kubanga bo balowooza byebikulu okusingira ddala zino sente.
Yes, kati nga bano company ezisupporting abantu abakola abaagala okureplacinga plastics tebazisupportinga lwakuba baagala business ezo zigaggawale baagala kujjawo ki oba kukendeeza okukozesa plastics.
Okay.
Okiwulidde. So buli omu alina ekiruubirirwa nga ayingira business. Abantu abasinga yes tuba kufuna sente naye nga si kye kisinga obukulu.
So omuntu atunuulira sente ku ntandikwa kyabulabe nnyo.
Oyinza obutafuna kifaananyi kyennyini.
Okay, kale ndowooza abassebo ne banyabo tukyatambula ffenna. Twongera of course atunuulira business topic ya leero of course it is a bit in depth kuba bweyogera ku UDB abakulu abakasita bo bweyogera ku UDB bagamba abo bukwakulizo bateekako bunene bambagamba n'okuba nti sente teziriyo. The fact remains in sente zikola ki gyeziri naye okuzifuna ng'omuntu yenna n'omuzungu agamba yaziyita buli okwata sente n'ozikanyuga ewantu nga twali kigere azita dustbin money. Usually twakulanga n'osaba mamawo sente nakubuuza mwana wange ogenda zikozesa ki ne tulowooza nti tebatwagala but usually ogambye nti omuntu bw'amanya kyogenda okukola then kimuproperinga nasobola okuba nga akwa sente. Tuli kumpi kubanga tumaliriza. So COVID azze era n'abasuubuzi embeera mwabalese nga bw'obutuufu abakosezza greatly. Olowooza what message do we have for businesses zikoseddwa COVID bakyasente za UDB tuzisuubira osobola okulaba nga zeekumaakuma ne zidda engulu. Actually ndowooza statistics zitulaga nti waliwo n'abatagenda kuddira ddala mu business kubanga obadde ogoberera nti n'abamu bavudde mu kibuga Kampala bashiftinze. So there's a lot of dynamics. How do we move out of mbeera efaanana bweti as Uganda small scale?
Nze ndowooza okusookera ddala COVID as much as it plays a very disadvantageous role ku businesses zaffe tusaana okukozesa oba okutwala omukisa guno okukozesa opportunity eno oku-adjustinga oba okutereezaamu mu bintu bye tubadde tutakola bulungi. W'obadde ospending omutwalo maybe osobola okugezaako okuspendinga 5,000 olabe kiri kitya naye nga okusingira ddala nze nandiyagadde okuba welcominga mu association
ebibiina bino ebyabasuubuzi
ebibiina ebyo
nga nabyo bingi
oyigiramu
obuliwako kiki ekigenda okuyamba n'olaba kino oyogera ebyabasuubuzi biri mu Kampala biringa nga 5-6
tolaba nti ekyo kirungi ekyo kikulaga nti waliwo obwetaavu bwe bucreatinze embeera eyo okubeera nti naye association eno eya uzia yatandikibwawo mu 1979 so you can imagine obudde bwemaze ng'eweereza abantu so waliwo associations ezimu zoyina okusooka okwekenneenya nga tolina kuzijoininga naye uzia ya association nze gyempeeramu testimony gyetujje nga mashala spices tufunye nnyo obuyambi obw'engeri ey'enjawulo n'olwekyo okusingira ddala businesses zandyetaaze ne ziteaminga up n'abantu abalala bakola ebintu ebyo ebifaananako nebyokola tumanya oyinza okufuna ku buweerero mu ngeri omu eba endala covid induced issues zibadde nyingi nnyo businesses nyingi neggulo tulina gye twawuliddeyo empya egadde
aba free sale
yes then supermarkets nazo tuziwulira gye bali baclosinga n'olwekyo kano kaseera kazibu nnyo era kiri eriggwe okubeera mu muvumu oba muyiiya n'osobola okubeera nga osigala nga okola ki
n'okubanga oyiyawo omuzungu yagamba when the going gets tough
you need to toughen up
the tough must get going
you need to toughen up naye nga it would make more sense okwassociatinga n'abo abantu abakola emirimu ng'egyo egifaanana n'egigyo n'osobola okuyigirayo n'osobola bagita batya I mean you're meeting with people who you share the same dreams n'ebiruubirirwa
so zino za associations oyogerako
yes ojja kubeera surprised nti ojja kujoining association tugambe oyagala kukola micungwa ng'egyo ojja kusangayo abantu bamaze ebbanga nga bagikola ojja kusangayo omuntu ajja kuguidinga wa gy'oyinza okusoosinga certain raw materials ojja kusangayo abajja okuguidinga ku wa gy'oyinza okutunda ojja kusangayo abajja okuyamba ku putting your finances together association yo nga yo erina ebintu byekola nga okuyamba ku URA okuyamba ku bakufunira oba lawyer should you have reason to need a lawyer accountants kwegamba obuyambi bwofuna mu association bungi nnyo era bujja kusobola okuyamba no succeedinga
okay tuliko mukumaliriza ndowooza olina okubanga what would be your final remark eri of course both UDB and even entire fraternity ya Uganda Small Scale Industries Association
yes Fred
n'abasuubuzi bonna yali
so zino mwekuume mubeere nga musurvivinga bw'obanga omaze okusurvivinga okufa osobola okuyiiya n'osobola okukola ki okufuna kyolya so nandiyagadde okukongratulatinga buli muntu yenna atulaba okubeera nga okyalina obulamu era n'okwebaza Mukama mu kutukuuma era njagala okukozesa eddoboozi lino okuwelcominga abantu abasobola bonna abakola emirimu gino gye bayita SMEs okujja mu association nga uzia musobola okuba nga mutukibwako obuyambi okuva mu institutions zino eza government nga UDB nawulidde neggulo minister wa finance alabika balinayo some sort of stimulus for SMEs n'olwekyo mbasaba okutwegattako ate n'abo batasobodde kutwegattako musobola okugenda direct ku UDB ne mufuna information eno oba neesingawo yes
maybe ndoza nga kamisone kano Africell wawulidde ebizibu byagituuseko maybe nga gwe omusuubuzi business ogitambudemu ogimanyi olowooza kiyinza okuba kiki ekiyinza okuleeta because Africell tujogeddeko ba pep stores nabo bali mu mbeera y'emu ne business endala nnyingi zenga zikola kino simanyi ndowoozayo bweri gwolooza kiki ekiyinza okuba nga kireetera bizinesi nga zino ennene mu mbeera ng'eno okubanga zitandise okubanga ziba mu bizinesi
sinategeera bulungi sinafuna mukisa gusoma ku mbeera yaleetedde Africell naye okusinziira engeri gye tubirabamu ffe ababirabira
mbuuza kati nga gwe ofcourse wenaabuuza Matiya Kasaija ye honorable njamubuuza nga minister of finance gwe nga aludde mu business era omanyi nti kino ne kino oba tokikoze whether kiri ku business ntono oba kiri ku business neno business sobola kusurvivinga
well maybe kaŋŋambe bwe nti bw'obanga okola business overtime nebeera nga teyingiza nga bw'oyagala eyingize tolina kwekaka kusigala nga okola ki
kusigala mu business wabeerawo ekitali kituufu
weeyongera kwonoona so bw'olabanga ekintu ekiyinza okuyamba ku closinga then no rebootinga then you can try that naye nga okusinzira ffe engeri gye tubirabamu I think Uganda as a country tulina okufuna some sort of level playing field nti competition should be allowed si kusanga nti abantu abamu balina monopoly over other things telecom companies zino ezisinga zigudde nnyo wano e Uganda naye nga ziva ku bantu abamu kubeera nga babawadde priority oba babawa opportunities okusinga abalala n'olwekyo there should be a certain level of playing field
but of course mu society ebintu ebyo tusobola byewala mwami gwe oli mu business ey'ebirungo spices but I also know mu Uganda small scale industries mulimu bamemba bangi abakola bano bamwami Katerega ne bani so you are all in the same so that is much easier said than done okugamba nti no competition ndabanga ekyangu ekyokubera but practically
yes maybe watontegedde bulungi kyentegeezeza ekyo kyennyini nti we should be given the same level of playing field nti ffenna tubeere nga tuweebwa omukisa okubeera nga tukola ki tukola business si abamu okubeera nga bo bawa emisolo egimu abalala tebagiwa ate ne basobola okuba nga bakuba bwe banga field eziri nga tubalansinga then ojja kusanga nga abamu bakoze ki bavuddemu abalala bakole ki ate nekirala business ezimu bwe ziba nga zizze wano e Uganda zitandise okukola I think kiri nze siri I'm not a technical person
I'm actually asking this from the business perspective
from a
because
business perspective
the same way you would ask omusuubuzi nti goli mu business ogimazemu emyaka 2 so I am asking it from the business perspective because you're a business person
yes I think competition is key we should all be allowed oku practicing businesses affe mu ggwanga muno era tubeere nga tuweebwa emikisa gyegimu si abantu abamu okubeera nga babakkiriza okusasula emisolo egimu abalala tebabakkiriza it wouldn't be fair.
Does this have an implication okuba nti the closure of business
absolutely there's a
impact eriddawa ndoza tumalire ne mudakika nga bitu malire
okusookera ddala impact ogenda kugiraba mu abakozi ababadde mu Africell olowooza bagenda kulagawa ate given nti already tulibaddemu eno situation eya covid olowooza companies make eziri willing okuba taking on so that's the first place where you're going to see impact ate impact eyo ogenda giraba mpaka waka mu homesteads these people have families to feed okitegeera balina amaka babadde balina plans abamu you know so you're going to see the impact there owokubiri impact ogenda giraba mu government taxes okiwulidde kati bwe bagenda eyo gapa nagenda ogifiiringa okitegedde then also enterprises mpulidde rumor nti Africell had the best data packages
okay
so abantu ababadde bakosa Africell apparently it was the best at cheapest abantu ababadde bakozesa data oyo Imagine watandika omwaka, you had the budget, you know, obadde ogenda kukosa data yenkana bwati, ate Africell closings. Olaba ate bwogenda mbali abanene ate okugula data, olaba bw'okyusa budget ate okujongera. So the impact is going to be felt.
Okay.
Yes.
Kale, ndoza abasibe ne banyawo bwetyo bitambudde, mbadde ne mwami Kyeyu ne Suleiman Sebo neyanzege wakadde kotwadde. Bwetyo tubadde nga tunula ensonga, of course tutuddeko mu nsonga za Africell, of course as a business channel. Tumanyi nti okuggalawo kw'abakulu bano kulina direct impact ku ffe Abannayuganda abadde bakolamu. It has a direct impact ku Uganda Revenue Authority, it has a direct impact on the entire economy of Uganda. Entirely ensonga ya UDB ndowooza nayo mugiwulidde. My strongest appeal is yes, tubeere prepared, tubeere n'ebisaanizo ebitusobozesa okusobola okulaba nga ate tusobola okufunira ku ssente ezo zendowooza nti zijja kukola ekyamaanyi, si okulaakulanya gwewekka wabula n'okulaakulanya eggwanga lyattu Uganda. Programu yigi tukole ekyagendera ddala mu maaso, tuvaawo.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
Kale basema ne banyabo mbaniriza nate mu program Kikyotunda, nze Fred Makubuya ndi muzukulu wa Lusimbi. Tukomeo tunulie ensonga business gabo zitambula mu bitundu ebyenjawulo. Of course program Kikyotunda eno comes to you Monday to Friday, of course mu budde ofana ko bwebuti, where we give you a platform. Fe we know tumanyi era tukkiriza era tukakasa nti COVID-19 yakosa Abannayuganda bonna. If COVID-19 affected the president of Uganda, what about a local trader awangala mitundu ebyenabugabo? Fenno mu segment eno Kikyotunda mwe tubawa omwaganyo okusobola okutubulya biki bye mukola mubikolera mu bitunda ki bwe kiba kimu kya sente meka. For instance, oba otunda to ya sente meka weziba pay emu eba sente meka, bwe manga nguze pay asatu onsalirako otya. That is the platform gitubawa okusobola okulaba nga muyita okyoyinza okukola be namba y'essimu eyo omukyala agenda kuba gikwata omubulire otunda ki okitundira wa tusobola okulaba nga tukutukako in the quickest means possible. Kale lwalero katugulewo ne muganda wange ono wa yeno business azikudukanyiza mu bitundu waneno ebyomu Kisenyi. Bw'oba onoonya abakugu abasobola okukanika emmotoka yo nti ne bw'oba oli kweregu boda kati wali dduka yali avuga buvuzi emmotoka ne bw'oba oli kweregu afuteekamu emmotoka amafuta ge n'avuga n'akusanga kweregu boda, oyinza okuba oli Kisolo, oyinza okuba oli Malaba. Ye agamba nti akanika emmotoka ku bbeeyi ensaamusaamu era ebbeeyi eyo mu butuufu bbeeyi etegerekeka. Of course waliwo abamutestinzeko nako olweggulo era feedback gye batuwadde nti mu butuufu ebintu byakola abimanyi. Nange nabadde emmotoka yange yafunye obuzibu olunaku olw'eggulo lwakuba nabadde mu dduka but basebo ne banyabo bw'oba wandyagadde omuntu akkanikira emmotoka etambula obulungi ku spare omulungi ate omusaamusaamu ng'akolera ddala bulungi ava ku bali abayaayo bamanyi benjogerako. Weesige abakulu bano eno bo basobola okuyamba okkanika emmotoka yo at the cheapest means possible.
Yigasha Leaf Gemanya, sales manager wa HK Spare Parts wano ku bya Ala Building Kisenyi. Mwena abantu abali eyo ng'obadde emmotoka ekutawaanya simanya ekubagana erina obuzibu mu masanyalaze jangu wano ku HK Spare Parts ku bya Ala. Tulinawo shocks ez'ebika ebyenjawulo n'emmotoka ez'enjawulo. Tukola diagnosis w'emmotoka yo tugikeberera ng'ogireese wano n'omanya obuzibu obugiriko nga tetunaba nagikwatako. Tulina bamakanika abalungi ate ab'empisa abatagenda gamba nti ekintu kyange kibulankanye gwe jangu wano buziku HK Spare Parts. Ebyuma byonna tubiyina, shocks ziizo, steering akaweziri jangu waneno ku HK Spare Parts buli kimu. Bwe motoka yo tumalo gikolako tujiyingiza bulungi mu kompyuta n'omanya nti olunaku lwonna lwoze nti alwali nakuza mwezi mmeka nti bweziti nti motoka yo twagikolako kinaki kino eno naye kirinamu obuzibu ne tusobola okutereeza customer waffe omulungi. Tugaba garanti ku byuma ekyuma nga kino oyinza kitwala ne tukuwa ebbanga weliba terinatuuko osobola okukomawo for 1 year ekyuma kyo wekiba kyononese nga omwaka tegunnaba kuwera. We have a guarantee for 1 year. Okomawo ne kikola ki ne tukukyusizaamu. Gy'osobola otuukirako ya sales manager kuwa spare parts wa wansi eri 0755 48 58 63 0755 48 86 ate enamba eya n'obuzibu mu wayalingi eziri 0704 93 44 57.
Sebo ne banyabo ndowooza nze ntera bagamba nti ekintu ekirungi tebakyogerera wabula gwe kyoyinza okukola bw'oba odoutinga you test them and see. Emmotoka eba erina obuzibu ye lwaki ogirinda okubanga efunye obuzibu. You need to do service. Weetaaga okugiza weetaaga tukula bagenda ogigolola. Efunye buzibu etomeddwa nga yeetaaga okuza ku kkubo weetaaga okufixinga n'okukola service. Abakulu abafaananako bwe batyo batunuulira capacity y'omuntu obusobozi bwe afutawuna atya atambula atya. Of course balina good rapport. I have personally tested them era ndowooza nti basobola okuyamba naawe okubanga business ziyongerera ddala maaso okubanga zitambula. Naye program kiki otunda? Of course tuvudde ku baganda bafaawe aba spare ate katukomewo ku bakulu abalala nabo bano bawangalira no masekati ag'ekigubo ekikampala ago kyoyinza okukola kuba bukubi simu eyo otubuulire nti nze kino kyenkola nkikolera wano nkikolera ku ssente bwe ziti nkitunda ssente bwe ziti era ekinfuula ow'enjawulo ku balala is because of my product. Of course that is what Chicho Otunda looks up to. Simply call that number on your screen. That lady will pick up your number. Tajja kubanga bano bokubira disimanya the telephone number you are calling is kindly switched off or not available. Fedja kuba tukutuukako basebo ne manyabo tusobola okulaba nga tukulondoola tulabe business nga bwezitambula mu bitundu ebyenjawulo. Kati katukomewo wano mu masekati ag'ekibuga ky'Ekampala abakulu bano abasinga bawangali abali mu ngoye business ez'enjawulo ffe kyoyinza otukolera nti simply call us. We will come to you as fast of course as a kita. Abatusomesa oluzungu batugamba as fast as a kita. Yes, abamu badisagreeing ne bagamba as fast as something else, but of course me I know we are as fast as a kita. So tukubire kasimu tusobola okubanga tukutuukako tusobola okulaba business engeri gye zitambula mu bitundu ebyenjawulo tukuwe platform olange business yo nga tetukusosodde tetukuwanguyiza mbw ate obudde bugenza. That is not part of us. We give you time. Akantu okalabisa ogenda okwesanga abasebo ne banyabo nga mu butuufu ebintu bitambulira ddala bulungi. Programs ki kyotunda? fenga tugiteekako omuggundu kubanga tumanyi nti gwe tosobola kubeerawo ng'ebintu by'otunda obitunze obikwese ate ani agenda okubigula abantu balina okubigula kubanga babirabye ffe bennyini let me tell you I was told by one of the people that it is good you may have discovered yourself you may have developed yourself but if you don't come out and deploy yourself use the 3Ds self-discovery self-development and self-deployment if you discover yourself and never develop yourself. Discover yourself, develop yourself, and deploy yourself. For however good your product is, ekintu kyonna ekibanga kirungi kifaanana kitya naye bassebo ne bannyabo n'obanga tovuddeyo kigamba muzukulu wa Lusimbi nga tojja naguza wiiki ewedde nalaba omusajja wano nange ku smart nga omusajja mutuufu akolera ddala engatto ne mutuukirira. So if this man had not yet advertised with us, maybe sandikoze that good pair of shoe. So all you need to do is, of course, yes, the times are hard, but of course, you know, of course, tough times never last, but tough people do. So the situations may be tough, the situations may be challenging, but of course, business kusigala nga zitambula tulina okulya n'okunywa kyoyinza okukola is simply call that number and then we'll come to you, of course, very fast. Sobola okulaba nga ate tukuyamba okuddukanya business. I appreciate muganda wange Haji ngenda kuba nkutuukirira manyi nti waliwo obubaka bwanku tebe tunaba kutuukako, of course, abakulu abenjawulo bagenda kubanga babatuukako sobola okulaba nga tubayamba business yammwe okutambula. This is the Business Information Center. Of course, our viewership is reliable. Business in nature, typically, bwe bagenda okubanga tosobola kubanga okola business nobanga you are not a partner, you are not an associate, you are not a member, you are not a friend, you are not a colleague, you are not a brother, you are not a sister. Ne TV efaananako bweti eya TV y'omusuubuzi waneeno gye tukubeerawo ddala okulaba nga tubawa platform okulaba nga mutunda. So kikyokola abasinga mwebuuza kali muzukulu wa Lusimbi nze ntunda musipi capital wange wa $5,000. Yes, of course, oba ina capital wa $5,000 sigenda kugamba nti rangi kozesa akakadde kamu kampe. That is stupidity of the highest order. If your capital is 50,000, of course it will be stupidity for me to tell you now come and advertise with 1 million. That is stupidity of the highest order. Wabula kyenyinza okukola nti nze I advise you nti kati kyoyinza okukola tulina kikyotunda eno bw'oba olina capital wa $5,000 tuyinza kutambula bwe tuti. Of course, we are not just interested in your money, but we also give consultancy, advocacy, financial intelligence. Kati tuletunuulira ensonga zino ku makya. So kikyotunda, of course, we also assess naffe tuli bantu tutegeera ate tusoma embeera ate naffe COVID tuku affecting in one or the other, but of course, nevertheless, we are not hindered by the challenges of this world. We know what some people are very strong because of the challenges that they encounter on a daily basis. So kikyotunda basebo ne banyabo, of course, muganda wange wa spare mulabye Haji Lusaye mulabye yono wa Grand Corner n'abakulu abenjawulo. So oba ina misipi gyotunda okola keki, maybe okola juice. Yes, of course, I know there are people abakola juice nga mu butufu omunywako toyagala kumanya bana abawangalya mu plot 1 n'ebitundu ebyewaggulu juice gwe banywa ogenda okwesanga. Of course, ekibafuula ebyenjawulo is the location, but juice gwe bakola, my dear, ali waggulu nnyo. Talk about ba sister bange abali mu business ya furniture mu bitundu wano eby'omutinda. I know of my friend oli wano mu bitundu eby'omutinda wano bitundu nga bitundu kiye njogere kindo keki bitundu eby'omundeeba n'abakulu abenjawulo. You can't basically do business and be effective when you don't come out and advertise your business to so many of us. Of course, like I've told you, advertisement is one of the key pillars to a successful business. So bwanga business yo ogitambuza otuna, maybe abasinga mutunda rings nga zino zenyambade, it is either gold or silver. I know of my friend who was asking me nti empete yo ajigula sente mmeka, ne mugamba nze yange yali najigula mu dollar. But of course, I know manya abantu abawangalya ku bitundu nga All Saints Cathedral, Christ the King, abali businesses empeta. Of course, entirely waliwo abantu bali mu business eya jewelry. Of course, jewelry bye bintu bingi ebyabakyala ebyaba mention it all. So ebyo bina mu program eno enganzi gye tutunulira z'ensonga zetubanga ate tubatuusaako nga bulijjo ate abasuubuzi batukyatambulira ddala nabo nga weŋŋambye nti n'abakulu abankubiddeko mu bitundu ebyennabugabo of course olunaku olw'enkya ngenda kuba mbatuukako mu bitundu ebya container village nammwe ngenda kuba mbatuukako obanga tv omusuubuzi tugenda kuba tubatuukako. I know of someone from Gyebintu Central, we appreciate tugenda kuba nawe tukutuukako mu bitundu ebyenjawulo. Wali omuganda wange ali ku Ham Towers nawe tugenda kuba tukutuukako akawungeezi ku lunaku olwaleero. Of course waliwo abali ku Grand Corner ng'ogyeko Haji Lutale, there are some other people ate waliwo abali wano ku Aponye wansi nammwe tugenda kuba tubatuukira. Of course ebyo bimu ku bifa kibaluwa, but of course I know ebintu byokola biri ku mutindo. Of course Mwami Walusembi gwakulira of course the skill up project museum manyi all these members are eligible to advertise with this program of Chicho Otunda. Kati no program emugano gitwala mugenda kusigaza program efaanana etya. Program Chicho Otunda basebo ne banyabo nze kimbeeza wano kwe kuba nti nkwadde platform. The onus is up to you okusobola okulaba nga oyisaawo ebintu byo ku ssente ensamusamu. Kuba essimu eyo omukulu yajja kubagikuba oba tosobola ya MTN kuba ya Airtel oba tosobola nga tolina ssente zikuba genda ku WhatsApp kwezi namba WhatsAppinga oba tosobola ku WhatsAppinga kati genda ku social media otulumbe ku Smart 24 TV y'omusuubuzi genda ku Twitter ne Facebook osobola okulaba nga osobola okulanga kye tuyise business yo. Facebook page is Smart 24 TV and of course first YouTube Smart 24 TV kati ate YouTube yo genda ku Smart 24 so teka mu yoje tukole boba ina program yo missinze ya Chicho Otunda basebo ne banyabo gwe genda bugenzi ku YouTube ojja kuba ogisangayo ate ne program zineno fe tubagamba nti obusuubuzi tebuggwako tuongera okuziba kubanga kye twagala mulage business zammwe nga bwe mwagala. Eno ye program gye mmanyi egenda okubakyusa obulamu bwammwe. Oyinza okwagala kumpa milioni 345 nze sizigaana. Naye ate oyinza okwagala kumpa milioni 5 nazo sizigaana. Kati oyagala okumpa ezikka wansi wa 5 olwokuba ennamba y'essimu eyo. Omukyala agenda kubanga azikwata asobola okubanga akuyamba. Naye ffe nga tugamba nti tutunuulira business nga bwe zitambula basebo ne banyabo ate ne tulemazi tuno obutunuzi wabula ne tubawa platform nti mututegeeze ebintu by'otunda. Otunda lugoye, olutunda ssente meka, olutundirawa ebyo bitwagala okubanga tutunuulira. Otunda makooti mu bitundu ebyenjawulo ogatundirawa, oli mu Kiyembe oba oli ku Hamu, oli Nabugabo oba oli eno wa, oli ku kizimbe kya mukyala Nabukeera wano ku Trusted Arcade oba oli wa Mwami Kirumira eno, oli wa Mwami Sudiru Pareria oba oli ku Hamu. Njogere kindeke ki wonna woli oba oli ku kizimbe ki ku dduuka ki madaala mwaliryo ki oba oli ku third floor nga Haji Lutale yali ku mwaliryo gwa mukaaga fe eyo tutuukayo ne tusobola okubanga of course tukomeno mu office neja office gibeerayo fe tumanyi nti obuvunaanyizibwa bwaffe ne bakama baffe yeggwali mukunda kati kyoyinza okukola kubanga gwe mukama wange nze ndumira budumiza onkube esimu nga muzukulu wa Lusimbi kati nkwetaaga wano kusawa 9 nja kuba nkutuukako nze kennyini ate ne wesibanze of course tulina ba different people abali mu bitundu ebyenjawulo bajja kuba bakutuukako basobole okubanga of course Haji ali ku bitundu awo ebya opposite Bank of Uganda olunaku olwokutaano nja kubanga nzija tusooke tulabe tutanye ensonga ezo. Nammwe abatannaba tukubira amasimu simanyi kye mulinze kubanga guno omukisa gwammwe era guno omwaka gwa COVID-19 nga tugenda ogusiibula tukkiriza Katonda. Program yo wane business yo erina okubanga etambudde neva ku mutendera ogusooka paka ku mutendera ogwokubiri. Ezo ze zimu ku nsonga basebo ne banyabo. Nange nno nina yansuubiza okumpaayo luli yampadde kyennyanja kuba kyatunda. Ndowooza ono yaŋŋambye agwe bovaano yetirako waneeno mu bitundu by'entinda tusobola baate ebintu nga ebitambula. Nange sisobola kuba wamputtu eyenkanidde bw'atyo obutagenda wa mama guni afunde ekyokulya naye ate kambajjukiza era nga sinaba kuvaana eno program yiyo era gwe kyoyinza okukola kwe kulaba nga otambula naffe buli obudde bubeera bwe buti nga mwami Masenyo tannaba kujja fe tubeerawo okusobola okulaga nga biki by'otunda otunda ki obutundirawa otunda ngoye otunda ngatto otunda masowaani of course agemmere it could be both plastic and of course ne type endala otunda masaawa are you in the jewelry business okola ki otunda ki era kifaanana kitya zezimu ku nsonga basebo ne banyamu program Chicho Otunda zetunuulya kankulekera abasuubuzi baneeno ndowooza nange neetaaga okuva omulabe ebyembadde njogera nti bituufu kankulekera abasuubuzi bano basobole okwongerayo ndowooza nja kuba nkomawo towards the top of the hour ate olwo nkwanjulire lecturer wange atera okubeera wano mwami Maserino kuba naye agenda kuba atwegattako tuvaawo.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
All right, now, Richard Branson once said that business opportunities are like buses. They are always another one coming. So there is always another bus coming. If I told you in a bus park and you're waiting for a bus that is heading to Arua, or say you're heading to Mbarara or Ntungamo, or let me say you're heading to the eastern part of Uganda when you're going to Jinja, it is absolutely evident that there is always another bus that is always going to come and it's heading that particular way. That is one of the business costs that brings us on board to the show. This is Smart Means Business. I'm Joran Paul Sonko and welcome aboard to Smart 24 TV, where we definitely drive your businesses. New horizons coming up, and of course we engage you into other business stories and what has been making headlines all over the world, wherever you've actually been. And to everyone who's just joining the show, welcome aboard. I'm Joran Paul Sonko on Twitter at Joran Paul Sonko, on Facebook at Joran Paul Sonko, on Instagram at Joran Paul Sonko as well. And of course, the other business tip, the other business quote that we do have is from Phil Knight, which says, "Play by the rules, but be ferocious." You can play by those rules, but make sure you also follow what is right to be followed. And also remember to remain in your lane in that regard as well. So by the time you're playing by the rules, it means you need to follow the rules that are actually there, because, you know, rules are always set by the people. All rules are always set by those in the law, and they have to be followed, regardless of whether most of the people break them, because every time you break these rules, you actually become part of these penalties. And definitely those are some of the reasons as to why we definitely give you these business tip quotes, and the quotes that can definitely help you out in regards to that particular situation here on Smart Means Business. Now, meanwhile, speaking of the tips and the quotes that have actually been making headlines in all the areas in Uganda, we cannot leave the stories that we've actually been airing here to give you all the latest and follow up on some of those particular stories, just to let you know what it means and what is trending in all the countries across Uganda, and also in all regions, municipalities across Uganda, and also in Kenya, Tanzania, that is in the East African bloc, and as well as the African Union countries, or elsewhere in the globe, that is elsewhere at the international scene as well. Meanwhile, you can get us on you can definitely follow us on our website at www.smart24tv.com. There you can definitely get to know all the news and the services that we do have to offer. The website, that is www.smart24tv.com. You can also stream live via the website, and also you can also stream live on YouTube. Give us the subscription as well. Give us your comments and your feedback. Share those links, and we can definitely get to serve you better with your business and as well as your people. Meanwhile, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, it's Smart24TV on all those social media platforms. Of course, give us your feedback, follow us, and we are definitely giving you more and more business stories in that regard. All right, now I look back at some of the stories that have actually been making headlines across the country. We did have a son who killed the father for over 5,000 shillings. Now, in this particular one is in the region of Kole, that is in the North Choga region. Yes, the northern part of Choga, the Choga region, that is the Lake Choga region, where a citizen of Kole, actually a son, that is James Olugu, a 23-year-old son, killed his father, and this is in the residency of Bagrisel, that is Bagrisel Eastern Ward in Aboke Town Council. Now, it is alleged that Ogwang, who actually died after his son, that is a 23-year-old James Olugu, had actually killed him, but it was alleged that he was punishing his daughter for assumingly, because it seems the daughter had stolen the 5,000 Uganda shillings from the father. So the father, like any other parent who is supposed to discipline the children out there, because even the Bible will clearly tell us we need to discipline these children. In an African setting, obviously, when the parent is actually disciplining a child, there are some beatings attached to it to clearly put this child in the line of steadiness, or in the line of steady growing as well as steady business. And if at all you want to discipline your child, you get some. You can actually get a stick, or you cane, or a simple cane, so that you can actually cane this particular child. Give them some beating that will definitely put this particular child into the rightful path that you want to, because no parent would want to raise a child who's going to be causing insecurities in the community by stealing one another. That is one of the reasons, I think, as to why Ogwang had to first of all discipline his child. Now, however, during the course of disciplining this particular child, his own child, the brother, that is James Olugu, happened to come out and hold a wood, that is a piece of timber, to safeguard the sister. It's now like if I told you home and you have your sister, or you have your sibling, or that is your sister or brother, the siblings, and brotherhood is always quite important, we do know, and it's actually stronger because the blood bond is more stronger than anything. And that is one of the reasons as to why we've actually seen that James Olugu decided to come out to safeguard the sister, to help the sister and survive the beatings from the father. So apparently what he used to actually defend the sister was a timber, a piece of timber. And when he held it to safeguard the sister by beating the father, it accidentally hit the forehead. These are some of the reports that are actually coming up. So he accidentally hit the forehead of the father, and boom, the father already just died instantly in that regard. Now, according to Jimmy Patrick Okama, the North Choga Region Police spokesperson, said that they picked up the suspects to help in investigations. That is the daughter, as well as the son, who actually killed the father in that attempt of safeguarding the sister. Now, the police did open a case of murder at police CPS in Kole, and according to the police records, North Choga Region registered 92 murder cases between January and May 2021. So you can clearly see, before even we're already here in, we are now in September, but one would have to draw back to January and May 2021, where the police in the North Choga region has actually recorded 92 cases in 5 months. That was in a period of 5 months alone. There, from January to May, they had recorded so far 92 murder cases. And the causes of these murder cases were, one, attributed to domestic violence, as the cases of murder cases, leave alone the 92 murder cases. The other cases that were reported in the North Choga region, according to TUKOLE police, it is domestic violence, murder by shooting, poisoning, and also use of blunt objects. That is, those are some of the cases that have actually been many in terms of the North Choga region. That is in the first 5 months of the year, the first quarter of the month, if I am to put it in that, of the year, the first quarter of the year. So you could see how the cases have actually been prevailing. Something that the government is actually trying to see, that during these hard times, people may definitely have discipline amongst themselves. But of course, you can never go short with domestic violence. In terms where poverty is actually prevailing, domestic violence is also taking center stage. Because most of the couples out there, or the married people, will always have misunderstandings in regards to who is supposed to be providing this and this, and why is it that the man who was always providing is no longer providing. So those are some of the cases that bring about domestic violence. And remember, even the students or the children are still home, seated, and there is no chance as of now to clearly see that they're going back to school. That is one of the reasons as to why you will definitely find domestic violence, which includes child battling, and a lot more cases of child abuse in that particular scenario. And leaving that particular story and moving on, now we head to President Museveni, who has actually directed the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives to regularly provide market data to enable the government to advise the people on the available opportunities of the products worldwide. Now, according to President Museveni, he says this is a competitive world where every trader or a local producer in Uganda has to have information regarding what is happening worldwide, because it's when you understand what is happening in other countries that you build a foundation and see how you're supposed to run your business. And in this particular regard, the president was recently meeting officials of the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in that particular regard, as well as the Ministry of Tourism and the Uganda Expo Coordination Committee ahead of the Dubai Expo in October. So this particular Dubai Expo in October has been that definitely happens in the United Arab Emirates, where this time around the government of the UAE invited Uganda to take part in this particular expo that is going to start on October 1st and will end in March 2022. That is early next year. So it will be running from October, that is roughly the 3 last month of the year, and the 3 first month of the year. So it will take 6 months to actually take it will actually take 6 months. That is the duration of the Dubai Expo. Now, Uganda, which will join over 190 countries, an international organization that will definitely participate in the Expo in Dubai, that is in the United Arab Emirates, as 12 months from the scheduled date due to the COVID-19, the pandemic. Actually, they had to stretch away because of the pandemic. Now, the Republic of Uganda is participating at the Expo after the invitation of the United Arab Emirates. So clearly, this is a room for the traders. This is why President Museveni has actually been calling the Ministry of Trade to provide relevant data so that everyone in the trade sector, that is from the local producers down to the investors in the country, to actually get information regarding available market for their produce worldwide. This will clearly give room for exportation of these goods to various destinations in the world, and also bring in foreign currencies into the country, which is why President Museveni is calling upon the Ministry of Trade. This will in turn also will actually also boost the tourism sector. One of the reasons that's why the Ministry of Tourism is also part of this particular one, and and even the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, because clearly with the data, knowing it's the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to know what is happening in other countries, to actually put something into the country as well, because the more we produce and export, we're reducing on the imports, because some of the reasons that's why Uganda had to boost the Bubu policies to clearly show that we need to boost our exports, and rather than depending more on the imports, because the more we import is the more we are sending out our currencies, we're sending out foreign currencies that would definitely be of help to the country or to the economy. So if at all we are exporting more than we're importing, it it clearly gives us room for that. That is why the Ministry of Trade is being asked here to provide available data, to actually avail data that is updated, if I'm to put it in that way, to clearly show that the people in the production or the producers, the local producers, can actually tap into the available markets worldwide, because we also want to hit those markets at the same time as we import things from those particular markets. We would also love to export our products to the same markets as well. And of course, the Foreign Assets Minister, that is Okello Oryem, said that the Dubai Expo organizers will mark the Uganda National Day on October 3rd, which is aimed at promoting Uganda at the Expo. Now, Burj Khalifa, the tallest building in the world, will do a tribute to Uganda. All right, now on 3rd October, it will actually be marked as the Uganda National Day during the Expo. So during the Expo, countries actually have their national days where they have time to actually, they mainly focus on this particular country. So on 3rd October, being the fact that that will also be the Independence Week in Uganda, that is on the 9th of October. But before that, that is as we're also heading into the independence of Uganda, Uganda this particular year. So 3rd October will actually be a national day at the Dubai Expo, which will give Uganda the opportunity to showcase its products and also lift the other sectors in the economy. Talk about the tourism sector. And at the Expo, you're enriching a number of countries, a number of billionaires, and a number of investors that will definitely take part in this 6-month Expo in Dubai. That is the Dubai Expo for you in the United Arab Emirates. Now, we shall definitely be waiting and seeing what Uganda has to offer in regards to the Dubai Expo that will definitely be scheduled in October 2021, starting from the 1st of October and of course ending on the 31st of March 2022. That is early next year. Now, the president who had actually talked about Simsim, whose total market size in the UAE is $839 million US, and yet our exports there are negligible. And he also cited dairy milk, whose market size is $2.846 billion US, but our exports are only $374 million US, and the bananas, whose market size is $664 million US, but we have never attempted that market. So the president, what hurts the president most is that we have these particular products and we have not yet attempted to hit that market in Dubai over there with the bananas. Talk about the milk, and also talking about the other exports, in such as if you talk about the we talk about the banana and the dairy milk, something that Uganda is actually rich in, and yet the exports that are actually, the total weight of export is actually very huge in Dubai. He also talked about Simsim, whose market in Dubai is also in high demand. So you could definitely see if at all the local producers here or the local farmers in Uganda can definitely tap into the Dubai market. Who knows how far the agriculture or the economy of Uganda will definitely be trying so much. And of course, despite the fact that Uganda had elections and COVID-19, we had uncertainties and business conditions had inconsistently improved in the city center, and supporting the view of the economic recovery, it is actually going underway, because there's as we head into the lockdowns and coming back, those are some of the reasons as to why most of the Ugandans did not only suffer through the elections but also uncertainties, but the COVID lockdown also continued to throw its effect onto that. That is one of the reasons as to why President Museveni did think of the idea that we need to get back to work. That is following the first segment, following the 42-day lockdown, and most of the Ugandans were already weren't actually earning anything out of that particular one. And of course, still with those the stories that were actually making headlines in regards to how far the country has gone in the business stories, not only the business stories though, and also the social aspect of it. We also have some coming in from the Kenyan market, as we talk about the South African giant that operates the game stores in Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania, has actually did reveal that it has planned to it doesn't actually reveal the plan to sell its one store in Tanzania and 3 in Kenya, which marks the latest of a string of retreats from East Africa by a South African firm, following game that actually closed up in Tanzania and also closing up in Uganda. So clearly you could see rather in Uganda and also in Madagascar. It did not close in Tanzania, rather that is ShopRite closed in Uganda and in Madagascar. So ShopRite in Uganda is actually in its latter stages, if I am to put it in that way. Now, the Johannesburg Stock Exchange listed market, that is the retail market, announced that it had put over 14 game stores in East and West Africa on sale. That is according to the Massmart CEO, Michelle Slep, who actually said that the chain had begun a formal sales process to divest in 5 game stores in Nigeria, 4 in Ghana, 3 in Kenya, and 1 in Uganda. Meanwhile, the other in Tanzania. So, game supermarkets, so the people who have actually been heading to the shopping mall, to the Lugogo Mall over there to shop in both ShopRite or Game Supermarket, I think this is going to be one of your last months to actually get yourself the shopping. What I've actually noticed is reports coming in from ShopRite. I would want to actually go in there this particular week to give you more of the feedback, ShopRite and Game. I want to weigh the prices there. Someone has, a friend of mine did tell me who actually went to ShopRite to get some shopping, that the prices have seemingly gone low now. Remember, ShopRite and Game have actually been having the most affordable prices in regards to the supermarkets or the retailers, the bigger investors here in Uganda in terms of retailers or in terms of bigger supermarkets. They've actually been having affordable prices. But a friend of mine who went through ShopRite last weekend told me that surprisingly now prices are becoming more cheaper than ever, because I think ShopRite is trying to beat off the time that it actually aligned to itself, that maybe by the end of the year it should have already been out of the Ugandan market. I would suggest that is one of the reasons as to why most of these particular products are now going toward cheaper. And you could definitely see, and you can definitely tell, if at all someone is trying to sell out the products, first of all, in the supermarket, most of these products are actually perishables. Talk about the perishables, and you would want to get rid of them. So you'll have to you definitely have to decrease the prices to make sure you at least get something out of it, because you're already exiting the market at the end of the day. Now, Mr. Slep said that the company was in advanced discussions with potential purchasers to take over its game stores in Kenya, adding that the country, alongside other regional markets, more so in East Africa and West Africa, remain a difficult business environment. Now, clearly, in the last 2 years, that is 2020, 2021, following the COVID-19 situation, ShopRite did identify that the Kenyan, the Ugandan and Madagascan markets were actually recording more losses compared to other countries. And also the losses they were actually incurring showed that there is no longer any business in these markets. One of the reasons as to why the ShopRite ShopRite supermarkets had to be put on sale to clearly concentrate more on the markets that are actually bringing the profits. Now, this is the same reason as to why the game stores, surprisingly in Kenya, by the way, Kenya's ShopRite branches were never closed. Yes, it's only the 5 branches in Uganda that are being closed, but Kenya's branches were never closed. Reason being that this particular country was actually giving room for the competition, and the competition that was definitely there included, one, the profits were actually weighing this at the same rate at the losses, and there were actually available chances that these particular profits would definitely reach a time and outbeat the losses. That is one of the reasons as to why the market over there in Kenya, the supermarkets over there in Kenya, were still considered by ShopRite. Now, according to Massmart CEO Michelle Slap, the markets in Kenya, that is the game stores in Kenya, will definitely be closed down. Reason being, there is literally no market as of now. And also in Uganda, the one supermarket that is there, the one branch of Game, will definitely be shut down in that particular regard. Now, this follows a street of difficulty in the business environment in such regions, and also the East African regions, where you could definitely see that most of the Ugandans have actually chose to go and shop in the small mini supermarkets in their areas or in their neighborhood, rather than going into the shopping and there you know, in the bigger supermarkets like that, you could actually agree that most of the people who are visiting Game supermarkets or the bigger supermarket that is in ShopRite are mainly foreigners or the white people that are based in Uganda are the biggest percentage of people who are actually going to that. Those are some of the people who used to overgo there, because most of the Ugandans feel more comfortable than the majority of the Ugandans feel quite comfortable by going to their neighborhood mini supermarkets or retail shops to actually get something for themselves or for home use. And I'll definitely say that maybe those are some of the other reasons as to why I could see that if at all main people, because during the lockdown most of these bigger supermarkets were also opened up, unlike other scenarios where the malls had to be closed down, reason being some of them were not availing to the SOPs. That is why most of the businesses did shut down in regards to COVID-19. Now the exit plan ends a 5-year stint for the Santon-based retailer in Kenya and further extends the poor run by South African retailers and farms who have actually faced headwinds to try to hit the local market. Talking of the local market, we can never go short of that in Uganda, definitely. And of course, if we are to focus more on game, and also we will definitely also be focusing more on Carrefour in the later stages of the year to greatly see how is it faring in the Ugandan economy, being a new mastermind in the business in terms of supermarkets here in Uganda, following in the footsteps of Game and ShopRite, who are exiting the country. So by 2022, I definitely think we shall definitely have nothing to do with ShopRite and Game in Uganda. Reason being, they are putting these stores on sale, and we will wait and see which other biggest supermarket will be following in the footsteps of these particular ones, because I, for one, have actually had some good memories of ShopRite way back since childhood, and one of which in the ShopRite that is Benchwanuka Street, and also ShopRite Lugogo. Those have actually stayed, have actually stood the test of time here in Uganda in that particular regard. I think the most recent one is the ShopRite, that is the ShopRite in Victoria Mall, that is in Entebbe. That is the most recent one that was actually opened a few years back in that particular aspect. All right, now this is Smart Means Business. Definitely we mean business when it comes to the business stories and the business headlines that we do have for you here on the show. And this is Smart 24 TV. I head into a short break. I return with the news hour to give you the latest in regards to the business stories here in Uganda and also across the globe.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
All right, now we head into the news hour. This is Smart Main's Business. I'm Joran Paul Soka. And welcome aboard. Of course, we head into our news hour to give you the latest when it comes to the business headlines and the business stories that have actually been making rounds across Uganda, not only Uganda, but also across East Africa and also the globe when it comes to the international scene. And of course, we start off from the MPs who have actually questioned billions given to tycoon Amina Hassi's Atiak sugar factory without parliament approval. Now, this was discovered by the committee chaired by Mbarara South MP Mwine Mpaka while interfacing with the owners of Atiak sugar factory, the representatives of sugar outgrowers and local farmers. Take a look at this report.
Member of Parliament on the Parliamentary Committee on Trade, Tourism and Industry are wondering how shillings 54.6 billion meant to pay sugarcane outgrowers in Amuru district ended up to funding the activities of a Takwi sugar project owned by businesswoman Amina Among. This was released by the committee chaired by Mbarara South Member of Parliament Mwine Mpaka while enforcing with the owners of a Saki sugar factory, the representatives of sugar outgrowers and local leaders. The committee members questioned the way this money ended in hands of the Horidi Investments Holding Company Limited, which owns a Takwi sugar factory owned by Amina Harris to plant sugarcane on behalf of the farmers without following the proper procedures. The committee noted that through the farmers were promised to be allocated some plots with the sugarcane plantation. To date, no allocations to farmers have been done. The committee is still investigating the source of 16 billion shillings, which has also given the Horali Investments Holding Company without parliamentary clearance, yet was diverted from some of the sugarcane factories in Busoga region. Olivia Kantimbabazi, Smart 24.
All right, that is it for the MPs on the Parliamentary Committee on regards to trade, tourism and the industry. Wondering how 54.6 billion Ugandan shillings had actually been meant to pay sugarcane outgrowers in Amuru district, ended up funding the activities of Atiek factory. This is Atiek sugar project owned by a businesswoman Amina Moge Hassi. That is Amina Moge Hassi over there in that regard. So you could clearly see why the Parliamentary Committee is actually attacking the government in regards to that particular one. Reason being is the money was meant to actually benefit the growers of the sugar cans. However, it turned out to be facilitating the activities of an investor who is behind the appropriation of a Siak sugar factory. Now, this particular one was actually released by the committee chaired by Mbarara South MP, who is Mwine Mpaka, who, while interfacing with the owners of Vasiak Sugar Factory and the representatives of sugar outgrowers and the local farmers as well. So clearly you could see why the MPs are getting on board to actually call up, to actually go against the government in some of the policies that are laid on board. Reason being, over 54.6 billion would be more important to the outgrowers or the local farmers out there, because their condition is not that appealing, or to actually continue growing these particular sugar canes, and yet the money that was supposed to go to their benefit and help them out in their day-to-day life, talk about their basic needs, and of course also help them facilitate their activities in their different farms, was actually misallocated in that particular way and headed to the Atiak sugar project owned by Amina Moge, that is Amina Mogi Hassi, the investor and the proprietor behind the Atiak sugar factory. Now, the committee members questioned the way this is actually questioned the way this money ended up in the hands of Horaya Investments Holding Company Limited, which owns Atiak Sugar Factory owned by Amina Hassi to plant sugar canes on behalf of the farmers without following the proper procedures. All right, now if you could clearly see, this particular money was supposed to be going to the local farmers or the people in the sector over there, the growers. And these particular growers were supposed to benefit more into this. But surprisingly, the money ended up in the hands of the Horaya Investments Holding Company, which is to why the committee is still trying to investigate and see why where the source of 16 billion, which was also given to Horaya Investments Holding Company without parliament clearance, yet it was diverted from the sugar factories in the Busoga region. So clearly you could see some of these particular reasons as to why most of the local farmers are seeing that the government, if they're not benefiting from any movement by the government, because one, the government is actually considering others instead of actually looking down to the local farmer to clearly see that they also benefit as the farmers out there in terms of the availability of the funds that are supposed to be benefiting them as well. And of course, as the parliament continues to investigate that particular issue, we should give you more of that, because it is definitely another developing story to follow up and keep on here on Smart 24. All right, now moving on, the Criminal Investigation Directorate has raised concern over the increasing cases of Ugandans hiring victims of transnational trafficking as domestic workers. Now, a number of women have been trafficked from Burundi on the promise of taking them full jobs in the Arab world, but end up being held in incommunicado in the areas of Kabalagala, Kansanga, Bweyogerere, Chengera and Chireka on the outskirts of Kampala. Take a look at this story.
Charles Twine, the spokesperson of the directorate, says that the security forces are launching the operations against traffickers and that any person who have hired victims of transnational trafficking as a domestic workers will not be spared. He cited trafficking incidents of Burundian nationals to Uganda and Ugandans who are trafficked to Kenya. The Criminal Investigations Directorate have raised a concern over the increasing cases of Ugandans hiring victims of transnational trafficking as a domestic workers. Twine was addressing a briefing jointly with Agnes Igoye, the Deputy Coordinator of the Anti-Human Trafficking Department in the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Igoya and Twine, who have been following up on the separate transnational trafficking incidents, says Uganda have increasingly become a trans security, has also established that people trafficking girls and women from neighboring countries are also using forged documents of recognized and licensed Ugandan labor export companies. The ID data shows that the number of people trafficked transnationally shot up to in 2020. This shows figures increased to 6,066 people compared to those trafficked transnationally in 2019. Statistics adds that 8 of the transnational traffickings were raped. Olivia Kantimbabazi.
All right, now true human trafficking has actually continued to be one of the threats to humanity or human rights, and in that particular one, it has actually continued to be among the big factors in the human rights violation in that particular regard. Now, according to the Criminal Investigation Directorate of the CID in Uganda, has actually raised concern over the increasing cases of Ugandans hiring victims of transnational trafficking as domestic workers. Out of recent, most of citizens from Burundi have actually been trafficked and been taken to Kabalagala, those are the outskirts of Kampala outskirts. Talk about Kabalagala, Kansanga, Bweyogerere and Chengera, as well as Chireka, as most of them actually being hidden in houses over there that's being held in incommunicado in that particular aspect, as most of them are actually being held there and taught and trained how to actually carry on activities in the Middle East countries. And clearly this has actually been a very big challenge to the African governments in regards to making sure they can provide employment opportunities for their people. This is one of the reasons as to why nationals in different countries in Africa choose to go abroad or choose to go to the Middle East to actually find a source of income, definitely, because there are job opportunities for them in terms of housekeeping, and also some of them who are actually needed as security guards and well as drivers in the in the Middle East, to be specific. Now, according to Charles Twine, who is the spokesperson of the Directorate of the CID in Uganda, says that security forces are launching operations against traffickers, and that any person that has actually been hiring victims to actually go and work abroad. Now, you see, when but we always have a new company setting up, not only in Uganda, but surprisingly in other countries in Africa. And most of the countries, most of the companies that are making big profits out of these particular Middle East countries are those that are settled in Uganda. Clearly, one of the reasons as to why during 2 months back, the government actually came out and banned some of the companies, which included the Middle East consultants, to actually stop operating in terms of sending people abroad for work. And because most of them were actually trafficking or sending people not in the legit way. Yes, of course, in illegitimate, that was in an illegitimate manner. That is why the government thought that it is supposed to take a look at this and scrap off these companies, or scrap off the licenses of these companies that were actually sending Ugandans to work abroad. Those are the domestic, those people who actually sent abroad to actually work in the different Middle East countries. Reason being, there's a lot of violence taking place in the Middle East, where most of the Ugandans who are trafficked or sent there, not only the Ugandans, however, also other nationals who are actually sent to work abroad, find a very difficult time in getting in terms of the human rights over there, because most of them have no one to actually report to in case of their human rights being violated. Now, Twine was addressing a briefing jointly with Agnes Igoye as the Deputy Coordinator of the Anti-Human Trafficking Victims of Transnational Trafficking as Domestic Workers. Now, the transnational trafficking includes getting other nationals from different countries and bringing them in Uganda and holding them as captives, as well as trafficking them abroad to actually get some money, because you're providing workers or employees to go out there and work. And of course, the CID is still coming on into the investigation, where the CID data has actually shown that the number of people being trafficked has did shoot up by 2020, and this show figure increased to 666 people compared to those trafficked transnationally in 2019. Now, the statistics adds that 8 of the transnational traffickings were apparently raped. So you could clearly see more increasing cases of the violation of human rights in that regard, apart from even the human trafficking over there, because if there is also rape included, who knows, maybe other things are included. Of recent, one of the companies that actually also takes who actually traffics, that was actually alleged of human trafficking, which was owned by a One Dorothy. That one was actually a One Miss Dorothy in Moyenga. That one was actually another company that was having allegations that it was trafficking these the Ugandans to the countries where they would actually sleep with the dogs. So clearly you could see what it means to for the CID to dig deeper in regards to making sure that Ugandans' rights are never violated, and also the multinational human trafficking comes to an end in the country. All right, now moving on in terms of the business stories here in Uganda. Now, the oil sector registers improved ratings in the new global index. Now, the score that is according to the index released last week was propelled by improvements in the revenue, transparency, the corporate governance of state-owned Uganda National Oil Company. Take a look at these reports.
Petroleum and mining scored 49% and 55% respectively in the latest resource governance indexed by the New York-based Natural Resource Governance Institute, a non-profit entity that advocates for good governance in the natural resources. The score, according to the index released last week, was prompted by improvements in the revenue, transparency, cooperative governance of state-owned Uganda National Oil Company, and reporting on the performance of the Petroleum Fund. The 49% score is, however, an improvement by 5 points from the 44% scored in the last index scored in year 2017. The index, according to NRGI, is an evidence-based tool that allows stakeholders such as governments, civil society actors, private companies, and citizens to understand how their countries perform in terms of resources governance. Speaking at the release of the index last week, Mr. Moses Kagwa, the Finance Minister, Acting Director for Economic Affairs, called government's commitment to continue enhancing core governance in management of natural resources, revealing that recommendations of the year 2017 index have been integrated as part resources management in the national development. Olivia Kantimbabazi, Smart 24.
All right, Olivia Kante-Babazi, in that particular one. Now, you could clearly see that the corporate governance of state-owned Ugandan National Oil Company is clearly doing some state of improvement in regards to that. As according to the global index, the petroleum and mining scored around 49% and 55% respectively in the latest resource governance index by the New York-based Natural Resource Governance Institute. Now, this is actually a non-profit entity that advocates for the good governance in natural resources. As the country is still looking into a way of how we can definitely benefit as Ugandans from the oil sector in the ends of Hoima, that is in the western part of Uganda, clearly, the Albertine region, you could definitely agree that every time we improve in the ratings in the global index, it's clearly giving us a wide view of how our market, how our oil will actually be accepted in the market, and how much importance it will lay on board. Now, the 49% score is, however, an improvement by 5% from the 44% scored in the last index score way back in 2017 in that particular one. Now, and the recommendations of the 2017 index had been integrated as part of the resources management in the National Development 3. All right, now, of course, that actually brings us to the end of our local business stories here on the News Hour. This is just a bit. We head now to the international scene to give you the latest in that particular regard. Now, we head to China, where TikTok now has more watch time in the UK and the US compared to YouTube. Now, YouTube has been knocked off its throne when it comes to streaming in the US and the UK. All hail the new top dog, TikTok. But will this generate the money as the YouTube has actually been making? Take a look.
App analytics firm App Annie has pointed out that users are spending more time on TikTok than YouTube. The report suggests TikTok is upending the streaming and social landscape as YouTube reigns supreme in overall time spent, but TikTok dominates by user time. Meaning, the de facto king of internet streaming still remains YouTube, which has an estimated 2 billion monthly users, while TikTok has around 700 million. There are some caveats to the data that must be highlighted. For one, the data used for this claim comes only from Android phones, not iOS users. That said, TikTok is routinely at the top of the iOS App Store for downloads week over week. Also, the data does not track which apps claim the most time for Chinese users. However, TikTok, which is known as Douyin in China, is hugely popular in that particular country. TikTok has grown in popularity over the past 2 years as the app, which was launched in China as Douyin in 2016 and internationally as TikTok in late 2017, hit 1 billion downloads in January 2019 and has grown rapidly since. TikTok hit 3 billion downloads in July 2021 as the app enjoyed success in its home country of China as well as India, the United States.
16 Douyin. So in late 2017, the company founder decided to sell it off to other countries to clearly see whether his investment was worth a bigger project. And of course, TikTok has been enjoying bigger viewership and also bigger downloads, not only the downloads, but also subscribers into that particular one. And now, in the last 2 years, TikTok has now officially had more watch time in the UK and the US compared to YouTube. However, the question that is still remaining is, will this generate the money? Speaking to some of the TikTok fraternity in Uganda, most of them do claim that the TikTok in Uganda or in Africa is not paying as that of TikTok in the other countries, because TikTok is paying other people, other content creators in the other countries. But however, YouTube still remains as the number one when it comes to the payments, and because it actually pays a lot to its users. Definitely that is to the account owners or the content creators via the YouTube as well. But for TikTok, we shall still wait to see how does the money come through, how do people generate the money here, with TikTok actually going in number one in UK and the US compared to YouTube in regards to watch time. All right, now moving on, we're here to Kenya now, as Naivas partners with Jumia Kenya to enhance e-commerce growth in the country. Now Naivas and Jumia shoppers are in for an experience following a strategic partnership linked by the duo in a bid to broaden their product portfolio. Take a look at this report.
According to Willy Kimani, Chief Commercial Officer at Naivas, this new development is an important step towards realizing Naivas's mission, and especially with the changing environment in the retail sector, as shoppers now want to make fewer trips to the stores, and that their aim is to serve Kenyans at every possible opportunity, providing a mobile experience that makes it as easy as possible for them to acquire products as quickly as possible at their own convenience. Kenneth Oyola, Chief Commercial Officer, Jumia Kenya, says this partnership allows their consumers to save time and money, since most of their daily household needs are available at the click of a button. This allows them to focus on other things that really matter to them. The partnership will enable shoppers a contact-free shopping experience, as we ensure that everything the consumer wants is delivered to their doorstep. The partnership will first feature Naivas Food Market at Prestige Plaza along Ngongo Road, before rolling out to its other outlets nationwide. Naivas enjoys a strong market share in the region with over 70 branches in Kenya. The retail giant is banking on its wide variety of products and affordable price offering and large customer base to make the online venture.
And now tapping into the e-commerce is definitely the way to go. Clearly, why Jumia in East Africa is actually tapping into those particular retail markets to clearly see that it merges out to make sure that most of these business it carries out the partnerships that will enable different business partners out there to benefit more in terms of the e-commerce or digital markets available with terms of the partnerships on board. And of course, not forgetting the fact that Naivas Food Market will actually start up with Prestige Plaza along Ngongo Road to actually carry on with this particular partnership with Jumia Kenya in that particular regard. All right, now we do wait and see how will it succeed in that regard, because here Jumia has actually also had partnerships with the likes of KFC, and clearly to see that also they merge up the partnerships to clearly boost the e-commerce sector in Uganda as well. Now, still in the East African community, however, the EAC partner states have been implored to invest in industrial parks. Now, the appeal was made in Dar es Salaam by East African Community Secretary General Peter Mathuki when he opened up the East Africa Trade and Industrialization Week of 2021. Take a look at this.
The East African Community Partner States have been implored to invest in industrial parks. The move would not only improve the competitiveness of the bloc in the international trade, but raise the contribution of manufacturing the economies. The appeal was made in Dar es Salaam yesterday earlier this week by EAC Secretary General Peter Mathuki when he opened the EA Trade and Industrialization Week 2021. Dr. Mathuki urged the partner states governments to enhance industrial productivity and strengthen institutional frameworks and policies to accelerate economic growth in the region. The EAC boss called for promotion of rural industrialization through an agriculture-led industrialization strategy and strengthening of research, technology, This would not only increase the innovation capabilities of all EAC partner states, but foster structural transformation of the manufacturing sector and industrial upgrading.
Now, the East African Trade and Industrialization Week, they take center stage this week, at the beginning of this week, that is 2021 Industry Week for the East African trade, and to make sure that at least they enhance industrial productivity and strengthen institutional frameworks in order to boost trade in the East African community. Those are some of the reasons as to why this particular Trade and Industrialization Week is actually on board in East Africa, and the member states actually do take part in this particular one to promote their trade in the respective economies and greatly laying an impact on that particular situation over there. Now, the East African boss called for promotion of rural industrialization through an agriculture-led industrialization strategy and strengthening of research technology, and greatly this would be of much importance not only to the East African community countries but also to all those that are partner states with the East African board members, and this will not only increase the innovation capabilities of all East African partner states but foster structure transformation of the manufacturing sector and industrial upgrading. Now, at that particular moment, that brings us to the end of News Hour here on SMB. I head into a short break. I return with the business tips, more so in the construction department, and we see if you are if you are an engineer out there, what do you need to put on board? Or if at all you are a real estate developer, what do you expect in terms of setting up something or setting up a mega project in that regard? Keep it SMB.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business. All right, now, do you suggest that opportunities are like buses like we did have here, or
you suggest that opportunities do come once, because one of the business coaches that did bring us to the show was saying that opportunities are like buses. Every other bus, you'll definitely, there's always a bus that will actually come and pick you up. So the reason will be definitely, the only difference is, are you ready to get picked by that particular opportunity that is there for you, or are you ready to book yourself a seat in the next bus? That is clearly how you definitely get into that. Now, of course, Smart Means Business heads into our business tips. What do we have for you today in regards to the business tips? Here we have 12 tips to help you successfully grow your construction businesses. All right, now, construction is one of those particular areas in the country or in the economy where most of the real estate developers, if you're to focus more on the business entities or the business owners, now heading into that sector of the business, most of them trying to see that they utilize the availability of the land that is there, and also the idea that is the fact that people are still in true need of houses, or the housing sector, if I'm to put in that. But the question is, however, what is necessary for one to actually grow a construction business? Because now it has actually become a business. One, for the real estate developers out there who actually run the real estate who are the same as the real estate managers in that aspect, who actually set up these particular real estate areas to involve others, or to actually tap into the available sources that are coming up, or with the fact that people, each and every year, people will definitely be looking for a new home or a new place of residence. Clearly, that has actually boosted the real estate market in Uganda. Now, first of all, let's look at these particular tips on how you can definitely successfully grow your construction business. First is building a great team. Now, of course, if we were to look at the business tips that greatly enable businesses to develop, we shall never go wrong with building a team. The teams are quite important for anyone out there, regarding of the business that you're into. If you're dealing with a small scale business, or if you're dealing with a bigger business and you're employing a number of people, you'll definitely agree these employees are your team. And that team is what is going to build your business. And whenever the team is not complying or following the core values, or following the visions of your business, or following the visions of your company, then that means you're bound to fail, because clearly it's the team that is going to build up, or it's the team that comes up with the ideas that are going to definitely help the businesses grow. So greatly, if you look at this, if you're growing your construction business, one of those reasons you need to follow is making sure you build a great team that is going to see you succeed forward in terms of that one. And of course, moving on, we have manage your business but lead your people. All right, here's the thing. By managing your business in this regard is, remember, you as the owner of the business are the proprietor, or the main leader behind the construction business. You are supposed to lay on board something that is actually going to help you manage your business. Through managing your business is leading your team. By leading your people, it clearly shows that you're supposed to give them the guidelines on how business is supposed to be run, because it is your business and you know what you expect from it. And clearly, if you were to look at it in this way, is make sure that the team you're building is following your vision, or is actually following what you want to actually achieve in that particular aspect. So clearly, you have to build a team and then lead it forward in that particular aspect. Because when you lead the team, it is just like any other leader. If you look at, let's take, for example, the football teams. The leader of this particular football team starts from the top boss. But of course, if we are to look at who is the leader of the team, all eyes go into the gaffer or the manager. So he's the one who's leading the team, because he makes the selection. He actually shows the direction on how the match is supposed to flow, or how the pitch is supposed to be flowing in terms of the play style and in that particular aspect. So clearly, if you're a business owner, lead your team the way you want your business to thrive. And of course, moving on to our number 3 out of the 12 business tips is invest in your business. Now, investing in your business is actually another one that is going to benefit you. Clearly, put this in this particular way. If you are not investing in your business, it is not going to give you room. It is actually not going to give you room and see whether your investments are making huge profits. Because first of all, before you set up a business, there are a lot of things that come to it. First is the investment that you need to put on board. Investment comes with making sure you put the available resources that are needed to facilitate your businesses. And if you avail these resources, you would clearly have a broad picture of what you expect out of your business. So clearly, if you are running a construction business, is making sure you invest in it, make sure you have the available material that needs to strengthen your company or your facilities. And the more this happens is the more you're building a strong bond with your business entities, with your employers, or even the people who actually come up to ask for the contract, who actually give you the room to actually carry on in terms of making sure you set up for them these particular construction sites as well. All right, now moving on, we head to number 4. Be selective to be profitable. All right. Now, being selective in the aspect of construction business is being selective in what line of construction are you going to deal in? Because we do have companies that are more selective in terms of construction is a broad one. We do have people who are actually selective in a way that this one would be having major contracts in only building bigger buildings, let me say skyscrapers or arcades. So someone will be centered in that business and they're like, for me, I'm supposed to be dealing in the construction of arcades in the city or bigger buildings. And then there will always be someone who is over there saying, for me, I'm supposed to deal in the real estate sector. Residentials. So this is how you're selective, you as an individual. So selectivity, or you being a selective kind of person, gives you room to actually tap into your own market, and it's actually going to help you to be to actually have a profitable market. And being profitable means you're going to earn from your businesses, because once you've invested, you would want to actually rip off your investments. How do you rip off your investments? Is to tap into the available profits. And by tapping into the available profits, make sure you are selective in the type of business, not the type of business that you're supposed to do, and it will definitely help you prevail in your construction businesses in that particular aspect. All right, now get the word out. Now, being a leader or being a business owner in terms of construction is making sure you know what you're doing. Now, by knowing what you're doing, it gives you the broad confidence of giving out orders or actually asking for contracts. By getting the word out, it means you're going to ask for something and you know you can actually pull it off. Because if you're in any business in the world and you're seeking for a job or you're seeking for a contract, let me say in the construction business, normally these construction business owners actually operate on contracts. Someone goes out there and writes out a contract. You sit down with the owner of the building, or maybe the owner of the house. You write down a contract, and and the person tells you what they expect out of you, or out of your company, or out of your entity. Now, getting the word out is making sure you talk to your you actually talk to your customers and tell them, this is what I expect from you as the owner of the building. And not only that, getting your word out also involves the key players in your business, which include your team, the team that is actually seeing your company grow, and also seeing that your business is growing in that aspect. So clearly, get the word out, and it will definitely help your business grow. Moving on to our number 6 tip out of the 12 to help you successfully grow your construction business is play to your strength. All right, now this is one of the key factors that is definitely needed. Everyone has got a weakness, definitely, and every business has got a weakness. And one of the biggest reasons as to why businesses fail is because we never identify our weaknesses in any aspect. And to the construction business, it is quite similar to any other business. Make sure you play to your strength. If you're in a sector, make sure you know that if I deal in this particular line of construction, this is where I'm good at. And this is definitely where I'm going to make bigger moves or boss moves in that aspect. Clearly, it's going to give you a picture on what someone is actually expecting from you. Kubanga, omuntu wakwa deal, oba contract, ajja kusaba agambe nti njagala okizimbe bwe kiti. Nga kirina flows, oba njagala ozimba estates zange nga ziri ku ttaka lino bwe liti. Kati gwe nga gwe olina osooka n'omanya strength yo team this particular strength also builds or gives you a room to see engeri gyogenda striving mu business. One, osoka nomanya nti with the team I have n'obusobozi bwe tulina eno project bagimpanga ya myaka 2 tusobola pullinga off before even myaka 2, or according to my team tetusobola pullinga off myaka 2, tusobola pullinga off myaka 3. This is knowing your strength. That is to play your strength. So clearly if you're getting a business deal, make sure you know obusobozi bwe buli amaanyi go gali luddawa kiki kyosobola okola in that particular one. And of course, moving on, network to earn more work. Now, networking is actually a broad one. Networking in a construction business is making sure you actually tap into the available markets by making sure okwatagana ne banno abaliyo mu business. Buli wakwatagana n'omuntu ali mu business eyo yennyini gyokola agenda kuyamba ofuna business opportunities, because clearly omuntu aba agenda funa contracts 5 at least ajja laba nga tajja zisobola ezimu agambe nti omanyi kankuweeka 2 nze nsigaze 3, because networking would clearly give you room for that. And if at all you get that, if at all you keep on networking, it is going to earn you more work. That will definitely give you room to actually achieve more beyond that particular aspect. And of course, what about if we head to the quality is actually is a priority. Now, your quality in terms of building, we've all had cases in regards to how buildings are collapsing or how buildings are not standing the test of time in regards to what the owner of the building wanted out of it. And as a construction company, it is up to you to deliver quality. Because if you're an engineer or you are a contract holder, talk about someone who's actually holding a construction company, these are some of the things that you need to notice. First, when you're delivering, there are things you have to deliver, and you're supposed to deliver with high quality, high intensity of quality, because the competition that is there in the businesses is quite wide, because everyone out there has ideas in your line of the business, and you're not the only one in that particular line, because there are a number of construction businesses not only in Uganda but across the world. And clearly in each market people look for the best in that. And how do we tap into the best? It depends on the quality that someone has to offer. Quality is key. And if at all you do not have quality, because this particular tip tells us, make sure your quality is top notch. Make sure you are a quality king in that aspect. Or if you are a lady, make sure you're a quality queen in that aspect, because businesses and people who are actually carrying out businesses are looking for contractors or are looking for business owners who have high quality, who actually possess the highest quality of service. This is clearly giving you room as to why, if I told you a business owner or dealing in construction, the way you're actually carrying out your work at the construction site sets out your quality. Because quality first starts with how you carry out your team. How does your team prevail with the work? Are you trustworthy? Because one of the reasons as to why most people do not want some of to carry out contracts with these particular companies is because most of them tend to steal their property, that is their building materials, and then their buildings end up collapsing because they do not have enough materials to actually safeguard them for quite some time. So you could clearly see why it is in that particular aspect. So make sure your quality is top notch. Make sure your quality is up there, because the competition that is there in businesses greatly needs for high quality, calls for high quality. If you're someone out there who's dealing in a different business, in a different construction business. And of course, looking more on top of that, make sure your company is licensed. You know, when we look into these particular situations of running construction companies, clearly you need to get a license from the different governments or the different local councils available. You need to register with the government or with the authorities, clearly, because this is going to give you room for anyone who's looking for you as a construction company or a business that is actually entitled into the construction, or if at all you're a real estate developer. If someone finds out that you're not licensed, then how will they know that you are a legit business or you're actually carrying out legitness? That is why most people actually call out and say this is where we have a lot of brokers in this particular business. Betwita ba broker babera nnyo mu business eno ey'ebyokuzimba ey'ebyobuzimbi nti babeerawo nnyo ne baba nga ba intermerging businesses ne balaga nti this and this is supposed to be done in this way, and clearly chovola abantu businesses finding a very huge challenge to succeed because bano ba broker tebaba na license tebamanyikidwa. So you as the owner of the business or the owner of the construction company, it is up to you to make sure you get this license, and will clearly help you out in terms of getting these customers who will help you out. Nibala abantu atene quality yo is actually dependent on the license. Licenses zino zigenda nezikuyama ne bagamba okay katona ina ne license emazeo myaka ki. Even the duration is actually available, so clearly it will give you a reach out over there. And then the other tip is know your customer. You know, knowing your customer is quite important, and what your customer wants in terms of construction, because your customer will definitely want an idea. Definitely customers have their own ideas in their minds, and someone wants something that happens initially. Nti omuntu ajja kujjanga yalina kyayagala mu bwongo agambe nze njagala ekizimbe ekyange nga kyakola bwe kiti. Njagala omuntu ajja agambe nze njagala ennyumba ngekula bweti efanana bweti. Omuntu nga yalaba ennyumba ku TV okwo mu filimu n'akuba akafaananyi n'agikuleetera n'agamba njagala ennyumba bweti. N'ofuna architecture n'agikuba n'akuba architectural work, the artistic impression. But the only problem is, have you noticed nti customer ina kyayagala nga gwe olina osooka okutuula n'okkaanya ne customer n'omanya what they want in them, because everyone has got their different tastes and preferences in that particular regard. And that is one of the reasons as to why most people fail out to work out with these particular customers, because tetutwala budde kumanya ki customer wange kyayagala. Wamanya customer wo kyayagala, by the way, kikuyamba gwe ng'omuntu ne kikuyamba n'ozimba a broad gap n'olaba kiki kye weetaaga as a business owner. All right, now in that particular regard, we're going to head into a segment where we get an expert to actually give us more in regards to growing your business in terms of the construction, or what are the key aspects from any engineer out there. What should you know, or what should you put in place? Bichebyo byolina okakasa okulaba nga nti biteekeddwa mu nteeko nga ogenda okuzimba, or what other things, if you are the owner of a building that is going to be set up, what are those things that you need to clearly pull off before a building takes center stage? Now let's take a look at Engineer Gordon when he's giving us some of those tips that we need to put on board before we make sure that a project is set on board. Let's take a look at Engineer Gordon over here.
Nokubanga okola nga ogenda kuzimba oba otandika omulimu gw'okuzimba, olina okunoonya abantu abatuufu. Abantu abatuufu bafuna otya? Olina okubeera ng'olina omuntu ekintu kibanga kimanyi mu muntu ky'obweyagala, oba olina omuntu gw'omanya akirina oba akikozeeko ali successful mu kyo, oba olina okunoonya omuntu azimbyeko, yazimba ennyumba agibaddemu bbanga ki, ennyumba eyo efaanana etya. Kati omuntu oyo mwennyini gw'oba ofunye ogw'oweebuzizzaako yaba alina okurikoomendingira omukozi gw'ogenda okukozesa. Yes, for example katugambe nti nja kuzimba ennyumba nga mashon jenina ina brother wange agirina oba era agizimbyeko, tofaayo oba mistakes ezali mu nnyumba eyo, obanga osooka okuzigolola oba n'ozitereeza, osooka okukozesa omuntu wena akuzimbira ennyumba yo, kubanga gw'oba oyina yaba asobodde okukola ki, gw'oba oyina kugamba gwe bakulifaalinzeeko, oba yakola mistake n'azimba kola omu n'ekyama, oyo tomutwala bagolodde oba okiraba tiyakola ensobi. Yes, ekirala tipe endala gye nnyinza obbaweereza nti mugende mu approving plan zammwe nga temunaba kuzimba. Bw'ofuna obuzibu obe ng'olina ky'osobola okukola ki, ky'osobola okulaga ensi nti nali ndi mu mateeka obadde ennyumba yakola ki, ennyumba yakola.
Right now, this is Engineer Gordon giving us a room in what we do expect from this. What I've actually understood is if you are a person who's actually having an idea to build a house, let's start from there. Look at someone who has already built a house and let them tell you the hardship they actually found, because we tend not to actually want information regarding how businesses have been successful, or how other people have actually worked out to be where they are. That is one of the reasons as to why we are failing out as people, because we think it is it is undermining our own capabilities and thinking we people would think we can't pull off something. And clearly, omuntu azimbye kajja kugamba okuzimba si kyangu. Ero jalaba nti abantu abasinga ayingira ennyumba kasama nga amaze okufinishinga wabweru. Ngasoka ayingira ennyumba asoka beating off the rent areas, asoka atandikirewo awo mpola mpola. Within time, ennyumba eba eggwa okitegeera. So ogenda olaba nti omuntu ng'oyo ajja kugamba okuzimba ennyumba si kyangu, kyakuwa budde. So kati gwe opapya ebintu ng'olowooza sente seminti biki it's giving you room to understand what is in the project. And clearly this is actually one of those tips that actually works out for everyone. Nti nga tonnabagenda mu kintu buuza omuntu aliyo yakiyitamu atya. Kati mbizimbisibwa osooka n'obuuza abazimbyeko ku arcade. Oyinza okuba ng'oyagala zimba arcade esooka naye ng'olinayo omuntu gw'omanyi azimbye arcade nnya. Yatandika ati arcade zino zizimba zivaamu ssente. Ayinza okuba alina nnya naye nga teziyingiza. Ate waba omulungi ennyo ajja kugamba amazima, ajja kugamba arcade ziyingiza, oba ajja kugamba nti arcade waliwo wajja otuuka akaseera nga kino na kino bla bla bla. Oba someone will actually give you tip always supervise the work on your site. Because if you don't supervise, blah blah blah, this is going to end up. This will actually happen. Bajja kuba cement, bajja mumba bana, bajja kuba material, bajja kuba mitayimba blah. This stuff like this. So make sure you always supervise. So clearly, this is giving you room. So as a real estate developer, I think you're just new in the business. These are some of the tips you need to understand. Know the people in the market, get tips from the people in the market, understand how the business is running. Because it will clearly give you a view of what you're going to expect, how you're going to actually come up with, if at all there are challenges in there, how are you going to survive? You kati oboze mu factory setting nogamba kati kino wekituukawo nkiyita mbwenti, kino wekituukawo kiyita mbwenti, kino wekigaana kino kijja kukola. So clearly you can see how you actually survive out of the business. So bino byonyini bye tukola biba bituyamba okuzimbirako. And with time you will definitely understand nti obulamu bujja kutambula, obulamu bukutambulira bulungi mpola mpola ogenda okwekanga nga omuntu gwe twabadde tulaba yakatandika nga business ng'ebizimbe byazimba kati byebisinga, because you've asked from the people who are there, because we already have companies that have actually stood the test of time and have actually achieved more and more. So that is one I've actually the main key aspect I've actually picked out from Engineer Gordon. I do understand a lot of tips he has aligned on board, and now usobola bako kyolonda and you put it on course. Nolaba nti nondako kino chinyamba oba obadde olina engeri gy'okolamu ebintu ng'olaba tebikuyisaawo yesaawa ndowooza naawe kitunudemu olabe nti if at all you pick this one, it will be of help to you as well. That is Engineer Gordon, a civil engineer, and of course also owning a company in terms of construction over there, who was actually giving us tips on what to consider in that regard when you're setting up a building, or what to consider before you even lay out a sketch map of or a groundwork, nti a ground plan nti kati ngenda zimba ekizimbe bwe kiti oba si bwe kiti ngenda zimba company oba ngenda zimba company ngeri ku ttaka bwe liti ettaka lyo oyinza obba oliyina naye nga idea z'olina zijjamu ekyo ky'oyagala. So clearly byebyo ebimu ku ebyo ebintu bye weetaaga okusooka ng'olaba nti you run a successful construction business. And of course, that brings us to the end of our business tips in regards to setting up or making sure you succeed in your construction business entities in that particular aspect. And for now, we're going to a short break, but Smart Men's Business returns with the news hour to give you more in regards to the business stories. This is SMB.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
All right, now we head into the news hour here to just give you the latest in the business rounds across the country and also across the globe. This is SMB News Hour, and of course we start off with the districts and municipal local governments records weak implementation of revenue collection plans and projecting only 15% as more northern districts named the worst performing districts. Now, this was the highlights of the results for the assessment for local, as most northern districts had actually been named the worst. Now, this was the highlights of the results for the assessments of local government functional processes and system assessment. Take a look at this story.
Framework focused on 5 performance areas, which include cross-cutting, water, environment, education, healthy and micro-scale irrigation. Under cross-cutting assessment, district and municipal local governments recorded a weak implementation of revenue collection plan at only 15%. The ability to collect revenue is central to a country's capacity to finance social services such as health and education, critical infrastructures such as electricity and roads, and other public goods. Considering the vast needs for poor countries, this low level of revenue collection is putting the economic development at risk.
The following: implementation of revenue collection plans, that was weak, it stands at 15%. Establishment of functional consultative redress committees, that was also low, it stands at 25%. Recruitment of district engineers, this also is low, it stands at 25%, but I was informed that the districts are handicapped because the certified engineers are not really readily available.
In my view, we can be appreciative of the outcome. But as you heard, I have also emphasized that in the next financial year, we need government, ministries, departments, and agencies to be more effective, efficient, and timely in the delivery of services, schools, health centers, and also infrastructure.
In the same local government performance assessment report, most northern districts were named the worst performing districts. Among them is Agago, Abong, Pakwach, Albetong and the Beam, Madi Okolo, as well as Nakaseke and Bugweri districts. The Vice President of Uganda, Her Excellency Josca Lupo, urged the local governments to work closely with the private sector.
In light of that performance, in the next financial year, they should also deal with the issue of strengthening the private sector and working closely with the private sector, because we are running an economy which is private sector led. And they should deal with the issues of environment, to protect our environment, to avoid issues of global warming.
Findings further show that many African countries are losing billions of dollars to corruption due to weak administration at local government levels. In Uganda, for instance, numerous corruption cases at the districts and lower local governments are attributed to the low level of citizen participation in the planning, budgeting and monitoring of public service delivery. Could this be the reason as to why some of the districts have performed badly? The Prime Minister of Uganda, Right Honorable Robin Anabanja, says Uganda is run on a zero tolerance to corruption and pledges to uproot the seed of corruption in the country.
Juzi nabadde nakasongola nensanga nga omugasezibwa bagusasulako bilioni 7 naye bwolaba omulimu gwe bakoze. Yes, total budget ya milioni 15 naye bwolaba omulimu ogukoleddwa vis-a-vis esente ze basasudde nga tebyenkanankana. Era bwe nadda wano nentumayo minisita Honorable Musa Echweru ddayo kakati tuli mu kufeffeeta okulaba ekizibu kiriwa. Kati permanent secretaries njagala baleme kutuulanga mu office babaleetere empapula. Bw'otuula mu office osobola okusasula nga ripooti nungi nnyo naye ng'ekiri ku ground kifaanana naki na ripooti. Era ekinkozeseza meeting eno twagala kukola tiimu ffenna tubeere muntu omu tutambuze ekintu kino munaakiraba ekinaddamu abantu bagenda kufunamu guno omulimu. Disitulikiti ezikoze obubi nnyo njagala bagamba ebyokusaaga mubireke kubanga naffe tugenda kujja kubalaba tugenda kutuuka mu disitulikiti ezo ezikoze obubi naye ng'ekyo si kyekikulu ennyo ekikulu kuli kuweereza abantu. Disitulikiti ezikoze obubi mwewulidde naddala zino Bugweri disitulikiti yange eri wano kumpi wano but of course bagambye empya naye iganga si mpya. So tusaba bannaffe mwenna abali abavunaanyizibwa mu disitulikiti ezo ba LC5 ba RDC tugenda kutandika njagala kugamba president tutandika okuriwadinga disitulikiti ezikoze obulungi bw'oba okoze bulungi tukongere alina yakola ki yayongerwako
to enable them to consciously and proactively participate in the local governance. This can be done by giving the necessary information to the citizens, by mobilizing and providing leadership to enable citizens become more aware of their constitutional rights to demand accountability and transparency in service delivery from the leaders entrusted with power.
Njagala bannaffe mukkirize oba mugaane nti bwe tuba tuli bannayuganda baba bali batufunamu tulina okutandikirawo mbagirawo ekisooka nga tunaba kubaleeta wano kubalaga results zammwe na assessment nammwe mwekolemu self evaluation bw'oba oli permanent secretary weebaleemu wekka oli chief administrative officer weebaleemu and therefore nze mbadde njagala okulaba nga gavumenti yonna etambulira wamu tusobole okuweereza bannayuganda.
The challenge in fighting corruption and poor service delivery in local governments in Uganda is the fact that the affected community is weak, timid, and reluctant to demand accountability from their leaders. Pedson Mumbere, Smart 24 TV.
All right, now according to Prime Minister, this is the Right Honorable Robin Anabanja, Ugandans will definitely benefit greatly in this particular presidential term of 2021 to 2026. And of course, we do await according to that particular one. And of course, she's actually called upon these particular districts that have performed poorly in terms of the taxes to actually come and take on center stage to clearly see a way forward on how they can perform fairly. And according to the Prime Minister, she's actually said to talk to President Museveni to clearly say that they award the best performers in this particular areas, and this would clearly be a boost to the motivation, or it will actually be a motivation for the poorly performed areas or municipal areas in Uganda to actually pull up and also contribute greatly to the development of the country. And of course, the districts and the municipal local governments have actually recorded the weaker in terms of implementation of revenue collection plans, projecting only 15%, as most of those ones have actually been from the northern part of Uganda in that particular one. Now, the ability to collect revenue is actually is central to a country's capacity to finance social services. So it means if at all the country has less revenue, then that means the fewer the social services will be allocated to the different areas in the country. And of course, that is the Right Honorable Prime Minister calling on the other districts to also take part in making sure tax collection is actually key or part of their lives in that particular one, in those particular districts. More so in the northern part of Uganda and also the eastern parts of Uganda. All right, now moving on, we head to Wandega as Makerere University diverts donations meant for restoration of the iconic tower, that is the iconic ivory tower. Now in October last year, Makerere University launched platforms to enable willing individuals and organizations to offer monetary contributions for the restoration of the iconic main building that was lost due to a fire outbreak. Take a look at this report.
Makerere University management will divert the would-be donation for the restoration of the iconic Ivory Tower to renovations ahead of centennial celebrations. Established in 1922, Makerere University will celebrate 100 years of existence in 2022 as the oldest institution of higher learning in Uganda. In October last year, Makerere University launched platforms to enable willing individuals and organizations to offer monetary contribution for the restoration of the iconic tower main building. The structure, commonly referred to as Ivory Tower, was gutted by fire in September. Following the Ifino, students, alumni, and well-wishers called for the expeditious restoration of the building ahead of the centenary celebrations. However, last week, the cabinet resolved to demolish the structure and allocated 21 billion for the reconstruction of the building. However, Professor Barnabas Nawangwe, the Vice-Chancellor Makerere University, says part of the money from the donations would be used to replace utilities in the main building gutted by fire, like computers, and renovation of structures like halls of residence.
All right, now 2022, Makerere University will actually be making a century of years, so they'll definitely be celebrating 100 years in service and making sure they're educating the nation, as most of the people call it, the Harvard of Uganda. The Harvard University of Uganda. That is the milestone over there. And of course, every young child out there is looking up to the Ivory Tower in regards to the education facilities as well. Now, in October last year, Makerere University launched platforms to enable willing individuals as well as non-government organizations that are also willing to offer monetary contributions to the restoration of the iconic building, the structure that is referred to as the Ivory Tower, which was gutted in September of 2020. As remember, that iconic tower actually was gutted by the fire, which destroyed a number of documents that were actually being kept over there, and a number of offices of some people and the classes as well that were over there at Makerere's iconic Ivory Tower, one of the oldest buildings in Uganda and also in East Africa, that represents a bigger picture in terms of the education in East Africa. And of course, according to Professor Barnabas Nawangwe, the Vice Chancellor, Makerere University, he actually says that part of the money from the donations will be used to replace utilities in the main buildings gutted by the fire, like computers, and the renovations of dilapidated structures like the halls of residence of the different students. Now, as Makerere University is still waiting and seeing that the nations keep coming in, as the government also is set to actually set forward and place on board money that would see the renovation of the particular iconic tower. As of course, Makerere University, which was established in 1922, is the oldest learning institution in Uganda, and also its Ivory Tower is iconic in the way that it's one of the oldest buildings in East Africa, and it has actually laid an impact into the education factors and also the education sector in Uganda. All right, now moving on, we head to the Karamoja region as Karamoja Mabo miners petition EU ambassadors, the European Union ambassadors, on modern tools. Now, the Mabo miners in Rupa sub-county, Moroto district, have appealed to the European Union EU delegation in Uganda for support towards value addition on their extractives. These actually say that they are exploited by middlemen and end up earning little from the Mabo in their areas. Take a look at this report.
Karamoja is one of the areas in Uganda with the largest mineral potentials. The region has high deposits of iron, copper, cobalt, among others. Mabo miners in Rupa sub-county, that's Moroto district, have now appealed to the European Union in Uganda for support towards value addition to their extractives. These say that they are exploited by middlemen and end up earning little from the Mabo in their area. The European Union, a head of delegation, led 9 ambassadors under the bloc to visit the marble mines in Moroto over the last week to discuss the challenges and opportunities of minerals and human rights in Uganda. During the visit, a miner said that many of them are being exploited by the middlemen who offer them low prices due to the absence of modern equipment to extract the marble. Cabinet recently approved the Mining and Mineral Bill 2020 that seeks to reform and strengthen the legal, regulatory and institution frameworks to cater for mineral traceability, certification and value addition, as well as mineral revenue management and formalization of small-scale miners.
All right, now, thanks, Petson Mumbere, in that particular one. Now, Karamoja, which is one of the areas in Uganda that is actually having the largest mineral potential in all the areas here in the country. The region has high deposits of limestone, gypsum, iron ore, wolfram, nickel, gold, metal, that is gold, copper, cobalt, lithium, to mention a few, even tin, that is actually even the tin, and metal as well, and other rare earth elements. Has actually been calling off the AU, that is the European Union ambassadors, on the modern tools to actually help them out in terms of the metal mining in the region of Karamoja. They actually say they are being exploited by middlemen and actually most of them say that they end up earning little from the metal in that area. That is one of the reasons as to why they still want to see that the European Union actually comes out and helps them and be of help in them. And Karamoja, being one of those areas with the largest mineral potential, is actually saying that if the European Union ambassadors tap into their market, they'll definitely be helpful to see that when they mine this, actually they even have ready available market for their produce as well in that particular aspect. Now, meanwhile, the European Union head of delegation led 9 ambassadors under the bloc to visit the metal mines in Morocco, in Moroto rather, over the last week to discuss the challenges and opportunities of minerals and human rights in Uganda. So when they moved out over there in Karamoja to discuss about the minerals and what we do expect from that particular one, I think the people of Karamoja realized that maybe if we address our issue in regards to the metal mining, maybe the European Union would be of great impact and would be helpful to give us scientific tools that will help us carry out the businesses in all aspects as well. Now, during the visit, one of the miners said that many of them are being exploited by the middlemen who offer lower prices. So now you could clearly see some of the things that we've actually been talking about in the fact that the government should actually come through and help these local farmers, or not only the local farmers but also local producers. Now even the miners are coming into the picture to actually help them out, and more so with the middlemen who actually set these prices low, they actually set low prices for the producers. And this is actually due to the absence of modern equipment to extract the metal, and of course most of them don't even know the actual price of the metal in the market, because someone who is actually already in the market will definitely come and offer low prices, claiming that maybe the quality is low. If I told these people of Karamoja what they really want is to actually have these particular mechanical tools that will definitely tell and weigh for them the price and the quantity of the metal that they actually are having. Now, Cabinet recently approved the Mining and Mineral Bill in 2020 that seeks to reform and strengthen the legal, regulatory and institutional frameworks to clearly cater for mineral trackability, certification, as well as value addition, as the mineral value management and formalization of artisanal and small-scale miners. And this was actually looked at as a way to actually see that the miners benefit from their sweat and clearly get ready market for their produce over there that they get after mining. And of course, this will greatly impact or lay an impact on the mining sector in Uganda, and also give room for other people to engage into the mining in Uganda over there. Now, apart from that particular one, we'll wait and see what the EU, that is the European Union, and their congregation have to say in regards to making sure that they help the people of the Karamoja sub-region in terms of their mining, because they actually have a number of minerals over there. But the problem and the huge challenge that they face is the mechanical tools help them extract these particular minerals. All right, now that brings us to the end of our local news updates. Now we head to the international scene to see what is making headlines across the globe. And of course, we start from France, where France's Total signs mega oil and gas deals with Iraq. Now, French energy giant Total signed a sum of $27 billion worth of oil and gas contracts with Iraq at a time when other big oil companies are looking to exit Iraq's energy sector. Take a look at this report.
Energy giant Total signed mega contracts with Iraq worth $27 billion to develop oil fields, natural gas and a crucial water project that officials said on Monday will be key for the oil-rich country to maintain crude output. The deals were signed on Sunday with Prime Minister Mustafa Al-Kadhimi in attendance, according to a Ministry of Oil statement. Total signed contracts with the ministry to develop the Ratawi oil field in southern Iraq, a gas processing hub to capture natural gas from 5,000 oil fields, and a much-needed project to treat Gulf seawater and inject it into reservoirs to maintain oil production levels. A fourth project was signed with the Ministry of Electricity to build a 1,000 megawatts solar power plant, as it is the most lucrative and ambitious deal to be signed by an oil giant in Iraq in years, and came as other international oil companies have taken steps to exit from Iraq's oil sector. There was no immediate statement from Total. However, Iraq urgently needs to develop local gas resources to meet electricity demands, especially during the peak summer month. The country is heavily reliant on Iranian gas and electricity imports, which have been irregular recently due to outstanding payments and high demand inside Iran. In a June interview, Oil Minister Ihsan Abdullah Jalaba Ismail said he was aiming to increase Iraq's gas capacity by 3 billion cubic standard feet by 2025. The development of the gas processing hub would bring Iraq a step closer to that goal. Iraq currently imports 2 billion cubic standard feet to meet domestic needs. Now, the Total deal also comes as other oil companies plan their exit from Iraq, as Exxon announced this year it would be selling its shares from West Quna 1 oil field, as the oil minister has also said that the British Petroleum will spin off development of the Rumaila oil field, the country's largest.
All right, now the Total deal comes into the picture as other oil companies, actually other bigger companies, actually making their way out of the Iraq's oil market. But now Total has actually signed that particular $27 billion deal with Iraq to actually see that it taps into that oil sector over there in the Middle East country. All right, now moving on to Britain now, as Boris Johnson unveils £12 billion a year tax rise to pay for NHS and social care. Now, the Prime Minister made this statement to MPs after Cabinet agreed to a 1.25 percentage point increase in national insurance contributions. Take a look at this report.
Boris Johnson has confirmed his government will impose a manifesto-busting £12 billion a year package of tax increases from next April to tackle NHS COVID backlogs and overhaul social care. The cabinet signed up on Tuesday morning to a controversial 1.25 percentage point increase in national insurance contributions, which will be levied on employers and employees. Tax on shared dividends will also be increased by 1.25 percentage points in a move expanded to raise £600 million. Much of the revenue initially will be devoted to cutting waiting lists in the NHS, with social care receiving only £5.3 billion of the £36 billion expected to be raised over the next 3 years. From 2023 to 2024, once HM Revenue's computer systems have been updated, the NIC's increase will be rebadged as a health and social care levy, which will appear as a separate line on payslips. It will be extended at the point to cover pensioners who are still in work, and the proceeds hypothecated put into a separate pot by law. Over time, a growing proportion of the revenue raised will go to social care. The government to implement a new cap on total care costs so that no individual will have to pay more than £86,000 over their lifetime. Anyone with under £100,000 in saving will receive some state help under the new system, with care funded completely by the state for those with less than £20,000. Conservative MPs could be asked to vote on the proposals as soon as this week, with the government keen to resolve it before the common breaks for the annual party conferences in a fortnight.
All right, now that is the British Premier Boris Johnson, who actually unveiled a 12 billion a year tax rise to pay for the National Health Services and Social Care. That is NHS, that is the National Health Services there in Britain. Of course, they've actually been in the spotlight ever since the COVID-19 pandemic broke out, because they were seen as the frontliners and key players, in fact, in the fight of COVID. So clearly, the Prime Minister made this statement to actually make sure that MPs and our cabinet agree on a 1.25 percentage point increase in national insurance contribution. All right, now moving on, we head to China now, as Alibaba has actually pledged a $15.5 billion to help China achieve common prosperity. Now, Alibaba is pouring 100 billion yuan, that is roughly $15.5 billion, into China's drive to achieve common prosperity, marking the latest big pledge from a Chinese company to support President Xi Jinping's campaign. Take a look at this report.
The tech giant announced Friday that it would spend the staggering sum by 2025 with an eye of 5 priorities: innovation in technology, economic development, the creation of high-quality employment, supporting vulnerable communities, and setting up a special development fund. The company also laid out 10 specific goals in its plans to tackle, from increasing technological investment in the country's less developed regions to improving the welfare of gig economy workers to working to speed up the growth of small businesses and agriculture. Alibaba is also setting up what it's calling the Prosperity Advanced Working Committee, which will be held by the chairman and CEO Daniel Zhang. Alibaba's shares closed slightly down in New York on Thursday after the news was first reported by state-run newspaper Zhejiang Daily that the company's shares in Hong Kong slapped by 3.5% on Friday. Alibaba's pledge came just a week after another major Chinese e-commerce firm, Pinduoduo PDD, vowed to hand over its entire profit for the last quarter to rural development projects in the country. It said last Tuesday that it would donate $372 million to the development of China's agricultural sector and rural areas, with plans to give away 10 billion yuan, roughly $1.5 billion, towards similar causes overall. The decision was significant for the US-listed firm, which had posted a profit for the first time as a public company in the quarter ended June. Similarly, Tencent announced last month that it would dedicate 50 billion yuan towards achieving Beijing's goal of common prosperity. The company said it will aim to help increase income for the poor and address education inequality, among other initiatives.
All right, down there in China, you could clearly see how companies are actually helping out on the government's move to actually see competition raising up in the markets, in the different markets in China, as well as creating innovations key in China's development, its economy. That is also helping out in President Xi Jinping's campaign to see the development of China as a country as well. All right. Now, moving on, African nations have been asked to digitalize revenue collection amid COVID-19 disruption. Now, the tax experts have called on African countries to digitalize revenue administration and collection as businesses increasingly shift activities online amid the COVID-19 situation. Take a look at this report.
Gyebintu, Commissioner General of the Kenyan Revenue Authority, said COVID-19 challenges have now made it mandatory to digitalize tax collection. The business environment has transformed faster due to modern technology as the COVID-19 pandemic has forced businesses to go online, thus tax administrators must align to this change. William Makliski, a tax policy expert from University of Pretoria, South Africa, said COVID-19 has increased economic headwinds in revenue administration for African countries. As COVID-19 ravages many countries across the world, properties are becoming empty, landlords are reducing rent and businesses are not making much money, leading to low collection of taxes. And so adding digitalizing tax administration would help governments earn more revenue. For Kenya, one of the areas digitalization has helped boost tax collection and management is in the property sector. According to Farida Karani, Cabinet Secretary for Lands Kenya digitalized its land management system, and this has seen revenue collection from land rates and stamp duty grow as the government knows where each property is.
All right, as African countries are actually looking into aspects of tapping into the digital space, you could clearly see that if we also revenue, that is the revenue collection and as well as revenue implementation takes a digital step, this would actually be a better way of actually running businesses. Reason being, tax collectors have all called on the African continent and the African countries to digitalize the revenue administration and collection. And greatly, this would actually lay an impact on the fact that we are still prevailing in the situations of the shifting from different activities because of the COVID-19 disruption. Now, of course, as the African countries have been at, Kenya has actually set an example to clearly see that some of the areas digitalization has actually helped boost tax collection is in the property sector. That is according to this Cabinet Secretary for Lands. And of course, Kenya digitalized its land management system, and this has seen revenue collection from land rates and stamp duty grow as the government knows where each property is. All right, now that brings us to the end of our news hour. This particular moment, we take a short break. I return shortly.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
And SMB does continue right here. My name is Rita Cavanero. You're watching Smart 24 TV in case you just joined in. And we're going to be speaking to you as you get back to us on our social media platforms. That is through commenting on different platforms on Facebook, on our website, as well as our YouTube. And we're going to be streaming, or we're actually streaming live on YouTube. You can as well continue to watch us from your different corners. And it's time for our talk. We're going to be assessing the oil and gas sector or industry around the country. And I have got an expert for you today. Let him introduce himself to us and to you, then we kick it from there. Robert, please, if you could introduce yourself this time, and then we continue.
Yeah, thank you, Rita. My name is Robert Tumwesi Jabaganda, and I'm the coordinator for Publish What You Pay Uganda. Publish What You Pay is a coalition of non-government organizations and individuals who are promoting transparency and accountability in extractive sector. It is comprised of about 40 organizations, but we are also a family of the global network, which is comprised of 700 members globally, who also work on transparency and accountability in oil and gas and also mining. Okay. That is the extractive sector. Basically that's what we do. So we've been working on issues of oil and gas since the inception, since when the oil activity started in 2006. But we've also been working on issues of mining. Okay. So we have
so you are the right person to talk to in this particular.
Yes, we have an overview, a wide overview.
If you
of
could
the
just
sector
give it to us, what is the current overview? What has been the observation since you started your work, and also since the mining programs and processes began, or the extraction began? What has been the overview? What is there to talk to us about?
I think in our view as civil society, and I'll talk also as a Ugandan, since the process of oil and gas started, the exploration since started around 2006. Very many processes have been going on because in 2009 the oil and gas policy was passed, which opened now on how the sector is managed, so between 2006 to 2001, you know, the companies, the oil companies started coming to do exploration. You know, during that time there was Heritage, there was Taro. They did exploration and discovered vast quantities of oil and gas, especially in the Albertine Graben. Yeah, so from that time, you know, the arrangement that has been used in Uganda is the production sharing agreements. So they signed production sharing agreements with the government of Uganda, and this means the process that Uganda is using is that the companies bring in the money to do the exploration, and the agreement is that when production starts, the companies will recoup back what they have put in all of the works, and after getting their money, the government on the profits, government will take 75%, and the companies will take 25%.
Okay,
so that has been the sharing, the production sharing agreements.
Okay, are there any loopholes or any, you know, challenges you have identified as an organization or even as a Ugandan?
Yes, the question of the production sharing agreements, most of them have not been accessible by the public.
Okay.
So the public has not been able to, apart from some few, but most of the agreements are not in the public. So we have not been able to assess, to analyze those agreements that the government signed with companies. So up to now, I can say that there is some degree of opaqueness in the sector, especially when it comes to the issue of the production sharing agreements that the government has been signing with companies. So that's one of the challenges on our part that we have been seeing.
Okay.
Yeah.
And on that particular agreement, when you say the government is taking 75%, is that a fair one compared to what the companies are taking? How would we tackle this one as government?
I think that is a fair deal, but the only challenge is that there have not been a limit.
Okay.
Because, for example, if we are doing an exploration on a particular well, what has not come out is that this company should not spend more than this. So sometimes I'm not saying that they are doing it, but maybe there would be a situation where they exaggerate the costs, and when we start getting money, we find they are taking most of the money. Because for us, we have been saying that these costs should be approved by Parliament before the government signs. Now, for example, if the company is making a work plan, they are saying, we are going to spend this much money on workers, we are going to spend this much money on exploration activities, and then those costs should be going to Parliament
for discussion.
For evaluation.
Okay.
To find out if really those costs are really
worthy and fair.
Yeah, because the only bad deal might come when we start producing and the companies are taking everything, because they will say, for us we put in this much money and there is no seal. So there should be a way of approvals on different organs of government.
Lacking and which
I think is still lacking, and in the future we might get a LOD.
Okay.
But otherwise, that deal of 75% on the profits is a fair deal, because the companies are putting in their money anyway. Yeah, so
very well for production.
Yeah.
And what is there for the local people? Because now let us first address challenges or issues or even concerns with the local people, first from the Albertine region, first from the Hoima regions where there are oil hubs around. What opportunities do you think someone can grab, or are there still any opportunities as we speak?
Yes, the opportunities, as a result of the oil activities, in that area, for example, land used to be cheap. But now an acre of land goes between 8 to 10 million in Nibunyoro. So that's an opportunity. So the opportunities have been, the land is now valuable in Nibunyoro. And I think if you go to Hoima, you find there is some business going on. Sometimes you find the hotels are full. So people are making business because the influx of people going to that area is much. And when people are going to a certain area, that is business. People who have shops, people who have hotels, they're making some money. But also, they made some roads, what they call the oil roads, the improvement in infrastructure. That's also a plus, especially in the Albertine region. They have been working on the airport. That is also a plus. Then, when these companies come, there is what they call corporate social responsibility. Some companies have been helping the communities on schools. They have been helping on the issues of the health centers and others. So that is on part of their corporate social responsibility. Some people have been benefiting. Okay. And then the other opportunity is when people were removed from Kabale, there was compensation. And compensation during that time was okay, because they compensated an acre of land between 8 to 10 million. So that was a fair deal.
8 to 10 million. That is fair, because if you're talking that, if you're speaking that still up to now, it is between 8 to, from 8 million.
But now there is a challenge on that, because there is what we call the ECOP, the East African Crude Oil Pipeline, which is going to go at, I think, in about 8-9 districts.
Yes, please.
Beginning from Hoima, Chikube, and some other districts in the greater Masaka. I'm talking about the side of Uganda. Okay. Now, where it's going to pass, people are going to be compensated. But now, what I'm getting is that they are going to compensate people, and acre of land goes between 3 million. So we have been, that's the challenge. People are wondering, why are you giving people 3 million and the other compensation was 8 to 10 million? So that is the challenge, especially when it comes to compensation. And the compensation has delayed. It has been going on for some time and people have not yet got their compensation. So the money is small, people have not got it, and there is
do you think it's an issue of government budgeting? Because when we look at the recent hopes coming in from even the budget, about 200 billion being, put in hope for, getting from oil activities, the 200 billion. So for me, I see that there is a loop in the government budgeting. That's why there are low costs now in regards to, compensations. How better can we improve this?
I don't know who to blame on that, because recently the president of Uganda signed an agreement, a tripartite agreement between the government of United Republic of Tanzania and also the companies. And the arrangement is that I think most of these activities are going to be supported by companies, but also the government is going to put 15% from these activities. So I think there have been slow activity, I think, due to funding challenges. But as you are saying, since the government has interest, it would put money, especially in the compensation, so that these activities go faster.
Okay, very well. And then there are advocates, there are people like you who speak in favor of the people even. There are still other advocates who came up, that is a month ago, with the social licensing operation. Have you heard of it? The social licensing operation that is being advocated by Crystal advocates for the regions around Bunyoro regarding the oil. People have to know what is going on even before all implementations come, on table.
Actually, we also support that.
You also support, you're in support of the social licensing operation.
We actually support what is called the community agreements, development agreements, whereby the companies come in and sign agreements.
Yes.
There could be non-binding agreements with the communities, but it spells out what these companies are doing and how the communities are going to benefit. And that agreement would be ratified by even the Attorney General. So after discussing with the communities where those activities are taking place, then the Attorney General looks at it so that it becomes binding.
In those agreements, Robert, what are we looking out for that could really be important to the people here in this case?
Yeah, in this case is, for example, when it comes to the issue of corporate social responsibility, the company should not come and say, we are giving you a school. The communities should come with their list of needs, and then the companies should be responding to those needs. That's, for example, number one. But there could also be, for example, some impacts. If, for example, you are making a road, you have cut trees, are those trees going to be cut? If you are doing activities and it's going to destroy the water, how are you going to cater for those communities to get clean water? If there is going to be a disruption, for example, on the social part of it, as you are saying, when you have an activity, for example, I know those areas, definitely there would be some disruption in families, because when you have very many people going, some marriages are going to break. The sexually transmitted diseases are going to increase because of the increased activity in the area. So, for example, how are you going to help people? The issues of HIV. Now we are talking about the issues of...
the population is going to increase around those areas.
Yes. Now we are talking about the COVID-19, where we are talking about social distancing and all those. How are you going to help people with this disease that is going to be around for some time? So the social challenges we are talking about. So all those ones need to be talked about in those agreements on how the communities are going to benefit. But also, for example, if you are going to supply some of the products, like eggs, like fruits, like
the people
tomatoes.
In business now.
Yes, can you give an opportunity to these communities so that you don't buy from Kampala? You can even build the capacity of these communities to be able to supply for for these products that can be got from the region. You don't have to buy everything from Kampala, or you don't have to buy mushrooms from South Africa.
And that is very
when those things can be supplied locally.
I understand
So,
that.
so the community development agreements, what you are talking, what you are calling the social license, is very important, especially for the communities, because they are the ones who are going to face the immediate consequences if they are both negative. They are the ones going to suffer. So there should be an arrangement, because we know there is this issue of royalties, where the communities, according to the oil law, which provides that the communities should be getting, I think, is it 20% of the royalties, which goes to the districts, I think the 12 districts, and also to the kingdom.
Okay, which drives me to another concern from the public, because what we have been happening, government has got different agreements with different, I can say, states or countries when it comes to pursuing or doing different projects around the country. For example, if I might give an example, construction, we see when companies come, I can say most of the percentage of employees we see on the road are maybe Chinese, or we see people of, I don't want to say people of color really, but people who have come to implement on that project or to pursue it, they tend to overshadow the locals around. In these agreements, or even what you are reaching out towards oil in the country, are you looking at that? Yeah. How communities are being overshadowed by the employment opportunities that these people are having. They tend to bring in their porters. Is it the issue of unskilled Ugandans?
No,
what is the issue?
I think I have been having issues on that, especially when it comes to local content. I know the parliament passed what they call the Local Content Act, which provides how citizens should participate in business. But we should strengthen that such that when these companies are coming, one, if they are coming to do re-registration with the Uganda Registration Services Bureau, I think there should also be a law in the company law. It should be reviewed so that if you are registering a company here, if a company is registered outside and you are registering it, I think Ugandans need to have shares. So that when it comes to sharing the profits, but also when it comes to employment, when it comes to supply of goods and services, the local companies need to benefit.
And we will continue from that, Robert. Let's take a break, but when we return, we're going to continue exactly from addressing that concern that has been there and people are greatly complaining about it. Okay. We take a break and our discussion continues right here on SMB.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
Very well, in case you just joined in, you're watching Smart 24 TV. I am Rita Cavagnaro, and we are still discussing and assessing the oil and gas sector or extractions around the country. And discussing this with me is Robert Tumoisije, who is the coordinator at Publish What You Pay Uganda. And they're one of the organizations, or is even one of the people who is making sure at least there is justice when it comes to extractions, mining or oil, favoring the people and the society around the country. Before we took a break, we were discussing on how citizens or on how the locals around the country are being always overshadowed by different companies that come to do on the projects, different projects around the country. But this time, let's talk or take it on from the oil perspective or extractions. Robert, you were still telling us on what really is happening and what should be done around this area. If you could please continue.
Yes, as I did mention, the oil and gas sector is a huge business opportunity for the country, and if managed properly, it can change the country, and the fortunes of many businessmen and women would be changed if we manage it very well. So that's why we are saying that I think now it is not too late to work on the laws to ensure that now, for example...
So it is on the policies?
Yes, it is on the policy, because generally we've been having investors coming to invest in different sectors in Uganda. In the banking sector, in the telecommunication sector, in the mining sector, and oil and gas. And now we have companies that are working in construction, where for the last 10 years the government has been it has been taking a lot of money, the budget for the country, for the different successive financial years. So you find if you are putting a lot of money in a sector, and people who are involved are only foreigners, that money does not trickle down. It goes, the whole of it goes outside. So that's why we are saying, if a sector has a lot of money, you have to make sure that you have to have a policy to ensure that the local population participate in that service, in offering those services, even in the business. Not only participation, but involvement and ownership of those businesses. Because at the end of the day, you will push a lot of money, because it's not about constructing a road. It's not about having an oil refinery. It's not about having the pipeline.
Yes,
the longest in East Africa.
Yes.
But you do not have a clear policy of how the local population is going to participate in that business. At the end of the day, the money will go out, the capital freight. So we are saying that the laws, the oil laws should be revised, but also the Public Finance Management Act should be revised. The company law should be revised to ensure that the participation of the local population, the participation of businessmen, the participation of women, of the marginalized groups, women, youth, is very clear on how they are going to benefit.
Okay.
Because we are talking about the problem of unemployment. How is this sector going to improve employment?
Yes, and as Publish What You Pay Uganda, are you working on something towards that to make sure you pressure the policy makers on that?
No, for us, for example, what we specifically promote is the issue. When you talk about Publish What You Pay, we are talking about, we are the people who have been promoting the issues of EITI. EITI is Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative, which is a tripartite arrangement between government, companies, and the civil society organization. And we are glad that the government...
companies and civil society organizations.
And we are glad that the government now signed off, which is under the Ministry of Finance. It is ongoing, and now we have the multi-stakeholder group, which is comprised of government, companies, and the civil society. Now we are participating. Now our issue is publishing what we want the companies to publish what they pay to government, and also in return the government publishes what it receives from from companies.
So that the public gets to know what is happening.
No, we don't, because currently we have been having issues where the Taro and the Total have been publishing what they are paying. Because even now we are making money from different taxes. These companies have been paying. So the oil fund which was created, it has been created for some money. So we want the government to publish what we want to compare what the companies pay is equivalent to what the government receives. But for us, we don't stop there. We want to know how is that money utilized. If, for example, the Public Finance Management Act says that that money will be used for infrastructure. Now, if the government goes to Parliament request for that money, is it really going for infrastructure?
So you again track the money, track the funds.
Yes. So our interest is in that financing. And so that's why we're also interested in the agreements. We want to know whether there is a fair deal, because everything starts on those agreements. That's why we're interested, because the EITI, the Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative arrangement, is that it was signed, I think, in 20th August of 2020, last year. Now, for us, our interest is, can all of these agreements now, if the government is saying that they cannot disclose the previous agreements which came before the arrangement of EITA came in.
And is that a policy? Why can that happen?
No, it is a policy because, as I said, EITI is an international arrangement.
Yes.
It is an international standard where different countries have signed it.
My issue is on government not disclosing.
Yes, we are engaging with government, and recently, someone went to court. I think Malimabis went to court and he was asking for the contracts. And the government, I think the Solicitor General responded that these agreements are not going to be disclosed because they contain some parts which should not be.
Your phone is vibrating. You could please silence it.
Yes. So for us, what we are saying is that we are engaging, and I'm glad that the Minister of Finance says they are engaging the Attorney General to explain to him these arrangements. Because if we sign it to the Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative, which is an international standard that promotes transparency and accountability in the sector, that is in oil and gas and mining, you have an obligation as a country to make public those agreements. So those separate clauses,
they should go
they should be removed, and then we say, because if we don't, you are doing business on behalf of the people, because the government, that we have the constitution previously, before it was amended, it used to say that natural resources, oil and gas and minerals, the government keeps them in trust on behalf of the citizen. But now they changed it and they said natural resources, I think natural resources, oil and gas and minerals, the government keeps them on behalf of the state something. So they changed it.
On the state, because
but the issue
is why this is coming.
Yes.
I do not want to be picked around here, but I can say what the concern, and we are watchdog as media. Government does some over the agreements, and then later it puts on the resources, because we have seen countries do that. And I do not think Uganda is one of the countries that might, blink an eye on that.
No, I think the question of secrecy, maybe the one who is interested is, should be the businessman.
Okay.
The businessman, maybe he has some secrecy, he doesn't want his fellow competitors to know. But these companies, like Taro, in other countries, they are disclosing.
Okay.
Now, if they are operating in Uganda or any other country and they are disclosing, now you can't tell us as the country and begin saying you cannot disclose this agreement, because what is that secret part? The secret part should be the business deal.
Okay.
How this money is going. Maybe he has, I don't know if he has some rights. There is some component he's trying to keep, business part which he is making money. But if this businessman, this company is making public these agreements in other countries, then now for us we put to task the government and say, now what you are telling us is not true. These companies disclosing everything in other countries. Now, for you here, why are you saying there are these other parts that should not be disclosed?
Yes,
so I think the engagement we are having now is on that side.
Okay.
Yes, we have our members. We have our 6 members, no 5. Substantive representatives from civil society on the EITI board, but we also have the proxies. So we have our members who are engaging with government to make sure that those things. Now, I think now there is also going to be a policy on disclosure, because if you are entering a standard an agreement, then you have to have regulations, guidelines on how you are going to review, to make public those agreements.
Yes, and good luck on that with pay what you sorry, it has skipped
the
my
EITI,
name.
yes.
Yes, good luck on that. But which also drives me to, we have seen some countries that are dealing in oil, that are rich in oil, but actually remain poor and remain, not people, the citizens not having opportunities, or really they are poor, living under the dollar. We do not want the country to go that way. I do not know if there are lessons that are being learned from different countries. Libya, we have Malaysia countries. What are some of the lessons that we can take up as a country not to go that way as we head into our exportation of oil?
I think what you are talking about is following the law. Because if you want the people to benefit, you have the laws, you have the procurement laws, which talk about how people should do business. So it shouldn't be that we have some individuals who are benefiting and other people are not benefiting. So there are 3 things.
Isn't that happening as we speak?
What can I say? Now the practice should be that what we are talking about is having a fair deal from companies. That is number 1. Because as I said, the companies are putting in their money to do exploration.
Yes.
And eventually they are also putting in money to do this on the pipeline and other things. So what we are saying is we want a fair deal. Actually, for us, we sought views from the public, and we have what they call oil and gas and mining manifesto, which we think that the government should be looking at. So we are saying that the citizens need to be part. We need to know what is happening. So when it comes to doing business, and especially when it comes to the issue of the agreements, we proposed that when it comes to doing agreements, we have been having a raw deal in most of the contracts. We shouldn't be having only 2 people to negotiate on our behalf. Maybe we have 2 people from the Ministry of Energy, we have 2 people from the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. They are negotiating a deal, and we don't know. We are saying, why don't we have a committee which is comprised of retired civil servants, retired judges, retired PSCs, who can now, when it comes to negotiation. In America, for them, when they are going for these international meetings, we find they have a team of 20 people coming to negotiate. Now, for us, we have people who have retired, judges, PSCs, commissioners. Those people have wide knowledge. So we should be constituting a team to negotiate on our behalf, not people who can be compromised. Because if you send it to people, they can say, oh, how much money are you giving us? And the government, they get to have a raw deal.
And in most cases, it's them.
Yeah, so what we are saying is 1, on contracts. Then 2 is that law, the content, the National Content Act, how citizens are going to participate in that business. Not only participating, involvement, participation, and ownership. How are they going to participate? How are they involved? And how are they owning that business? So that all that money the capital does not fly from outside the country. Yeah. So then the other issue is really having respecting the laws, and that is now about the politicians, the president, the ministers who are overseeing the sector. Not saying I'm appointing you. No, appoint people who are qualified, but also let the businesses become competitive, as we are saying that now the forces of demand and supply. Let people who really have the capacity to do business, but people will also build the capacity, what you call the affirmative action. There are people who have ideas, but they cannot start. For example, we have been proposing, is there any way that government can put money, for example, in UDB, if you want to do mining, so that you can access that money. If you want to participate in oil and gas activities, is there any bank, is there any commercial bank, is there any circle, is there money in these development banks that citizens can get? Because you know why, for example, the Indians and Chinese, for them, they do business here. Most of the businesses in town are owned, but the big businesses and the industries and factories are owned by them. Do you know why? Because in their home countries, they can easily access these cheap loans. They access these cheap loans and they come here to do business. So we are saying, is there any way, instead of looking at only foreign investors, we also build the capacity of the local businessmen and women to access credit to be able to participate in these lucrative businesses of oil and gas?
Very well. Credit is there. It's about now the interests that are very high.
No,
and people do
it's not there. It's not there.
Maybe for oil and gas.
Yes, we are saying, for example, in mining and oil and gas. For example, they are saying they are putting in money for agriculture. There have been some money in, for example, in the Centenary Bank, where you can access an agricultural loan. But there is no bank in Uganda where you are saying, I'm going to do mining and I'm going to access money. So people have to either sell their property or they have to borrow, saying they are going to do something else and they put it in mining. But we are saying, can there be specific credit, specific grants for those people who are participating to be able to participate and do business in those lucrative? Because we know mining, oil and gas, those are very lucrative businesses. But there is no way local people can participate when they are not supported.
And I appreciate that, Robert. Are there any indicators that you're reaching out to being a success in or what you're advocating for or what you're tabling out to the government? Are there any indicators?
Yes, the indicators, one of the indicators is we are talking about the EITI. The EITI, Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative, is a good idea because, you know, we are talking about government, companies, and civil society sitting on the table and discussing these issues. So I think that's a step forward, where because you know, even when you're talking about investment, you need to have transparency and accountability to attract investors. Otherwise, if you are operating in an opaque way, then you don't get, you only get, do I call them fake investors but if you are doing your things in the public, then you get these. The investment climate is good. You are going to get credible investors who are going to bring in their money and the country benefits. So the EITI is a plus on behalf, on part of civil society, of government and companies. So we hope that Uganda will not be dismissed from the EITI. For example, we are talking about the civic space. If you are doing business,
you still have a vibration.
Yes. We are talking about the civic space. We need to have, for example, NGOs operate freely. Like, for example, the recent decision from the National NGO Bureau to close NGOs. That was not good because you cannot wake up tomorrow and say I'm closing a company. Under company law, there is a process of winding up a company, of closing a company, called winding up, where you have to go to court. Because this company has got property, it has got workers, it has projects running. You have to put into consideration all of that. You don't have to wake up and say, because the law says that you can close, you don't have to rely on one law because there are other laws. And you have to look at you have to look at the constitution, you have to look at the company law, you have to look at human rights issues. So the civic space of citizens participating, because one, you can participate through association, you can have an association, you can have a company, you can have so all of those issues we're talking about. The civic space should not be seen to be dwindling. You have to, for example, the issue of Facebook being closed for some time, and we need, maybe, I don't know, people who have been engaging the president. We need people, especially young people, to engage.
Robert here is saying it shouldn't have just, closed because they
Yeah, you don't simply close, and because there is a political issue. No, yes, you have the powers to close, but now we're talking about civic space.
Okay.
Because if they are assessing, you look at how are you the media, how are you handling the media, how do you handle the civil society organization, how do you handle the politicians, how do you handle people who are bringing out those issues, and then we are talking about transparency and accountability. We are talking about everyone being online. For example, if I want to start a company, I want to know its funding.
It is because you have misused the online opportunity, the Facebook online opportunity. That is what government felt like you have.
Yeah, that's why we need a candid.
So there is no.
We need a candid discussion because I've seen, for example, people putting very many stuff of NRM. Now, if the president should know that every day they are putting his activities on Facebook because he has a team of young people who are promoting the NRM ideology and they are using Facebook. So you don't wake up and close it the next day. Yes, we know there are bad things, but now what we have to do is to have a spirit of the nation. Now this spirit is not about enforcement. It's about, if I'm a Ugandan, am I part of this development you're talking about? For example, I've been talking about the issue of people who are going outside.
For labor export?
Yes, labor export.
Yes.
Now, if you
there
cannot,
are other companies
yes, if you cannot, if for example you cannot employ me and I want a passport, why should they pay 500,000? Passports should be free. All these people who go out for chair, they bring in a lot of money. Even when you don't want to come back, you must send the money home. So I should feel to be part of the development you are talking about. If I cannot access the job, then I should be able to be facilitated to go out. If I should be facilitated to register a company, I should be facilitated to communicate.
Okay.
Now, if I'm part of that development, this issue of using over this propaganda goes because people feel they are part of that development. But if they are not, that's why you see there is a lot of negative publicity. But for example, if you go out...
I think, Robert, the country needs really more people like you. And which takes me to speaking about development, because time is not really good on our side. Let's talk about how we can achieve a good exportation plan for our oil or for our extractions, looking forward to that. How can we achieve it as you continue speaking on development?
No, there is already a plan by government. I think you already know that there is a plan of the East Africa crude oil pipeline, which is the longest one, I think 1,400 kilometers from here to Tanga in Tanzania, which will be taking crude oil. But there is also another plan to construct a refinery to refine some part of the oil here. So those plans are good because for us, there have been two schools of thought. There are people who are saying oil should remain on the ground. And there's another school of thought, because there are people who are saying that since oil is coming from a fragile ecosystem, where there are national parks, there are waters, international waters like Lake Albert, some people are saying let it remain on the ground. But there's another school of thought which is saying yes.
What do you mean remaining on the ground? I feel like when you say remaining on the ground, that means not being extracted.
Yes, not being extracted. Now, the another school of thought is you get this oil sustainably. One, you make sure that you conserve the environment. You have what they call biodiversity monitoring. Your monitoring plans are very well. You have a way of making sure that you are not going to contaminate the waters. You have the closure plans, because this oil is a finite resource. Between maybe 20 to 30 years, maybe 50, this oil will no longer be there. Now, when it is not there, how are you going to leave those holes you have dug and what? So for us, we are part of that group that is saying, yes, we want this oil to come out. But one, you should get it out. You should respect the environment. You should have good agreements with these companies. And then you should have a plan of citizens benefiting. So you should have a sustainable plan for the nation. Not few individuals benefiting, as you are saying, in some other countries like Angola, and some other countries where you hear that some particular individuals are benefiting, not the whole country. So for us, we are saying, yes, we want this oil to come out, but we want it to benefit each and every individual in the nation.
Okay, and we know, and surely it should really come out. I don't see a reason why it should remain unextracted, yet other countries have extracted and they have maintained the environment. If really the policies are in line, why not?
Yeah, and that's why, for example, for us when it comes to our engagement with the financiers,
as we conclude,
yes, with the World Bank and the other international banks and the financiers who are interested to put in the money, we welcome it, but we are ready to engage with them, especially on those arrangements, so that we get a fair deal, and also so that those people who are involved in implementation, they follow the guidelines they have set they themselves.
Okay. Any last submissions? Just in seconds.
Yes, Uganda is a country gifted with natural resources, oil and gas and minerals, forests, waters. We should use these things sustainably for the benefit of each and everyone. There is no reason why any Ugandan should be poor, or why Ugandans should be sold as slaves when we have natural resources here. We need to manage them very well so that we all enjoy, not few individuals enjoying and benefiting.
Very well. Thank you so much for having come through around Smart 24 TV. I'll let you go. Blessed day for now. And in case you just joined in, we have been discussing and assessing the oil and gas sector in regards to our extractions, mining, and surely oil. And Robert here has been discussing and also advocating for some of the issues happening in our different societies where the oil ops are. And my name is Rita Kabanyoro. Joram Paul Sonko will be on your screen shortly with sport. S&B continues around here.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
All right, now we head into our sports business. This is Sports Business on Smart 24 TV, and I'm Jerome Paul Sonka to bring you up to date with the latest sports business or sports news making headlines in the business sector in that particular perspective. And of course, it's to bring you up to date as well in that particular regard. As of now, we head into our local sports business fast, and here we go. All right, now starting up from the Uganda Premier League, and in terms of the Uganda Premier League transfer market, we head to Vipers and Ondu Paraka as Muhammad Shaban has completed a return to his childhood club Ondu Paraka FC, as the former Caterpillar skipper is set to be unveiled soon after completing a move from Vipers Sports Club. All right, there, as you can definitely see, that Shaban, who left the West Nile Giants in September in 2017 and joined KCCA, that is the Kasasiro Boys, and has since played for Raja Casablanca in Morocco. Having played for KCCA FC, he joined Raja Casablanca of Morocco, still moving on to go and play professional on the African continent. And after moving out away from KCC to join Raja Casablanca, Muhammad Shaban later on joined the Venoms, that is in Vipers SC, in the Chitende Best side. However, the Caterpillars have now paid over 20 million shillings for the former Uganda under-17 international to Vipers, since he had a running contract. Yes, he still had a running contract with the Chitende Best side. Now, last week, during an Arua 1 FM interview, the PRO Godfrey Drebe, Drabe, yes, while addressing among key issues affecting Ondu Paraka and also showing way forward for Ondu Paraka FC, did outline the fact that they were in talks with Vipers to make sure that they sign the main man over there in Muhammad Shaban to return to Ondu Paraka FC in Arua. Now, since joining the Venoms 2 seasons ago, Shaban struggled with injuries and failed to make any impact. And as he sat out most of the games midway last season, now he was indefinitely suspended by the club over indiscipline cases. Now his move actually comes at a time when most of the former Ondu Paraka players with whom he helped the club earn promotion to the top tier in 2014 are back in Arua, but with new league entrants, Arua Hills FC. Now it remains to be seen whether he will also follow suit and join the Congolo, who are believed to have been interested in getting him before he put pen to paper at Ondu Paraka. So last week, that is the PRO, Mr. Godfrey Adreba, was actually talking through an interview at Arua FM and in an interview on a sports show where he was actually identifying the ideas that Ondu Paraka are in talks to actually get themselves Mr. Muhammad Shaban to sign that thing, Mr. Muhammad Shaban. Right, now he was actually a man who is being in the arms of KCC. He was actually from KCC, where he actually performed fairly enough, and later on joined Raja Casablanca in Morocco, where Vipers actually went and got him to actually add to the depth of their squad. Surprisingly, for the 2 seasons he spent at Vipers, he has not had good playing time at Vipers, with the injuries actually getting into his way. Not only the injuries, however, but also the fact that he has actually had cases with indiscipline, and also some of the reasons as to why he was indefinitely suspended by the club. earlier last season, and it's actually these are some of the reasons as to why his move to Ondu Baraka FC has come to pass. With the 20 million shillings for the former under-17 international, who's now back to the who's actually back now to the Caterpillars. And of course, will he rewrite the same scripts he wrote in his first stint at Ondu Baraka FC? We wait and see, because we also anticipate for for a very rough that is actually going to be another big derby in there in Arua football in the Western Nile, that is in the West Nile part region of Uganda, where Arua FC, that is Arua Hills FC, will be entertaining Ondu Baraka FC. That is another derby that is actually under anticipation ahead of the 2021-2022 Uganda Premier League season. And of course, we'll wait and see how Muhammad Shaban will fare for his new outfit in Ondu Baraka FC, and clearly follow up on his form or on his recess in that regard. All right, now moving on, still with the Uganda Premier League. However, Uganda Premier League clubs that are actually looking at the way of strengthening their clubs ahead of the Premier League season here in the local league outfit. Now we head to Express FC, the people who are best in Wankulukuku. Now this particular team, who are the defending champions of the Uganda Premier League, have actually confirmed the acquisition of Dewis Bukenya and Nicholas Kasozi ahead of the 2021-2022 season. Now Kasozi, who joins the Red Eagles on season long loan deal from Chetume, while Bukenya signed a one-year contract as a free agent. Now, Bukenya brings versatility to the side with the ability to play in central defense and holding midfield and composure while at it. However, on the other hand, Kasozi is a good distributor of the ball, which completes his ball-winning attribute as a holding midfielder. So you could definitely see what it means for Express FC in a chance to actually see that they defend their crown of the Uganda Premier League in that particular aspect. Now, with Express returning to the continent after 13 years, head coach Waswa Bosa believes the duo should help in not only defending the league, but also make an impact on the continent, which he says is a top key priority. Now, Bukenya, who has played for Vipers SC in the past, understands that it is what is at stake. And Bukenya and Kasozi have all been registered to feature on the continent, and their assignment could be preliminary round tie against Sudanese outfit Al Merrikh. Now, Express host their first leg tie on Friday, that is September 30th, on Friday, September 10th at St. Mary's Stadium, Chitenda, before traveling to the Sudanese capital, Khartoum, for the return leg on September 18th, because they will be entertaining Al Merrikh, that is Al Merrikh, in that particular opening of the preliminary round in the CAF Champions League. Remember, Express FC are the current champions of the Uganda Premier League, which means they will represent the nation when it comes to the continental competitions in the CAF Champions League. But however, as you could definitely see, the Red Eagles have decided to make sure they strengthen their club. They're looking for a club depth by putting in the money where necessary, because they've actually been getting the money. Recently, they got themselves $30,000 after they had traveled to Tanzania in the just concluded Sekafa Kagame Championship, where they actually emerged winners after that 1-0 win over there in the finals. And you could definitely see what it meant to them. That means they added on more to the money they had received initially when they won the Uganda Premier League. So clearly, they're now inputting this money to add more investments, because now where football is actually heading is, if you don't have the money or you don't have the funds, you are not winning anything. That is one of the reasons that's why Vipers had to actually acquire another foreign-based coach to come and also add something onto the team to spice up the league and also make sure that Vipers also compete favorably. Now, ahead of the Uganda Premier League, Express FC did confirm two of these particular midfielders in Dewis Bukenya and Nicholas Kasozi. And Kasozi, who actually comes from a season-long loan from Chetume, while Bukenya signed a one-year contract because he was already a free agent in that particular regard. So Express FC looking at that particular way to see that they add depth into their squad and defend favorably ahead of the 2021-2022 Premier League season, because other clubs are also making sure they strengthen each other's sides, and others are also paving way for other players to move out as they add more players to the depth of the squad. Remember, in a season that is actually having more matches, you definitely need to have a very good team that is better off, and if at all you have a first 11, you should definitely be having a competitive second 11 in that particular aspect. Those are some of the reasons as to why these clubs are actually looking into 2022 way of making sure they sign new players in that particular aspect. All right, now that brings us to the end of our local sports business here, and in regards to that, today we're totally doing football as we're totally bringing out football in terms of football business in that particular regard. All right, now we head to the international football scene, as today we only have sports business in regards to football, so should it be football business as of today? Now we head to Europe as Galatasaray have actually inquired about Arsenal's 29-year-old midfielder Mohamed El-Neni, with the Turkish transfer window closing on Wednesday. The Egyptian international has just a 1 year remaining on his employment contract at the Emirates Stadium. Will Arsenal add him a contract, or will he be leaving to Galatasaray, or will they wait for him to be a free agent come next year's summer in 2022? That is the biggest question now. The Turkish Giants have until the close of their domestic transfer window on Wednesday to conclude a deal for the 29-year-old. Now, El-Neni, who joined Arsenal from the Swiss club Basel in 2016, has just a year remaining on his contract in North London. Meanwhile, Arsenal might be tempted by the prospect of trying to recoup a transfer fee rather than seeing him potentially leave for free next summer, as there is no contract extension agreement as of now between the club and the Egyptian midfielder. Now, the Egyptian international has previous experience of playing in Turkey, having spent the 2019-2020 season on loan to Besiktas. Now, after falling out of favor under former Arsenal boss in Unai Emery, he featured 41 times in all competitions last season, and in Mikel Arteta's first full campaign in charge at the Emirates Stadium, has actually been having a few playing time over there. That is Mohamed El-Neni. Should he move to Galatasaray, he would join a host of players who have Premier League experience. These include the Galatasaray squad. Actually includes some of Premier League players who have actually featured in the Premier League. Those are some of the players who have actually featured at the Premier League, which include former Newcastle defender DeAndre Yedlin, former Crystal Palace left-back Patrick Van Aanholt, and one-time Liverpool and Fulham forward Ryan Babel, and also the ex-West Brom striker Mbaye Diane. So clearly, if you could see, there's the Galatasaray is actually also having a number of former Premier League players in that particular team of theirs, in that particular aspect as well. Now, will Arsenal actually leave Mohamed El-Neni to join on a free next summer? Those are some of the questions that are being posed ahead of that. Or will they actually get some money out of Mohamed El-Neni, who has 1 year on his contract with Arsenal, as the Turkish window, that is the Turkish Premier League window, is set to close on Wednesday. That is on the 9th of September 2021. It will definitely be closing up on Wednesday. That is as of today. It will definitely close up. So should we say that Galatasaray will wait and see, or will they force a bid to get their man in Mohamed El-Neni to add into the depth of their squad? We will definitely wait to that, and we'll give you feedback in regards to the transfers in some of the transfer markets that are still open in the footballing world. All right, now moving on, still in the transfers, but this time around in Italy, as Frank Ribery says he still has a lot of potential, and he still has a lot to prove after joining newly promoted Serie A side in Salernitana, and he's aged 38 now. Now, Frank Ribery, who left Fiorentina at the end of last season as a 38-year-old former France winger, extends stay in Italian football into a third season with Salernitana. Now, newly promoted side have actually lost their opening 2 Serie A matches. That is the Salernitana. Yes, Salernitana. It's a new side in the Italian Serie A, and the former France international has signed a 1-year deal after leaving Fiorentina at the end of his 2-year contract last season. Now, Ribery won 9 Bundesliga titles and the Champions League during the 12 years with Bayern Munich prior to his move to Italy in 2019. Now, Ribery, who won 81 caps for France prior to his international retirement, that was in 2014 after the World Cup, and was part of the side that finished runners-up at the 2006 World Cup that was held in Germany. So you do remember he's one of those key players that actually made sure that France make it to the final before losing out to Italy in a penalty shootout. Now, Salernitana have lost their opening 2 games of the Serie A season to Bologna and AS Roma as they travel to face Torino on Sunday. Will he be among the people who will feature for that game? We'll definitely wait and see. And according to the man Frank Ribery, he actually says, I still feel very good. And that was during his unveiling at the Stadio Arenche on Monday. And he says he still has a lot to prove. My passion moves me above all, but my family also played a fundamental role in my choice. And he actually said that I know the Serie A is a very difficult championship and I hope to reach a good physical condition as soon as possible. So clearly, this actually takes us back to the preseason where Frank Ribery and Jerome Boateng, the former Bayern Munich players, were actually training with the Bayern squad during the preseason before, because they were already free agents. And Jerome Boateng saw his way into French Ligue 1 now, as he will be playing for Olympique Lyonnais. And as Frank Ribery stays in the Italian Serie A to actually continue his run in Italy for 3 more seasons now. It's actually 3 seasons in a row as he's still there after leaving Bayern Munich. After he left Bayern Munich, actually, he went on to join Fiorentina, spent 2 seasons there. Now he's joining Salernitana at the age of 38. And he's still providing, by the way. He still has the skills, he still has the goals in him. So clearly, Salernitana, if they want to at least secure a spot into the season, or actually safeguard their position into the Serie A season, they will definitely have to use the expertise and also the experience, the expertise and also the skills and the goals that Frank Ribery has to offer. Even if he's 38, he can still deliver some of those goals and also lay an impact on a team that has just been promoted to the Italian Serie A, because he has vast experience in different leagues across Europe, and also he has played for the big top names in terms of Bayern Munich over there, winning the UEFA Champions League as well. So clearly it could show you what it means and which experience and what does he bring on board. He's actually bringing experience, leadership with all that of the talent and the varsity in talent that he has. He's very good running down the wings, and he can definitely deliver, setting the courses and also score the goals, because that is key important. And as of now, as Salernitana have actually lost their opening games of the season, they will look to Torino on Sunday if they will be traveling to Turin to make sure that at least they get a point. If they get a point or 3 points out of it, and will Ribery be making his debut there, we'll definitely wait and see that particular one. All right, now still into the international scene, we head to England now, in Tottenham. We're to London, where Tottenham's chairman has been named on the European Club Association, that is the ECA board month after the Super League collapse. Now Daniel Levy's appointment actually comes after Tottenham were part of the failed European Super League game plans. As PSG president, that is, and the new European Club Association chairman, that is Nasser El-Khelaifi, says Real Madrid, Barcelona and Juventus are wasting energy amid legal disputes with UEFA. Now Levy will be joined on board by representatives from Inter Milan and Atletico de Madrid, 2 of other clubs who were founder members of the league in April, which quickly collapsed amid fan outrage and opposition from UEFA, national associations and different governments, which also included Prime Minister of Britain engaging into this particular scenario. Now, the Juventus chairman, Andre Agnelli, had been the ECA's chairperson, that is the European Club Association chairperson, and a member of UEFA's ruling executive committee until the attempted breakaway in the spring, as now the news coming in that Levy's election was confirmed on the second day of the European Club Association's General Assembly in Geneva, that's in Switzerland. All right, now on Monday, UEFA President Alexander Seferin and Paris Saint-Germain President Nasser El-Khelaifi, also chairman of the ECA, addressed the Super League scandal from all aspects in their speeches to clearly show you that they were never interested, and it is not a good move for football as in that particular regard. And you can definitely see some of the clubs that were actually benefiting, that had set their foot to actually back the European Super League, which included 6 from from the Premier League: Tottenham, Arsenal, Manchester United, Liverpool. If you mention Liverpool, Manchester City, Man United, Chelsea, among which have actually also benefited greatly. If you could see in terms of the transfers, one would want to ask if they actually got some money out of it, because the proposed breakaway league was actually to only have 12 teams as at the beginning of the time, where these teams would meet and set up their own league where there was plenty of money to be won. And the reason as why Juventus, Real Madrid and FC Barcelona are still in this particular one is because they are still in a number of debts, and they saw this as an opportunity to boost their bank accounts in that particular regard, with the time that most of the European clubs are failing out to even sustain their employees. Talk about the employees, talk about the non-football staff, and also talk about some of the football players who have actually faced a very big challenge, and some teams have actually released off their senior players, while other teams have actually cut short of the salary of their particular players just to accommodate the wage bills ahead of the different seasons, and also to make sure that they actually register these players ahead of the seasons. And that is one of the and one of those teams is FC Barcelona, who have actually faced a very huge problem in regards to signing players and also registering them down because of the debts that they are following. And of course, they saw even at the end of the transfer window, they saw Antonio Griezmann actually leaving out of the club because he was actually receiving a very huge pay that Barcelona could not accommodate at the moment, with the risks that it definitely has in terms of the debt. So clearly, you could definitely see now what does Daniel Levy have to put on board as the new. That is as a new member of the European Club Association. Month after part of the Super League collapse, that is the Super League pronunciation that was actually coming up, the Super League that was actually set to take center stage in Europe collapse. Okay, there was an idea that was actually bringing up the bigger teams in Europe to come together and make their own ones at the expense of the smaller teams, who actually saw that football was losing its true image and it was just becoming an investment, or it was now becoming more of a business entity than the beauty of football as a game itself. All right, now that brings us to the end of our sports business here on Smart Mains Business, and this has been the latest in regards to the sports business, but mainly in the football business sector, the money that has been splashed in the different teams, both locally and internationally, as we've actually seen, as a number of teams actually rushing into other European markets to make sure that they tap into more players. That is from the Turkish Premier League, since the Turkish window is still open as till Wednesday midnight. That is when the Turkish window will be closed. So the Turkish Premier League outfits are also looking into teams in the Premier League that is in the English Premier League that don't want certain players, and they want to get them and sign them before the Turkish window closes. So clearly we shall definitely give you updates in regards to that and how the teams in Turkey have fared in regards to making sure they sign new players all over there. Of course, you can follow us on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram at Smart24TV. The website is www.smart24tv.com. I'm Joran Paulson on Twitter, Instagram and Facebook. For now, we'll take a short break. At the top of the hour, we have the news hour. This is SMB.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart24, driving business.
Very well, it's the news hour right here on SMB. I'm Rita Cabanyoro, and we kick it with districts and municipal local governments that have recorded weak implementations of the revenue collection plans, projecting a 15% on the most northern districts, named after they have worstly performed. Now, this has the highlights of the results from the assessment of the local government functional processes as well as the system assessment.
Framework focused on 5 performance areas, which include cross-cutting, water, environment, education, healthy and micro-scale irrigation. Under cross-cutting assessment, district and municipal local governments recorded a weak implementation of revenue collection plan at only 15%. The ability to collect revenue is central to a country's capacity to finance social services such as health and education, critical infrastructures such as electricity and roads, and other public goods. Considering the vast needs for poor countries, this low level of revenue collection is putting the economic development at risk.
The following: implementation of revenue collection plans, that was weak, it stands at 15%. Establishment of functional consultative redress committees, that was also low, it stands at 25%. Recruitment of district engineers, this also is low, it stands at 25%, but I was informed that the districts are handicapped because the certified engineers are not really readily available.
In my view, we can be appreciative of the outcome. But as you heard, I have also emphasized that in the next financial year, we need government, ministries, departments, and agencies to be more effective, efficient, and timely in the delivery of services, schools, health centers, and also infrastructure.
In the same local government performance assessment report, most northern districts were named the worst performing districts. Among them is Agago, Abong, Pakwach, Albetong and the Beam, Madi Okolo, as well as Nakaseke and Bogweri district. The Vice President of Uganda, Her Excellency Jessica Lupo, urged the local governments to work closely with the private sector.
In light of that performance, in the next financial year, they should also deal with the issue of strengthening the private sector and working closely with the private sector, because we are running an economy which is private sector led. And they should deal with the issues of environment, to protect our environment, to avoid issues of global warming.
Findings further show that many African countries are losing billions of dollars to corruption due to weak administration at local government levels. In Uganda, for instance, numerous corruption cases at the districts and lower local governments are attributed to the low level of citizen participation in the planning, budgeting, and monitoring of public service delivery. Could this be the reason as to why some of the districts have performed badly? The Prime Minister of Uganda, Right Honorable Robin Anabanje, says Uganda is run on a zero tolerance to corruption and pledges to uproot the seed of corruption in the country.
Juzi nabadde nakasongola nensanga nga omugasezibwa bagusasulako bilioni 7 naye bwolaba omulimu gwe bakoze yes total budget ya milioni 15 naye bwolaba omulimu okukoleddwa visa esente ze basasudde nga tebyenkanankana era bwe nadda wano nentumayo minisita Honorable Musa Echweru ddayo kakati tuli mu kufeffeeta okulaba ekizibu kiriwa kati permanent secretaries njagala baleme kutuulanga mu ofiisi babaleetera empapula bw'otuula mu ofiisi osobola okusasula nga ripooti nungi nnyo naye ng'ekiri ku ground kifaanana naki na ripooti era ekinkozeseza meeting eno twagala kukola tiimu ffenna tubeere muntu omu tutambuze ekintu kino munaakiraba ekinaddamu abantu bagenda kufunamu guno omulimu disitulikiti ezikoze obubi nnyo njagala bagamba ebyokusaaga mubireke kubanga naffe tugenda kujja kubalaba tugenda kutuuka mu disitulikiti ezo ezikoze obubi naye ng'ekyo si kyekikulu ennyo ekikulu kuli kuweereza abantu disitulikiti ezikoze obubi mwewulidde naddala zino Bugweri disitulikiti yange eri wano kumpi wano but of course bagambye empya naye yiganga si mpya so tusaba bannaffe mwenna abali abavunaanyizibwa mu disitulikiti ezo ba LC5 ba RDC tugenda kutandika njagala kugamba president tutandike okuriwadinga disitulikiti ezikoze obulungi bw'oba okoze bulungi tukongere alina yakola ki yayongerwako
to enable them to consciously and proactively participate in the local governance. This can be done by giving the necessary information to the citizens, by mobilizing and providing leadership to enable citizens become more aware of their constitutional rights to demand accountability and transparency in service delivery from the leaders entrusted with power.
Njagala bannaffe mukkirize oba mugaane nti bwe tuba tuli bannayuganda baba bali bakufunamu tulina okutandikirawo mbagirawo ekisooka nga tunaba kubaleeta wano kubalaga results zammwe na assessment nammwe mwekolemu self evaluation bw'oba oli permanent secretary weebaleemu wekka oli chief administrative officer weebaleemu and therefore nze mbadde njagala okulaba nga government yonna etambulira wamu tusobole okuweereza bannayuganda.
The challenge in fighting corruption and poor service delivery in local governments in Uganda is the fact that the affected communities weak, timid, and reluctant to demand accountability from their leaders. Pedson Mumbere, Smart 24 TV.
Well, thanks to Pedson Mumbere there. Now, continuing on to following up on the Makerere Tower. Now, Makerere University has diverted the donations meant for restoration of the iconic Ivory Tower. In October last year, Makerere University launched platforms of enabling willing individuals as well as organizations for the monetary contribution for restoration of the iconic main building. Let's take a look at what is happening now.
Makerere University management will divert the would-be donation for the restoration of the iconic Ivory Tower to renovations ahead of centennial celebrations. Established in 1922, Makerere University will celebrate 100 years of existence in 2022 as the oldest institution of higher learning in Uganda. In October last year, Makerere University launched platforms to enable willing individuals and organizations to offer monetary contribution for the restoration of the iconic tower main building. The structure, commonly referred to as Ivory Tower, was gutted by fire in September. Following the Ifino, students, alumni, and well-wishers called for the expeditious restoration of the building ahead of the centenary celebrations. However, last week, the cabinet resolved to demolish the structure and allocated 21 billion for the reconstruction of the building. However, Professor Barnabas Nawangwe, the Vice Chancellor of Makerere University, says part of the money from the donations would be used to replace utilities in the main building gutted by fire, like computers, and renovation of structures like halls of residence.
The lady finishes up.
Karamoja is one of the areas in Uganda with the largest mineral potentials. The region has high deposits of iron, copper, cobalt, among others. Mabo miners in Rupa sub-county, that's Moroto district, have now appealed to the European Union in Uganda for support towards value addition to their extractives. These say that they are exploited by middlemen and end up earning little from the Mabo in their area. The European Union, a head of delegation, led 9 ambassadors under the bloc to visit the Mabo mines in Moroto over the last week to discuss the challenges and opportunities of minerals and human rights in Uganda. During the visit, a miner said that many of them are being exploited by the middlemen who offer them low prices due to the absence of modern equipment to extract the Mabo. Cabinet recently approved the Mining and Mineral Bill 2020 that seeks to reform and strengthen the legal, regulatory and institution frameworks to cater for mineral traceability, certification and value addition, as well as mineral revenue management and formalization of small-scale mines.
Very well, that brings us to the end of the news hour right here on SMB. Coming up on your screen, Jerome Paul Sonko with an expert analysis.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
All right, now Smart Means Business continues, and of course we are into our segment of entrepreneurship where we definitely bring on board people who have actually made it big into different businesses, just to inspire a viewer out there that can actually help you out build yourself and also build your brand in regards to any business entity in Uganda. And of course, this particular segment will definitely help you out if at all you're starting up, and it will help you build up your brand or your business, and it will also boom like the other entrepreneurs who have actually succeeded in that line of business. And with me today in studios, I do have a lady who has actually succeeded in her line of business. I'm going to give her the time to introduce herself. And of course, she tells us the line of business that she's actually dealing in, and also to give you some inspiration as per the business line. And also maybe if at all you're engaging into this kind of business, you may pick a leaf, one or two, to actually help you out in order to set up something in a similar fashion. And of course, let me give her the opportunity to introduce herself. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay.
I start with my name.
Yes, yes, sure, you can.
Okay, I'm called Christine Turamuhawe Joy. Yes, I'm a student at Makerere University Business School.
Okay.
Yes. What else? I'm from Vera.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. I'm Ugandan. Yeah, and raised all around Uganda. So I've been to most countries, and I mean most districts, and lived there. Yeah. So I'm an entrepreneur. I have a cleaning business. We do door-to-door cleaning services for both interior and exterior, for even commercial buildings, offices, warehouses, and homes.
Okay.
Yeah. So basically, that's what I do. Yeah.
So, and the idea is, so we're talking about laundry cleaning in this particular aspect. How do you come up with the idea of saying, now let me tap into this business?
This is something we do every day at home. We're just not paid for it. So why not do it and get paid for it? Because we've been trained since the age 3, yeah. So I was looking for something where we didn't need skills. We didn't need but the skill is needed. I was looking for something where you don't actually need a transcript, because I was targeting campus students, vacists, who have no experience but need the money to facilitate either themselves or their families. And the best thing was to find something that people can be trained in without having to go to school for 3 years. So that's why it's that. I believe so many people have the skill, and even those who don't have it can learn it.
Oh, very, very true.
Yeah.
Because when she does mention about cleaning, these are some of the things we learned. I remember, if I'm to draw a flashback, draw some reminiscences, way back when I was still in my kindergarten, during the holiday times, you're taken to the village. And when you're taken to the village, that means your grandparents are supposed to take action in making sure you do the cleaning, that is the housework. Talk about cleaning, washing utensils, talk about mopping the house, and also cleaning, or should I say the compounds. So those are some of the things that were taking us through it. So that means everyone at least has that skill, unless when someone grew up from a family setting where they have maids and you don't have anything compared to that. So I want to take us through that journey. You did mention of the fact that you wanted to look for something that will engage students who are at campus or vacis, so that they can actually get some money out of it. How did you find the business? Because for startups, there are a lot of challenges that come up. How did you find it so far when you were just starting up?
I believe what helped me was social media. Very many people take social media lightly. They think it's a place you should go and relax from after work, but it's a niche, and there's so much money on it. So I believe the reason why it was easy for me is because I had social media. I just posted about the work I do, and I got overwhelming numbers of clients to the point that I had to actually employ people after 1 month of work because I couldn't take on the work by myself anymore. So unlike other small enterprises, it was not hard for me to get market because I used my social media platforms. Of course, the more you grow, the harder it gets. Yeah, but for the start, it wasn't as difficult for me as people who start with other marketing strategies. Yeah, so social media made it so easy for me to break through. I got my first about 50 clients on social media.
Wow.
Yeah, so it wasn't so hard for me. Actually, I have not really used other marketing strategies as much as I've used social media. So for the past 2 years, 6 months, we've been working.
So it has been social
entirely
media.
my following, my friends' followings, social media, and maybe some TV interviews that give me an opportunity to reach out, radio interviews. Yeah. So I haven't really gone into so much of flyers and
just
other
to promote that
advertisements. No,
business.
I've just done social media.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, because I've actually been through this and discussing with people, and I was like, if at all it's a laundry and service business, don't you find hardship in regards to, remember, when you're visiting these homes, I think some of them do have maids on board. Do they have? So what do you basically do? Is it only cleaning? Because I guess even the maids are supposed to be part of the cleaning. So what do you do if I told you go to these homesteads that have maids that are already there on a long time?
Maids, some clean well, especially if they're trained, but maids can't reach everywhere. And in Uganda, people don't own so much machinery. For example, if you go to the States or anywhere else, very many people, for example, have a vacuum cleaner in the house as mandatory, an extractor as mandatory. These are things Ugandans don't have. So maids literally just go on the table and do this, you know. They wipe whatever they can reach, where they can see. Most people don't even own ladders in their houses, so that means maids don't reach hard to reach areas. Yeah. So those are the places we now come and clean. People in Uganda buy just maybe, people don't even have liquid soap in their houses. The farthest they can go is Vim, just for the toilet.
Oh, Vim or Jik.
Yes. So Jik is for clothes. So they just buy small household things. They don't go into deep cleaning. They don't disinfect. For example, some people even do their own fumigation, because we do fumigation. They just buy things maybe from the street vendors. But some people have serious issues like bed bugs and they need our help. And maids don't do that. So we go an extra mile because we've been called by poor maids. Maybe they have visitors and they really need a deep cleaning. Maids can't clean pavers unless you're going to make her scrub them every single day. And even if she does, she's never going to get to perfection. A maid can't clean an entire house unless she just mops the floors. So with time, dust accumulates in certain areas and we need to clean it. So yes, we do go to houses that have maids, but rarely. Yes.
All right. Now take me through the recruitment, because I can only imagine when you're starting up as an entrepreneur, most people, the idea that I have is most people fear joining businesses that have startups, because first, someone would say, I'm going to offer my services on a free, because remember, the other is also a new business. How did you get into the recruitment process of making sure that maybe you need a number of these people? Are they on a long term or on a short term?
They are on a short term. I don't know how to say it, but they are on a short term, but they've been with me for 2 years.
For 3 years?
Yeah,
it's just like what we call, I hear people saying on Twitter, is it gigs?
Yeah.
It's just like
they
a gig situation.
They do it as gigs, yes. So if I'm in Nansana, I call on 2 students who stay close to Nansana. We go and work. They go back home. I pay them for their day. If I have work tomorrow in Bukoto, I'll not call people Nansana. I'll call those close to Bukoto. If I'm in Namambe, you get.
Yes.
And if we really don't have someone there, I just transport them to the place. But I usually use the nearest. So they're not on full-time contracts. They earn per job. And the way I got them, the recruitment was people who are interested in what I'm doing are the ones that got recruited. Like they'd come to my DM and say, I like what you do, I think I can do it, you know, I can be part of the work. Or they would be like, I need to be financially independent, maybe I'm paying my own tuition and right now I don't have a job, you know. And that's exactly why the company is there in the first place, to help such people. So that's how I got recruiting people. Actually, first recruitment was 30, which was a lot. So much. So difficult to manage. They were not trained. But on that recruitment, there were like 4, 5 good ones. The rest I had to lay them off. because they were not showing up. They were, those challenges. So I only had like 5 out of that group that were really good, and 2 are actually still with me.
Okay.
1 got formal employment, 2 went abroad.
Okay.
Yeah, which is really, really good because they've been with me for 2 years now. Right. Then I later on took about 19 and still stayed with like 4. In every recruitment, there's those who just come, they think they'll manage, then they realize they can't manage, so they leave.
Okay.
Yes, so that's how we recruit.
All right, now I'm still with Miss Joy Turamohawe. Is that the pronunciation?
Yeah, that's right.
Joy Turamohawe.
Yeah, Turamohawe.
Okay, I always have a problem in pronouncing people's name. And of course, she's coming from the CJ Home Solutions. Is that right? And we take a short break and I do return with her. She's still giving us more into an insight in the laundry and cleaning services business in Uganda. Keep it Smart Means Business. This is Smart 24 TV. We are also streaming live on YouTube at Smart 24 TV Live.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
All right, now Gyebintu Sonko here. You can get me on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at Gyebintu Sonko as well. And you can definitely follow me and give me your feedback in regards to the business stories on board here on Smart Mains Business. Clearly, we're driving your business in Smart 24 TV, and you can as well get us plot 29A Commercial Road in Naguru. The website is www.smart24tv.com. Now, Miss Jo here did mention about the fact that if you are she started up as a student, you're still a student in the process, which makes us even as well, because most of us are being employed in a journey of studying. And clearly, if I told you at home out there and thinking that maybe lack of qualifications could limit you, if I told you have the definite skills to go on board, then try out business opportunities out there that can actually help you tap into some income. So by the time you get that degree, maybe when you're already employing a number of people and you not even choose to follow your side of that career and maybe join the business that you've already opened up with you. And of course, we are still with Miss Joy Turamuhawe. I'm trying to keep up with the name. And she's here still telling us about the laundry and service business so far in Uganda. Now let's talk about government intervention in such businesses. Does your business also have, is it a license to actually start operating in context?
Originally, we started freelancing just because the jobs were small. We're charging 20K, 30K. Yeah, so we were not legal, but I registered the business name. So it's just recently when we got some machinery and had to up our game, start working with offices and commercial buildings where these guys pay VAT, so that's when we actually had to register formally. So we just did the registration recently, and it's now that I feel the pinch, the 18%.
It's when you realize the taxes are real in the government.
Taxes are real, they're really real. So we are fully registered, KCC, everything, we have all the licenses.
Okay, because normally some of the businesses think starting up a business is very easy, not until you reach into that sector where the government is now going to start earning from your own business. Your small money, the one that was already free of VAT, if I could say that. And also, let's say, I think you're now having a TIN number. Does it get TIN numbers? Take us through that registration. What happens, where and how?
I really can't give you all the details because I went through my lawyer. I just got a lawyer that did everything. I gave him all the details he needed and the signatures where he needed. It's just KCCA that I chased myself and maybe the bank account, but everything else he did for me and just gave me complete certificates. So unfortunately, I can't give you.
No, that is fine.
But if you can go to my social media, maybe I can give you the lawyer's number because he did it at a very, very affordable price. But I didn't chase them for myself.
Which is quite interesting here, and I have a sister of mine who is doing law. So I think, my dear sister, we are going to have some money once you're done. I've realized how lawyers are tapping into every aspect of the sector here in Uganda. Everywhere you're seeing lawyers working in hand as in some business aspects. Now, I want to understand something that has actually, I'm still puzzled with how people actually maintain these businesses. First of all, when you're starting up a business, it becomes part of you. And when you're employing, it's the idea. I was going through your TL, and I got to understand that you have a new office now. And how were you operating business before you got the office? Were you setting it from a home-based situation or?
Now it's a service, So we ideally don't need an office because You get
It's just a call away.
until you get workers that maybe need internet supervision. It's better for people to work in an office setting than to work from home. Maybe that's when you need offices. And of course, when you're working with companies, there's some people who have trust issues. They'd rather see your office before they give you access to their house. Yeah, they feel like it's leverage just in case anything happens. Yeah, they can come and complain to the office. That's, I think, in my opinion, the only reason why we need the office. But originally we didn't. We had everything, buckets, rugs, vacuum cleaner, everything has been in my house, in my living room. I just carried, put it in my car, come clean your house. So the office just came in because we need like operations officers now and all that. Yeah, we need social media managers. We need them to have a setting where they can sit and actually focus on work without distraction. And of course, an office is a step ahead. We are 2 years, 6 months. We need to step ahead. We can't just stay operating.
Yes, from home setting.
From home setting, yeah. So we need that. And we just recently got one. But in my opinion, anyone who is listening that has a startup, office is not really something you should rush for. We have social media. You can tell people we are a startup. We don't have premises yet, but we can find you. Yes, we can find you. I have friends who are selling phones. They don't need a place in Cochita or whatever. They can do it from home. Post your iPhone if someone needs it. Put it on a board and send it to them. You don't really need to pay rent of 1 million plus when you're not even making 400,000. Yeah.
Because actually that is one of the reasons as to why we're encouraging people to tap into the digital spaces and use the e-commerce more productively as you can to actually get some money out of it. I want to understand how the people actually perceive this idea. Because I think if I'm to look into this kind of business, it's very... Are you the only person doing it, or there are some other few people in the same line of business?
There are big companies in Uganda
doing the same thing.
Yeah, but in my opinion, I don't think we have a monopoly company.
Okay.
If you ask people offhand, what's the biggest cleaning company in Uganda, they would not tell you as fast as they know restaurants and
sure thing.
So I believe I am going to change that.
Yes, that's why I was going to ask, because if I'm to look into it, people will tell me, okay, you try. I was going through people, and people are telling me, no, you try CJ Solutions. I'm like, oh, CJ.
It's because we're digital. We are not the biggest, but we are the loudest.
You have the numbers.
Yeah, we have the numbers. We have the media.
Yes.
So I think that's the way to go. Yeah. So I believe we don't have a company that has pushed all out to say we are the biggest cleaning company in Uganda. What. So I want us to be that. Yeah, but there are people. There are so many. Right. I'm sure there are in thousands of cleaning companies.
Okay.
And I have even I have 30 friends who have started this because I'm doing it. Yeah.
So they've also realized there's something.
That there's something in it. So there are so many, very, very many cleaning companies. So this potential, of course, there's competition everywhere.
Yes.
You just have to try and
beat up the competition.
Yeah.
So what is the feedback that you've been getting from people? Because I do understand 2 years in the business becomes hard sometimes. You may get positive feedback, and then there's some negative comments that sometimes tend to put us down. If at all you're just a new startup, what has the feedback been?
The hardest feedback to deal with was the first feedback, like when I posted that I'm a cleaner and people are like, oh my god, you think your parents are paying your fees at Mobs for you to become a cleaner?
Okay.
So, but I think I'm just hard-headed. Like those things never really ever hurt me.
Yes.
But of course, I'm sure there's some people who saw them and were discouraged from starting, but they didn't discourage me. But of course they were there, and I know that people were weak-hearted, and when someone says something about their business, they stop. I have two friends. One is working with me now in office, and another one is working with me in cleaning.
Okay.
But they both told me that around 2018, 2017, they told their friends that they want to start cleaning businesses and go around doing laundry, and their friends discouraged them. Yeah, so people come to me and they tell me we were discouraged 2 years ago and we're so shocked that you've carried along for this long. So the discouragement is there. And of course, there are times where maybe you don't impress a client because you're a startup and you've taken up a very huge contract, and you thought you'd manage it, and you find it's harder than you thought, and maybe you don't impress them as much as they thought. So those are there. We've had a case before, but we resolved it. I had to step to step into my own money and make sure the thing is done and outsource where I can, but at least protect your reputation and finish the work even when it's a loss. So those happen, and they happen to everyone, I mean.
Yes, sure.
But we've had more good days than the bad.
Okay, which is better, because if you weigh the good things exceedingly, it becomes easier. And of course, she did mention of the fact that people always have their issues in terms of criticisms in that particular regard. There's always one thing I tell a few friends of mine is, most of Ugandans is that people really don't care. And the more you realize people don't care what you do, people really care what you have to put on table. Because at the end of the day, we've all had these stories where you go out and tell people, you know what, I come from a humble background, this and this, my childhood was having issues, I didn't have money. But then at the end of the day, people will ask you, how far have you gone to change the situation? The same people who have been criticizing you will still be the same people that will be asking and who will be asking you whether you've actually had the money. Because now the issue is, do you have the money? And if at all the business is actually giving you the money, go for it. I'm saying a legit business, because if I say if at all it's a business, you'll definitely go for any other business out there because you're looking for the money. But everyone goes through criticisms, and the idea, I think, your mentality says it all. If at all you know what you want, it may be for a long-term course, maybe 5 years, things are not working out. We all have simple startups, and we all have goals that we want to achieve, and maybe with time things will work out, but we just have God ahead of us to clearly see that. Now I want to see, where do you see CJ Home Solutions in the next, if I do a projection, 5 years?
Yeah, all factors remaining constant. Supposing we don't have another pandemic.
Yes.
I believe what I've originally wanted is to have a branch in every university. Yeah. Okay. I want to have a branch in every university in East Africa, for starters. Okay. So we want to go East Africa. Ideally, really, that's the picture.
You want to go East Africa?
Yeah, we want to go East Africa.
Hey.
Yeah.
Now you want to go, like, you go to Kenya, open up branch from...
in Kenyatta, we'll go to Tanzania, open up branches, go to Rwanda, open up branches in university, because this is to employ university students. With time, of course, we'll have to have full-time workers, we'll have another recruitment policy, we'll have other people come in, like full-time, but it will always have to benefit students and students all around East Africa. And then, God willing, Africa at large.
And it will have actually become a reality, because tell you what, when you have simple beginnings, you always have a foundation where you start realizing that with this and this, because it's only a person who has not started up, who has no feeling to the field, like what is happening on ground in that regard. Now, there's something that has actually come up, and I wanted to ask, do you actually face any case of issues in regards to when you're going to these workplaces? I should understand you're working with only ladies, or you have some gentlemen?
No, they're actually balanced, almost 50-50.
It's a balance.
Yeah.
So have you got any case in regards to taking this maybe the girl child to these homes, and any case of sexual harassment in that regard?
Yeah, but just like any other workplace, whether you go to office or to the airport or anywhere, or to someone's home, there's always predators. So I've had a case, actually my first 2-3 months of cleaning, I had a case, and when I confronted the guy, he stopped giving me work.
Wow.
It was so devastating, but yeah. I've also had another case where some guy was harassing a lady and had to change her. I tried to replace her with a guy, but he wasn't interested. That's when I realized we need to drop him as a client.
Okay.
So those things happen, of course they do, and you can't stop running business because of there's a risk. It happens everywhere.
You just have to get
you just have to be cautious, and make sure we usually balance. If we're sending, we don't send girls alone. I send like maybe 2 guys and then 2 ladies.
They go and pull it off. Also, talking about that particular one, you did mention about clients. So do you now have permanent clients, and you know that this month I'm going to deal with this particular person, the other month I will definitely be dealing with the other person? Do you have those particular clients that you've already settled down?
We have a few. but the nature of our services is deep cleaning.
Okay.
Ugandans don't do deep cleaning every weekend. Yes.
Even
They
most
do
of them
it
once a year.
quarterly. Some even do it once a year. Others do it when they're entering a new house, and I mean everyone can clean. Or very many people can clean. So it's easy for people to clean their own houses. They just need you to do the first touch after construction or first touch after renovation. So those are the majority of the clients we have. Yeah, the ones who need a house cleaning, maybe because they have visitors, because they have kwanjula, because they have a wedding, you know, things like that. Yes. So we don't have as many. They are there, but the majority are one-timers. Yeah.
They just come out and
we need you to clean a renovated house or pavers. You know, you don't clean pavers every weekend. Just clean them when they really get dirty. Yeah.
Okay, sure thing. Now with the CJ Home Solutions, definitely the word home says it all. So they have solutions for your home. If at all you need deep cleaning, you know where to go. You know the person to contact. You know how you can definitely get yourself into that opportunity. And I want to understand. Can you give me some tips or some ideas that you can help out someone who wants to start up this line of business, and they can be helpful, or things that can actually be of help to them before setting up this type of business?
This kind of business, I can't tell everyone because I believe people are diverse. They have their own ideas. But first of all, take advantage of social media. We are amidst a pandemic. People don't see billboards. People don't read newspapers anymore. People are not moving out of their houses, but they are glued on their phones. You need to find a way of putting your business in their faces. Yeah, be flexible, learn to change, because I mean COVID came through. Yeah, fortunately for us, we're an essential services, because cleaning was under the essential services. But before that, before I could move, I diversed to Irishes, started selling Irishes in the first pandemic because I couldn't offer cleaning services. So you need to be open-minded. You need to learn to change with situations. Learn to listen to advice from the right people. Don't go to your friend who has no job, has never worked, and you're telling her you want to start a business. Hey, she will tell you, man, that thing is not going to work. You have a degree, why are you cleaning? Yet it's a potential business. Get advice from the right people. Go to people who already have established businesses and ask them how do you do it, not someone who has nothing going on for themselves. Yeah, so learn to listen to the right people and be patient. Don't start making wine at home and you want to be Coca-Cola in 2-3 days. Yes. So you need to be patient with your startup, and it will grow. And learn to take failure as a learning, as a learning, platform, stepping stone, because the failures are going to be there, the losses are going to be there. It doesn't mean you should quit business. There are always good days ahead. Yeah, so that's the business I can give people. I mean, that's the advice I can give people who want to start up businesses.
Okay. Yeah. What I also want to know is, you've mentioned about COVID, this lockdown. It greatly affected businesses. So I don't. Should I say you aren't working also during
the first lockdown? Pandemic? I wasn't working because I didn't have a car. Okay. Moving depended on whether you have a car or not at some point. So I didn't have a car by then, and I couldn't move. So I just stayed home. I started selling Irish and other grocery things because I knew I could send them on border. And I mean, I had my phone. Everything happens on my phone. I just told people I'm selling Irish, and people were buying, including restaurants. It pushed me from March till August. Yes. And then August I had a car. So this pandemic I just registered for cleaning services, and we were moving.
So
we're still working.
Essential now.
Yes, but of course some people hire us because they're not home to clean for themselves. But now offices were closed and they were home and they could clean, and they didn't even have that much laundry because they were not. So of course business was down, but I can't complain. Everyone was struggling, everyone was suffering. We had our own share, but all in all, at the end of the day, we'll come out strong, just like everyone else.
All right. Yeah. And when she says, at the end of the day, we shall come back strong. Everyone has a time when you're facing hardships in life and you feel like you want to quit. But when you continue growing slowly by slowly, you never know, something will definitely happen. I do have someone who is actually part of the CJ Solutions, a friend of mine. She's called Tara. Yes, she actually tells me she works with you sometimes as well.
She does.
So, yes, and so Tara is a very good friend of mine as well. And she has told me this has actually helped them out in terms of the COVID, and also to have some upkeep with them as well. And I do understand, I also see you with a close friend. Is it Methia?
Yeah.
I haven't met Methia before.
Methia is a digital marketer.
So
she doesn't clean. But that's also something people need to look into doing.
Okay.
Doing digital marketing, doing social media influencing.
Yes.
Big market.
It's bigger. And of course, I'll also be excited if one day I get to meet Methia, Lydia, another one.
I'll pass on the
Okay. All right. Now, that is what we've had for you today on the Entrepreneurship Week. And we definitely had Joy Turamuhawe. Okay, from the CJ Home Solutions, and of course she's giving us some of the insights in the laundry and cleaning business. I hope you've picked something out of it, because if you're a student, most of the students are already home. Not even most, I think almost all students are home.
Yeah.
Yes, apart from those who are actually attending the online lectures.
And international school.
Yes, and it cannot be a long term. You're always there for maybe 4 hours, and then you get back to your normal day. So clearly, if at all you have an opportunity to actually strike, go for it, make some money. I know we all love okusimbula, but I guess okusimbula kunyumango inam kusente. So I would suggest if at all you have an opportunity to tap in, get okoleka center katono, it would be more helpful to you as well. And maybe you will inspire other people to come on board and join you in your business entity. For now, Smart Means Business takes a rest, and it's a goodbye from me and the whole team. We shall do this next time. Goodbye for now.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
Good afternoon, everyone. So it's been a good week. You know, everything that we looked at on Monday. The first thing we looked at on Monday was looking at how to get that reversal. Yeah, so we took an example of the Euro USD, and we saw that point of reversal, and it has actually reversed. We're going to look at the chart a few moments from now. Yeah, so that reversal actually took place, and just following those indicators, you can easily get, you can see where the where a trend can end and where a new trend can begin, and there you can you can avoid losing a lot of money, just by knowing that a reversal is about to happen. When you get those indicators, you get those indicators that show you that the reversal is about to happen. You start taking note of them, and it can maybe take a few days, maybe 3 days, maybe 5 days, a whole week. Yeah, but that's good time for you to start planning your exit. Yeah, you start planning to exit the trade, and you start looking forward for the reversal. And in that time, the market can be a range market. It may not just go up and come down and just start reversing immediately. You can enter a range market, and it could take some time to actually pan out. But when it does, then it's better to be patient and wait for the new trend to begin, and you start trading instead of staying in and making those losses. Yeah. And then yesterday we looked at that Ichimoku indicator on the Japanese yen charts. Yeah, so you can look at that and you see how it happens. Yeah, so there was that. I think it's called a Chiku span. Yeah, if you just open your Ichimoku indicator, there is that green line. Now, one thing I forgot to mention yesterday is that that green line it just mimics the price. The price you normally have are those candlesticks, but if you turn that graph, that chart, into a line chart, there is the candlesticks with the body, then there's the candlesticks without the body, then there is the other type of graph which is just a line graph. If you turn it into that line graph, then it's going to show you the price. It's going to show you the exact mirror, not even a mirror image, but a replica is in the Ichimoku. That green line is just a replica of the price movement in a line graph. Yeah, another way of getting that line graph is by getting your simple moving average and giving it a period of 1. Yeah, when you do that, you will get the line graph. I'm going to show you that as well if it's not very clear. But yeah, so that shows you how the Ichimoku is working. So it's a very clever indicator when you think about it. It's a very clever indicator. It shows you the price movement, the current price movement, and it shows you that same price movement 26 candlesticks back. And then it shows you how it's changing. It shows you how it's changing. If the current price movement is now moving below the previous price movement, it starts giving you an indication that you're about to have a reversal or things are about to turn around. Yeah, and that is quite, that is something very, very interesting that is something we should actually look out for. And yeah, you just start practicing your trades with that indicator, not straight away. Yeah, you can start the practice straight away, but don't just apply it to your trading strategy right now, because you can make so many mistakes. So just look at the Ichimoku, load it into your charts, especially the Japanese charts. Let's start with the charts that are actually prescribed to be used with the Ichimoku before you apply it on Euro USD. Yeah, so apply it on those Japanese charts and see how it is, how things are happening, and then you can become comfortable with it, and then you start loading your other charts with it, and you end up developing a trading strategy with it. So for the Ichimoku, if you load any other indicators into the chart, it can be very confusing, but if you can look through all the confusion, then well and good, go ahead and do that. But if it becomes too confusing, then don't push it. Don't push it. Things can get very bad if you keep on pushing it like that. Then another thing about the Ichimoku, use it with oscillators to help you identify trends. To identify trends and reversals. I haven't seen a scalping strategy using the Ichimoku. It's quite, it's quite something. But maybe not for scalping. Maybe you can get some short trades on smaller time frames using that same kind of analysis. But one thing I've discovered about it is that it normally gives you very strong trends, very, very strong trends. So if you're going to be using it, then you may not get those strong trends in smaller time frames. It might be a bit tricky because a smaller time frame might give you a bearish trend, when in actual sense, in the bigger time frame, it's very bullish, and just like that, you'll have a short-lived trend or no trend at all. It could be a fake, and that can make you lose some money. Yeah, so just to avoid all that stuff, first look at it the way it is prescribed to be used. Then you can add your modifications and add your other oscillators, and maybe develop your own strategy, but also test it throughout a long period of time, so that you know how many times it actually works. Yeah, so that you know the frequency of its success. Yeah, so let's just take a look at the Euro USD chart, and we'll look at that pattern that we looked at on Monday and see how it has played out today. Yeah, so if you look at the chart, looking at that day on Monday, it was it was a point of reversal. It was a point of reversal, and so we looked at it before it actually reversed. Yeah, so this is Monday. This is 6th of September. 6th of September, and that was 2 p.m. So this is when the program was on, trading on Monday. So the moving averages were still short term above the long term. So there we didn't have confirmation. We didn't have confirmation with that on Monday. Yeah, so the moving averages were still bullish, but then this parabolic was above price. So that was an indicator. That was an indicator of the price. Okay, for the parabolic sign, it was above the price, and that was an indicator of the reversal. Sorry. Then we had we had these falling tops of the RSI, and here they were rising. That was another indicator for a reversal. Yeah, and also the MACD had moved below. Yeah, so there, there it started. That's why we looked at the reversal from it. So what? This is a 1 hour time frame, by the way. It's a 1 hour chart. Yeah. So okay. So what happened yesterday, the 7th? Okay, the market became somehow a range market. It was moving sideways, and there wasn't really any way to start. To start selling. You could have started selling immediately. If you had started selling maybe at this point when the average is crossed, I think that was the last indicator that we're actually waiting for. The average is crossing, so now we have the long term above the short term. So when they crossed yesterday, that was like an indicator that you can now start selling. That the reversal, we have so many confirmations from all these indicators. Yeah. Then at that same time, we had this ADX pointing. It started the power line moved above 25, together with a plus D line. They both went above 25, and that gave us that small bullish move. But then, afterwards, it started falling. It started falling seriously, and right now it is very bearish. So that was a perfect point for a reversal. And with this one, the good thing is that we caught it in real time before it actually happened. Then it happened yesterday, and then today we have some kind of confirmation for that reversal. Yeah, so if I apply this the Fibonacci, okay, so this is where we looked at the reversal for this bullish, where this trend began, and now we've caught that other reversal where this other trend also has begun, this current trend that we're in. Yeah, so after getting that reversal, and you draw the Fibonacci's there, Fibonacci retracement levels, that's a good point at the back there, and here just touching the body of the candlesticks, we have the other point. Yeah, so where the Fibonacci retracements are. Yeah, so after getting the reversal, then you look forward to the 23.6, which is obviously, it's the most obvious level to get. Yeah, so there we have the 23.6, and you can see how price was supported there, and it broke that price earlier on today. You can see this parabolic appearing above, just to give you a confirmation that this thing is actually selling. And you can see this ADX here the negative, the minus D line, it's above the plus D, and then the power is also above 25. The Mark D is, it's very, very well below the zero line. So it is, it is very bearish, and now price has sort of just been resisted at the 38.2. It almost tapped there. Maybe it will tap there later on today. Yeah, so basically, that's where the Euro USD is. So areas, take profit areas if you're already in a trend. There's that robot which I somehow showcased on Telegram, and that robot shows the trend. You have to choose the trend. You analyze and get the trend, then you activate the robot so that it starts selling, or it starts buying, depending on which trend you have, which trend you've identified. So yeah, after identifying the bearish trend, the obvious thing to do was to put that robot to start selling. To just keep on selling at whatever point. So areas to stop out at this 38.2, 50.0. Okay, that is the safest area. Then the 61.8 is the most. The word I normally use is it's skipping my mind. Yeah, but if you have too much hope, you can go for that 61.8. If you're feeling very hopeful and you're feeling very energetic, you can go for that, and you see how far it goes. But the trend might not end there. It could go a little bit further, but for now, this is what we have, and we can continue selling up to this 50.0. We can have that confidence of selling up to there. So 38.2 previous levels that have a point of significance. Maybe this level here where it was, this was the 31st of August and the 1st of September. Yeah, so that is one area there where price was, it was resisted and somehow supported at the same time, and price broke through that level. So it makes it very significant. This 50.0 is very significant because of this area here. The date is 30th of August. Yeah, so price was successfully supported there, and this 61.8, the support level where price was supported. Now that was on the 20th of August. That one there it took some time. It's very significant. So price could easily get to those levels, and yeah, so if you're selling, okay, the obvious thing to do is sell Euro USD. Right now, buying could be, you need to have some very strong analysis in order to buy in such a trend. Yeah, so that thing I was telling you about the Ichimoku. Yeah, the Ichimoku. So price movement in the Ichimoku is it is mirrored in this line. That green line, it's called the Chiku span. Yeah, the Chiku span, it mimics price movement and takes it back about there are about 26 periods. So one way to actually to get this actual line, how it looks like, and you see how it is being mimicked. You just turn your chart from this candlestick chart into the line chart. Yeah, so when you look at this line chart, it looks exactly like the Chiku span, and it dates back about let me get the proper, there are 26 candlesticks in the back. That's why it is being it's being mirrored there. Yeah, so this is very important because this line is always at the back. If you look at this the USD JPY chart, this is the current price, where price is right now. That is the current price, and this where this yellow line is. Let me turn it back into candlesticks, so you can see this is where price is, and price is moving in real time. It's moving with the Tenkan Sen and the Kijun Sen. Yeah, so price is moving with those two lines, the red and blue line, the Tenkan Sen and the Kijun Sen. Yeah, I've just said that again because these are very cool names. Yeah, if you're naming your kids, maybe you can look for these names. Tenkan Sen, Kijun Sen, and you tell them I named you after Forex. Yeah, so these two lines, they move with the price in real time. But the cloud the cloud moves ahead of price, and it moves. There are also these are like a 20. There are 26 periods in front. That's where you have the cloud, and then periods behind is where you have this one here, this Chiku span. So that is something very interesting. And so I received many phone calls, people telling me, man, that Ichimoku, we didn't understand anything. But anyway, I'll do another episode about this, and we shall look at how it actually, this one is a very good indicator to show you those price movements and how you can look for a reversal. Let me load this Ichimoku into the Euro USD, and we see how it could have helped us to pin out that reversal better. So let me just load it there, and it's normally for Japanese charts, but you can apply it on these other charts here, and maybe just maybe you can have a better trading experience. Okay, so this is the point of reversal. You can see price moving below. You can see price moving below this cloud. Now, so using these principles that we've just talked about right now, so price is now moving upwards, and the RSI started giving us a signal from around this point when price had just hit the the overbought position. Then all these lines, all these tops here are going to the top. They're actually moving downwards on the RSI. And so looking at this point here where let's say this cloud here started forming at this point, let's say there, the bearish cloud started forming. So going back 26 periods, it is around, it is inside there. Now the first signal to start selling is somewhere there, and if you take it back 26 periods, it was down there. So you can see this band starting to cross below the price, and remember the RSI was already there giving us that other signal. And so as price goes on, you see this Chiku span starting to move below the price, and as that progresses together with a MACD, together with RSI, together with parabolic SAR, and all those other indicators we had loaded, all these ones, let me add the Ichimoku there so that it becomes as confusing as possible. So we have the Ichimoku there right now. We have there are so many things in there, but clearly price is below the cloud, and this Chiku span is very far below the price. So areas for reversing, we haven't yet got those areas, but the RSI has dipped down into the oversold position. So this trend here is it looks short-lived at the moment. So the RSI, this is the first indication that price could start reversing in the future. So hitting this oversold position is one indicator that should start holding our breaks. So another thing we should wait for are areas that are lower than this 38.2 where price is right now. So when price starts digging below this period here, and then we start having the RSI to starts climbing above, then we start getting clear signals to exit this bearish trend and start looking forward for a bullish trend. So here there is a very big combination of there's a big combination of indicators. There's a parabolic SAR inside there. We have the moving averages. We have the Ichimoku, then the oscillators. The oscillators are the ones which are below the price. Below the chart. So inside the chart, you basically have indicators. And those are the price. If you look into these are trend indicators which are within the price. Then below the price, there are oscillators. Then there are volumes down there and other indicators. So here, the oscillators we are using are these ones here, the MACD, the ADX, and the RSI. So those are going to help us to keep track of this trend. So scalping with all these indicators can be can be a bit risky. Maybe if you're going to take on a few trends in the smaller time frames, maybe in the 5-minute chart, in the 1-minute chart, and you want to scalp there, you catch a small trend, and then but those ones, they rapidly move. Even the Ichimoku can easily be turned upside down. Price can be bearish above the cloud, it can be bullish below the cloud, and that can be very bad if you want to follow this for that purpose of scalping. Yet it was intended for another type of analysis. Just keep it in mind that most of these indicators were made a very long time ago. Trading started in the 1600s. That's a very, very long time ago, before any sort of any kind of modernization came this side. So these guys are already trading, and they started making all those trading methods, and they were drawing on graph papers and trying to plot out how these things are happening. So imagine the Japanese drawing this Ichimoku on a paper to try and plot out where price could be headed in the future. So that is something it's something quite interesting if you think about it. So all these methods were used those days with that traditional risk of 0.01 on $1,000, which is the equivalent of that risk today. The normal risk was one lot there are no micro lots. So it was just one lot on the account of $100,000. That is why trading, any type of trading, was basically reserved for people who were super rich. If you are not rich, you couldn't trade. You couldn't afford to trade. So you just leave it because you had to start with $100,000. And by any measure, $100,000 is quite a lot of money. And anyone who acquires that kind of money, you can't risk it in trading. It becomes you fear to join that club of traders. So you need someone who has so much more, who can get $100,000 and start trading with it. So that is where that is what put the difference between traders and non-traders. It was just a matter of money. But right now, where you can even start trading with even $2, $5, it has become very commercially available for anyone. And you can risk whatever you want these days. There are no limits to anything. There's no limit on money, no limit on risk. So you can do whatever you want. So there are no rules. The rules are there, but you can easily ignore them because the rules, the repercussions are not so big. You're losing $20, you're losing $50. The repercussions are not so big. It's not like losing $100,000. That one, it's a pinch in anyone's pocket. But right now, $50, $100, you can lose that money and you won't feel the pinch. But because the rules don't really apply, you can do whatever you want. So when you trade using those old trading methods, keep in mind the risk ratio for those trading methods. They are very low risk methods, and they are very cool methods that require a cool head and a cool risk. But these new methods that we're using these days, all these indicators, we combine them. Some people just trade because they feel like that's where the market is headed. There are three types of analysis. There's a fundamental analysis, which you do using the news and all the events happening in the world. That is fundamental. Then there is technical, which we've just been doing. You draw these lines on the chart, then you put these indicators. So you're technically analyzing. Then the third one, which no one ever talks about, is sentimental analysis, whereby it's based on your feelings. What you feel is what you do. If you love gold, if you love the GBP, then you trade those charts because you love them, and so how you feel when you wake up is how you're going to act. And that is your analysis. Today I woke up feeling nice, so I feel like I should sell the GBP USD because that's what I feel I should do. That is sentimental. So that is a third type of analysis. When it works, you normally call everyone and tell them how you're making money. When it fails, you keep quiet, and no one will ever know, and no one will ever reflect on the mistake and avoid that same making that same error. So with sentimental, it's very hard to share your results with people But with technical analysis and fundamental, it's very easy to share your results with people and what you're going to do. And if they don't agree with you, then they can share with you what they have analyzed, and just like that, you can end up avoiding making a very big mistake. And that's what's very vital on the Telegram group. People share their analysis, and if you don't agree with them, you tell them your counter analysis, and then you come to an agreement and you see what to do. Yeah, so it's going to start happening on the Telegram group. If you're not part of that group, you can just search for Trading Dawn and join that group, or you can search for BVB Trade FX and you join that group. And then there are so many people posting analysis. If it works for you, always compliment the person who has posted it. Just give them a thumbs up or thank them because they've given you some free money. Yeah? And just keep on complimenting them. If you don't agree with their analysis, then post your analysis. Don't just tell them that that doesn't work. Yeah, post the counter analysis and tell them that you said that we should sell the Euro USD, but according to my analysis, I think we should buy the Euro USD because of point A, point B, point C, and then we all compare that and we take on that analysis. And then in the future, when we are reflecting on that, on how to trade, we shall avoid making the mistake that was given before. So just like that, we keep on improving in how we are trading, and we grow. Our accounts grow and our trading strategies also grow at the same time. Yeah. So I think that's it for today. Thank you for watching. Have a good day. Goodbye.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
Amanya ndina Kayenga Regina, naze managing director wa Arena Beverage Solutions. Olwaleero njagala mbalage bwe tukola empirivuma. Empirivuma muti gusangibwa mu kibira oba mu kisaalu, olumu ne ku lukalu. Omuti ogwo guliibwa nnyo enkima, eŋŋaŋa n'ebinyonyi ebirala, naye emabegako twali tetumanyi mugaso gwagwo. Kakati essaawa eno tugujjamu ebyokunywa ate nga biyamba nnyo munaddala ku bantu abalina pressure, sukaali, abaami abalina obulwadde bayita prostate cancer, oba abakyala n'abaami abakuze abalina ennyingo zaabwe n'ebinywa nga binafuye. Okwo kwoteeka n'abo ababeera nga oba beekanga oba nga obusimu bwabwe obw'omubiri bunafuye. Kale nga tumaze okizuula twasanga nti empirivuma kyekintu omuntu kyewandibadde obeera nakyo mu makaago. Buli muntu yenna asobola okinywa. Abaana abato kibayamba okuzuukusa obwongo oba okukuza obwongo n'ebinywa byabwe okubeera nti bigumu n'amagumba. Fe abantu abakulu nga bwe mbagambye ebinywa manye ebinywa bimanya okulagaya n'amagumba ganafuwa. Ate abakyala abamu bagamba nti kibooza ne mu nseke. Kale ekintu ekyo kirungi nnyo. N'abalala era abakyala kibagamba nti kibongerako okubeera nti bali mu mbeera entuufu ng'abakyala abafumbo. Kale empirivuma efaanana bw'eti. Eno nsigo y'empirivuma. Wano tuba tumaze okugikuba n'ekala bulungi, naye ffe nga Rena si ffe tugikuba. Kati tulina abakyala ab'eruweero, ab'emukono, waliyo n'abaami abavubuka abatuwa empirivuma eno. Kakati bwe tuba tugenda okugikola tusooka ne tugironda bulungi nga bwe mugiraba, nungi nnyo, nnyonjo. Awo ne tugiteeka mu baketi ne tugipima. Tulina okumanya ekipimo kye tulina nga tetunaba kutandika gisiika. Kati era wano tujja kukiraba nti bwe ziba nga zaakayiikamu zijja kuba nga njeru, naye bw'anaayitawo eddakiika nga 18-20 zijja kuba nga zimaze okutuuka ffe kaawa waffe gwe tutunda langi n'obuwoomi we tumwagalira. Kati olubereberye twagenda ne tusoma ne tulaba nti ffe kaawa gwe twagala aba afaanana atya, aba awooma atya, kubanga twasooka mukolera waffe. Twasooka ne tumukola mu kasefuliya kaffe akatono paka lwe twalaba nti kino kye twagala. Kati bwe twamala okimanya then ne tukozesa kyati ne tulonda nti ono gwe twagala, nga n'ekisampo nayo tugirina nti ono gwe twagala. Bwe twateekako ne basoma ne bagamba aha kakati eno ebeera linnya bwe riti kino bwe bityo biri scientific. Era okuva lwe twatandika okukozesa method eno kawa waffe ali consistent. Gwe wanyweddeko omwaka ogwaggwa ne gw'onoonywa lwaleero ne luli ejja kubeera nga empooma y'emu. Ti kansooke nnyonnyole ekigambo kaawa. Ekigambo kaawa kino tekikwata ku mmwanyi zokka, naye buli nsigo bw'omala okugisiikako n'ogisa ekivaamu omuzungu akiyita kaawa oba kofi. Era ndowooza naffe bwe tukiyita, kubanga kankuwa ekyokulabirako tulina kaawa ava mu soya bamuyita soya kofi, naye nga si kaawa ate oli owa bulijjo. Era bw'omunywako owulira akawoowo aka kaawa, naye nga si ekaawa oli ow'emmwanyi. Owulidde? Kati osobola okukola kaawa mu buli nsigo yonna. Olaba kati tukola ne okra, naye tumuyita okra coffee, naye nga tusiise okura yokka era bw'omunywako ayawuka akawoowo ke kawufu ku k'empirivuma ku ka soya ku ka okura ne kokowa byawufu okujjako nti kati tulina okumanya nti ebirungo Katonda bye yateeka mu buli kibala biba byanjawulo. Ebirungo bya kaawa ow'emmwanyi byawufu ku kaawa ow'empirivuma, ebirungo bya kaawa ow'empirivuma byawufu mu kaawa owa okura, n'ebya okura byawufu mu kaawa owa soya. Kakati ffe ekikulu kya byonna tugezezaako okulaba nti omutindo gwaffe tugukuuma okuva wansi ku mulimi oba muyite akuŋŋaanya empirivuma, tubawa standard ze twagala era totuleetera kintu ffe kye tutayagala ekyakukudde oba ekyagize eki ekyo kimu. Ekyokubiri ne tutuuka ku kusiika. Okusiika kwaffe kwa mutindo, si kwa sefuliya nti yababiridde ate omuliro gwabadde mutono ate biki. Ekyo kituyambye nnyo okukuuma omutindo gwaffe. Kati awo bwe tuvaawo ne tugenda kupakira. Okupakira olaba tuteeka mu bukebe bwaffe obw'ekyuma. Ekyuma ekyo bakiyita food grade. Empirivuma yaffe nga twagitaddemu ne bw'onoogisaanikula nga wayiseewo emyaka 3 yadde nga tuteekako emyaka 2 ojja gisanga nga bwe wagiteekamu bweri. So kikuuma omutindo. Ate bwe tuvaawo awo ne tuteekako lebo yaffe nayo nnungi nnyo era ate ne gye bujja nga tweyongedde okufuna bakasitoma tujja kubeera nga emikebe gyaffe tugikubirako ddala nga gyo gijja giri branded. Kakati counterfeit waliwo ne kyetwagala okukola ekya UNBS kye yaleeta ekya itaaga nti bw'oteeka mu kyuma gwe consumer gw'omunywi ayagala okumanya oba kino kirungi oba kituufu oba si kituufu, bw'oteekamu nga ekintu ekyo basobola okukisoma ne bamanya empirivuma evuddewa oba product eyo evuddewa. So twagala nnyo okukola ebintu byaffe mu bwerufu. Ekyo kitukuumirako ku mutindo n'okubeera nti ebintu bino UNBS ebimanye, tulina certificate yabyo, twabitwala ne babikebera era tulina certificate. Era byonna tugenze tubirinnyisa omutindo. Twasookera ku kupakira ebintu byaffe byonna nga biri mu plastic, naye tugenze tuyiga, tugenda tulinnyisa omutindo oba upgrading. Kati ekituteesaako ne mu plastic kubeera nti tulina obutale obw'enjawulo. Abantu baffe abakozesa products zaffe banjawulo. Oli yagamba nti nze sifuddeeyo mu parking, naye era tugenderera nnyo nti bwe tuba nga ekintu kyaffe kiri mu plastic omuntu tumugamba kikozese mangu, kireme kubeera nti kisika omusana nekifuukuuka balangi oba n'ebirungo okuddirira. Naye nga plastic tukyamukozesaako olw'okubeera nga bwe mugambye tiwaliwo omuntu oba mu butale bwaffe tulinamu abo abasobola okubeera nti basobola kugula kaawa wa 15,000 n'abalala basobola wa 1,000. Kaakati ono akyali ku 15,000 asinga yenna ali mu plastic. Okendeeza ku bbeeyi. Abalimi b'empirivuma tebannaba kubeerayo okwogera obutuufu, yadde nga twagala kati tutandike okusimba empirivuma tuzirabirire tulabe mu eka zivaamu zenkana ki naye nga omutindo ffe gwe tusinza okubawa oba ekyesuubi kye tusinza okubawa tubagamba temutema miti. Emiti egyo mugirabirire mugikuume butiribiri muwanuleeko buwanuzi ki ensigo omuti gusigale nga gwongera okuwa n'omwaka ogujja. Weewaawo Rena twawandiikako ku pulojekiti nga tulowooza nti NEMA eyinza okutuyamba okulaba nti tukuuma oba tutangira obutonde nga tuziyiza okutema emiti egy'empirivuma naye tetunafuna response bulungi. Kati tulina porogulaamu 2022 ey'okukwata ku balimi n'abo abakuŋŋaanya empirivuma. Akawoowo k'empirivuma kaawuka era bw'obanga wali ogize eki okunguddeko ku mpirivuma ogiwulira eba ewunya yokka n'empooma eyawuka. Kano kalimu akakambagga kaawa takambagga ate ne bw'obeera onywa empirivuma tekuleetera mutima kukuba yo tekubisa mutima tekubeezesaawo nti otunule ekiro kyonna kyonna kubanga kaawa abamu bamunywa babeere nga tebeebaka aziiza otulo. Empirivuma weebaka nomale otulo otwo ne tuggwamu oba weebakidde essaawa 2 neba nga weebase amaaso gazibiriza buli kimu kizibiridde owummula. Eno kyanjawulo weebaka bulungi tekubisa ntunnunsi owummula. Katugenda kunywa ku kaawa waffe ono tuva okukuba kunywebwa ne mu woteeri. Kati oba woteeri ng'ogenda kusaavinga abakasitoma bo oteekako amazzi n'osena empirivuma yo eneemala bweti mu kikopo. Osobola n'ogiteeka mu coffee maker naye kati nze kankozesa amazzi gano aga bulijjo. So you can see it dissolves very fast. Teina particles era egenda kuwomera.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
This is painting and decoration. Yes. Its mandate from Business, Technical, Vocational Education and Training, BTVET Act 2008, Section 13 up 21. In particular, Section 14, which stipulates the functions of Directorate of Industrial Training. One of the functions is to identify the needs of the labor market for occupational competences that fall under Uganda Vocational Qualifications Framework. Another one is to regulate apprenticeship schemes. Here mainly in apprenticeship schemes we conduct the assessment and certification, while signing contracts is handled by Ministry of Gender. Promote entrepreneurship values and skills as an integral part of UV12. This one we do it in every assessment and training packages or our curriculum. We put in entrepreneurship values for self-employment. We accredit training institutions or companies. DIT can accredit companies or institutions as assessment center. We assess and award Uganda vocational qualifications. We promote the on-job training and further skills upgrading. And other trainings, in-plant training, they are also emphasized. But we also develop and apply and expand the application of UV12. Honorable Minister, DIT and NDP3. Is DIT relevant? The vision of DIT is to produce a globally competitive and adequate workforce for industrial development in Uganda, and this is in line with NDP3, which emphasizes the need to produce appropriate, knowledgeable, skilled, and ESCO workforce. Minister, the NDP3 envisages the implementation of Uganda Youth Employment and Productivity Project as a core human resource capital with a strong emphasis on TVET. DIT is the center of this agenda through the assessment of industrial training curriculum, harmonizing curriculum and certificate of competence, assessing and certifying of competences, developing occupational standards and trainers, developing industrial curricula, harmonizing curricula and certificate of competence, assessing and certifying of apprentices, developing occupational standards and assessment and training packages for trade testing for the industry and the world of work. You know, restructuring is going on and so many reforms. So the ministry say DIT is very unique. It is the honor of its kind. It is the one which can make you a carpenter. Even if you have, it is the one which can make you a cook. It is comparable the way how you see LDC. Even if you have a PhD in law, you cannot become an advocate. You have to go through LDC. So that is the major difference. That is the unique of DIT. As aligned DIT's new mandate as to promote the highest standard in the quality and efficiency of industrial training in Uganda. Before you join the industry, you have to go through DIT. Then to ensure adequate supply of properly trained manpower at all levels in industry and world of work. The new mandate comes with elastic schedule functions as already outlined above. The proposed structure is anticipated to effectively and efficiently address the requirements of the new mandate of DIT and its elastic functions. Honorable Minister, this implies that there is ever increasing demand of occupational-based assessment. The assessment which DIT is occupational or trade test, so the demand is overwhelming, and this one needs manpower, especially the verifiers. In the current structure, there is lack of upward progression. From principal level, you cannot progress in DIT. You either have to leave the directorate or another person has to come from nowhere. So there is a structural breakdown. Inadequate numbers of specialized staff, especially for special needs, the deaf, the blind, and the dumb, etc. Because on the normal structure, there is only a provision of 43 positions. Now, Honorable Minister, there is also a limited number of implementation of assessment, trade testing, apprenticeship program, and industrial training. There is also, we don't have a planning unit. Honorable Minister, what is the recommendations? Our recommendation is that to mitigate the challenges affecting service delivery, as I said, when you entered here, you thought, are these ones students? No. These ones are already graduates. All of them are already what? Graduates. They are engineers, they are scientists.
Before. But that was on a different business. I'm here as a political leader and as a minister to share the challenges you are facing, especially of human resource nature during this trying time of the COVID-19 pandemic. Impressed with the level of compliance you've demonstrated when we entered Lugogo Vocational Training Institute. The sanitizing is good, and of course we know what we have, especially in the structure. We don't have safety officers, but I was happy with the level of preparedness, given that in our structure as public service, we don't have safety officers at the workplace. So we would really give yourselves a hand clap for that. We still need to do more. We need to do more in terms of having, even if you don't have a safety officer, having someone to be responsible in every room, in every workshop, in every office, to make sure that we work safe. When we are traveling, we come, some of us use public transport. We don't want one individual to be infected and they infect the whole institute. So kindly, let's put in more measures of making sure that indeed we test the temperature, we sanitize everyone, we make sure that we have face masks on permanently. When I look at some of the members here, some don't have face masks. So I wish I'd like to applaud the management of the Directorate of Industrial Training for the good work you are doing towards training our youth and the young people in vocational skills, and this one is directly aimed at impacting on the high level of unemployment we have in the country. Our economy requires hands-on skills as opposed to accumulation of qualifications, that's degrees, diplomas, and the two complement each other in order to easily access employment. This institute, I'm particularly happy that you go further to certify the students. During our days, we used to call it trade test certificates. The director told me you call it occupational based certificates. I think they are the same. When you have it, that means you can ably fit to do what the industries require. It's not like someone who has just been in school and they have half-baked skills and they go and they say, we are able to do this. I've heard from the principal, no, from the director, that even Kira Motors engineers had to come here. That is very good. If the young people take part in job creation, that is being job makers other than being job seekers. And I believe it's one of the objectives of this institution. What you do here and the service you render to the population is therefore very important, and as government we don't take services for granted. As you are aware, our government through the National Development Plan has a vision. It had a vision of reaching middle income status by 2021 financial year. But this has been overtaken by events, and despite that, it calls on all of us to exert more efforts to have that goal achieved as soon as possible. And in order to reach that goal, His Excellency the President issued strategic guidelines and directives for the medium-term implementation of programs for our country, and there is also the manifesto of our ruling party, NRM. Those guidelines His Excellency put are supposed to be addressed by all sectors of government, including local governments, when setting priorities and when implementing the government programs. Of course, examples of those areas which need to be addressed include protection of the environment, service delivery, poor work, supervision, diversion of funds, which is the gentle way, but it is theft, and many others. So in order to achieve those 23 strategic objectives, we're expected to enhance service delivery at our workplace. And of course, with the COVID-19 pandemic, it calls for innovation, where your output is supposed to be high, but you're not supposed to be many in numbers. So it calls for innovation, and I'm glad to hear that you bought computers for some of the staff to work remotely. So that is good innovation on part of management. Inspections, as our ministry has that mandate of inspections, we found some issues of concern, and which issues have caused major hindrances to service delivery in MDAs and local governments and other government institutions. We realize that many institutions are not fully implementing and enforcing client charter commitments to citizens. Client charters are commitments we have with citizens that we will do this in this time. For example, if you are the principal, a tutor, and you say, I'm supposed to give this number of course units in these hours. Rather, in this course unit, I'm supposed to take this number of hours. If you go beyond those, you have broken the commitment. So that means you have broken the commitment you have in the client charter. The customization and implementation of new structures is not being implemented. And Director, you just told me that you presented your structure. We will follow up this, because what we know is that all votes which requested for some adjustment in the structure, the minister has been there to support them. I'll find out whether it is our ministry or finance, because we've had this with the Ministry of Health, we've had this with the police, and with other government ministries. So this one, I'm going to take it up to make sure that we give you the structure that delivers as per your mandate. And despite the presence of COVID, work must continue, and those who are given tasks to do remotely must accomplish them at all levels of the performance management cycle, which includes performance planning, performance monitoring, and performance evaluation, or appraisal, and last, performance improvement. And this should be at institutional, team, or individual level. The rewards and sanctions framework should also be implemented, and many organizations only look at the sanctions. Kindly take it upon yourselves to reward outstanding performance from staff, and this one may not be financial. Just a certificate alone is very good if you reward someone. The skills you may not be having is tailored skills for specific cadres, and for example, managerial skills, which may not be offering, for example, the secretarial cadre, and many other cadres. So in case you have training needs, kindly, Director, plan with our Civil Service College, we offer the training. Representative of the Chairman,
under the Ministry of Education and Sports, with the mandate of developing occupational standards, regulating work-based schemes, applying and expanding the Uganda Vocational Qualifications Framework, accrediting assessment center, as well as assessing and awarding Uganda vocational qualifications as provided for in the BITVET Act of 2008.
The Directorate mandate is to develop occupational standards, to regulate worker-based training, then to develop, expand Uganda Vocational Qualifications Framework, to assess and award occupational qualifications.
Following that, the Directorate of Industrial Training is able to assess and certify competences For the world of work, and a word modular, workers practically acquired skills and full occupational certificates and transcripts regardless of the training mode. Assessment of trainees is conducted from DIT accredited assessment centers across the country, which include vocational training institutions.
Its objective is to establish the level of readiness of our trainees for the world of work. In other words, it assesses the level of achievement of skills during their 2 years of study at the institute.
Yeah, it feels very good to be doing something that is different as a woman. Things that they think are for men, women can actually do them.
At least from vocational school, you can go and sit under somebody's veranda and you do something for yourself.
Industries and enterprises like National Water and Sewage Corporation.
Specifically for National Water, as for the MOU, all their workers, whether you have a degree, whether you have a master, as long as you join National Water, we are going to assess you, you are going to validate your skills and put you in the right place by giving you this certification document.
People who are in the trenches doing work, ensuring that our customers get water. And so management is very keen to ensure that it builds capacity for our staff.
Me as a lady, I also appreciated it. Even considering the unemployment level in Uganda is high. So if you decide to sit there and you're like, this is for men, you may end up not getting anything.
Kira Motors Corporation skilled workers. Uganda National Roads Authority roadworks plant operators.
Our target is to assess all human resources who have gained experience but are lacking qualifications, such that it improves their pay, it improves their skills, and they can also be marketable once they go outside Uganda.
Primary schools.
Through these vocational skills, if one is able to do tailoring or baking or computer, one can easily make a breakthrough in the future. We have seen very many students who have degrees but are on streets. They don't have jobs.
All children in Uganda need these skills. In whichever community they come from, they need the skills for their own future, for employment, for making their own jobs.
Secondary schools.
National Curriculum Development Center is working in partnership with the Directorate of Industrial Training to skill ordinary level learners in the different subjects, the vocational subjects that they can opt for when they are studying at ordinary level. This came about as a result of the need for learners who are competent rather than just knowledge-based learners. So learners with skills that can help them in the world of work.
We keep them with the skills that they can be able to start on their own projects. For example, when you visit our workshops, you find that they are doing some small projects. You find a student is making a bag in textile. You find a student is making a candle stand in metal fabrication.
Organized groups like Ghetto Youth.
I've gained a lot of skills in the field. Right now, I can operate on the engine, on the suspension, and also a little bit of wiring, because we were given the basics on the car. So that's what I've been studying.
I came here without an idea about this course, but so far now I can operate a phone, I can operate, calculate, anything about electronics I can do. So far I've got some experience which can help us to achieve something in our life.
Wiremen technicians, commonly known as Kamyufu.
Part is to come and interview the trained people. Can they actually do the works? And yes, we have found out that most of them can actually do these installations. And most of them have already passed with at a rate of 90%.
So what I know, they have trained us very well and they have removed the name of Kamyufu. So
So we know that we shall benefit a lot from what they have done. So we have learned a lot. Now we can go and wire, we can do everything of electrical work.
I've been moving with my uncle doing some electrical practice. Now I get interested in electrical work. Now I come for a training for electrical work.
The purpose of this training is to make sure that the Kamufus, the so-called Kamufus, do work in the right way. As you're well aware that the government is now undertaking rural electrification. So the main purpose is to make sure that the wiremen are everywhere. That is bringing services closer to the people.
Namirembe School for the Deaf.
At Namirembe, we train deaf children skills that are employable, like carpenter and joinery, bricklaying and concrete practice, tailoring and cutting, knitting, hairdressing, and cookery. And the training is done for 3 years. And after 3 years, these students are assessed by the Directorate of Industrial Training. And they receive certificates the same as those that are hearing, normal people. So they do the same exams, they do the same assessment, same exams, and they get the certificates which are the same. So we are grateful for the government for having given us access also to certification, so that these boys can also compete in the world of work.
Yes, I can make my own workshop. I can. Anything. Wardrobes, I can. Doors, I can make them beds, decors, many things I can.
And inmates at Luzira maximum prisons, among others.
I'm supposed to serve 12 years.
12 years.
Yes. I want to begin up my own workshop. Then I also train my fellow brothers who are outside, who have nothing to do, who have no work. So I need to train them so that we get skills. Then after getting skills, so that we can sustain our families.
We have trained them in Balemen, we have trained them in Soroti, we have trained in Arua, we have trained in Gulu, in Lira, we have trained. But this assessment we have started from Luzira, and we are going to extend to those other units also.
Mbarara Municipal Primary School is one of the model primary schools under the Universal Primary Education UPE program, with an enrollment of over 4,000 pupils. The school is one of the model primary schools implementing the dual curriculum, where learners are subjected to vocational training in bakery, tailoring, knitting, soap making, art and designing, and computer, alongside their basic general education. This approach is in response to the demands of the world of work for marketable skills, where schools are required to produce learners who are competitive and are able to do things with their hands.
Help me in future, in case I don't get a job, I will get self-employed.
We can also get more training when we go to higher education.
The vocational training at this school is facilitated by the Ministry of Education and Sports as part of the non-formal training program, which aims at equipping Ugandans with hands-on skills for self-reliance.
Parents feel that when we engage these people in vocational studies, we waste time, they don't finish the syllabus. Even at the end, when the people does not perform very well in PRE, the parent feels that that child is a failure. But you never know where the talent of this child falls. Through these vocational skills, if one is able to do tailoring or baking or computer, one can easily make a breakthrough in the future. We have seen very many students who have degrees but are on streets, they don't have jobs. So here we are training people to be job creators but not job seekers. And we pay attention to both the academic and vocational.
At the end of the skills training program, learners undergo competence-based assessment and certification by the Directorate of Industrial Training under the Ministry of Education and Sports in line with the Uganda Vocational Qualifications Framework before sitting for their final primary leaving examinations.
Our assessment is competency-based assessment. However, you have to learn a skill. After that, learning the skill, you are assessed, you can market your product and earn a living. So both the primary kids, they can earn a living. However, it can also motivate them to continue with skills in secondary, and this is the foundation of the dual curriculum.
The method helps learners to come up with business ideas during school term holidays, which helps them to be enterprising and self-sustaining at a young age.
Actually, even when she comes for holidays, I have to buy her threads so that she keeps practicing knitting, because it is even something that you can do after and support yourself. Like the challenges we have in employment these days, knitting is something you can buy thread, you can get your machine and support yourself as your personal employment.
Really ignited a fire in her. Without looking at education as, just reading books and, doing exams, something that she can do outside the formal sector to build herself for now and for the future.
As parents, we are very happy, we are excited, because this program gives a different perspective of education to our children. The skills gained are really, really, really important for our children, and we are enjoying the outcome.
A total of 1,309 pupils have been assessed and certified by the Directorate of Industrial Training since 2017.
One is a meat pie, and the second one is a sausage pie, a sausage roll. So, in sausage roll, I've added on another dish, which is pineapple glaze. And this glaze is being used when you're eating the meat pie or the sausage roll. So how did we come up with the sausage roll? We started using the sausage. So the sausage was in a freezer, and we had to first melt it so that the ice disappears. After melting it, we started kneading with different products, and those ingredients included carrot. We used carrot, we used sausage, we added garlic. After garlic, we added some onions. So after, started kneading. And when it got ready, so we got our dough, which we made yesterday, and we had to roll it to come up with a good shape. After getting the shape that we wanted, so we got our sausage that we had made with the ingredients. We started putting it on that dough. So when we placed it on the dough, we started rolling it to come up with a shape that is suitable for eating after when it has been baked. So after, we had to get a pan where we use a baking pan. Yes, we use the baking tray, and after getting a baking tray, we had to put blue band. You can use blue band or butter and smear around it so that you can put our roll on it. So after putting it on, we had to brush the eggs on it so that we get a fine product afterwards. So because when you don't brush those eggs, you get a different product. You don't get the kind of the color that you need. So after following all those steps, you have to put our product in the oven for 40 minutes. So after 40 minutes, we have to get our product and put it in this shape, cutting it in small pieces so that it can be served as a dish. So after that, we went ahead to make the pineapple glaze. And how did we come up with the pineapple glaze? We started with cutting the pineapple. Let my colleague demonstrate the rest.
Alright, I'm going to talk about the pineapple glaze. We use a pineapple, we peeled off the peels, then we cut the pineapple into cubes, into small cubes, and we put the pineapple into the blender. We blended it to make the pineapple juice. Then we got the product. We got a pan, and then we lighted the fire, and we poured the product from the blender. Then we stirred to make it thick. Before blending, we added some sugar to the pineapple to make it sweet. After blending, we boiled the products, then we stirred to make the glaze thick. And we added yellow.
Hello everyone. After our pineapple glaze has cooled, we have to wait for it to cool. You get a teaspoon and you tablespoon, and then a small portion of the glaze, and then you apply it on either the pie, or either the meat pie or the sausage roll. It helps in garnishing the product. So that's how.
We have onions, olive oil, beans, tomato paste, you know it, salt, paprika, this one, paprika, it's called paprika.
Another definition for chicken allergy is a dish consisting of diced chicken. Is a dish
we have
consisting of
breadcrumbs,
chicken in a green sauce.
breadcrumbs or panko, you know it.
Consisting of chicken or diced chicken.
So we have Simba.
In a cream in a cream sauce. Ingredients are
we are going to start with boiling
onions,
beans. One of them.
I have a question. Are those fresh beans?
Yes, they are fresh. We use
batukola bwoti bagamba okojanjabuza obaana ababulaku supervisa
Carrots, the tomato, and smashed garlic. Yeah, to bring in some flavor. We put to the oven, but while in the oven you make sure you, like after some minutes, you check on your chops and make sure you turn as you marinate. As you baste. Every time you turn them, you baste them and press back. Then till we get the golden brown color. Then as we are doing that, like putting our chops in the oven as we are waiting for them to get ready, we got our cauliflowers and parboiled them. First boil water, then put in your carrots, the cauliflowers, and parboil them. After that, you refresh them and press them in melted butter. You can melt your butter and spill. Yeah, you just spill on your parboiled carrots, cauliflowers. That's all.
Welcome to Lugogo Vocational Training Institution. My name is Semfuka George William, Senior Instructor, Head of Department, Welding Department. Today, I'm going to teach you how to fabricate a window, or rather how to make a window. First of all, we have to put into our consideration of selection of tools. We have to make sure that you have the different variety of tools. They have these handy tools. This is an axle frame. It has an axle blade in it. And this is our major tool, which we use on measuring. It's a measuring tool. We have also what we call back square or tri square rather. So now, let us try to be selective on the material. We are going to use door frame. This is what we call door frame. This is a profile. It has a profile, this profile. And we have also to use the whole section. This section is 20 by 40 millimeter with its thickness of 1.5. We have to go and prepare the material as our second step. We also have this, our safety must be observed to cover our face. It's called shield mask. This mask, it protects our face, our eyes, and from X-rays from the welding. So it is very important to use this mask, or otherwise some people, they use these small ones, the goggles, which is not recommendable. This has a glass which is 10 microns, so that one can resist any X-rays coming into your eyes, and even for you to burn your body cells. After selecting the tools and the material, so now we are going on the step number 3 to prepare the material, preparation of the material. So we have to use our vise so that we can grip this material to the vise, and then we start off cutting. Preparation is very important, because once you make any error in the preparation, then you can't achieve with the good production. One square, you can't get proper squares, you can't get the workmanship will be a problem to you, and the angularities. So these are the profiles we are going to use, making the frame of the window. So we are going to cut off some provisions in this profile so that we can be able to assemble the frame of the window. Let us go to the cutting. Our next step is preparation of the material. We have what we call a vise, bench vise, and as you have remember, I have told you the tools we are using on this in preparation of the material. My student will take you through on this. It's called Mayanja. Is a second year student, finalist. So he can take you all this.
Hello viewers, my name I'm Kanji Daniel, second year student Lugogo Vocation, and we are going to a process called material preparation and then cutting. Here where we are, this is our working bench, and it has a vise where we clamp our material or our workpiece for cutting. After tightening it, you have to know the measurements. The measurements you are going to cut. Now if I'm going to cut 59 or 50 centimeters, I'm going to use centimeters, but you can also use millimeters and then inches. Yeah, but me, I'm going to use centimeters. Now, if I'm going to cut 50 centimeters, I have to know my tape. My tape contains centimeters, millimeters, and then inches, even meters. So, 50 meters, there will be self-explanatory to the tape. 50, where you see 50 on the downer scale, that's where you mark. I use my scriber. I use my scriber for marking where I'm going to cut. To some people, you who are wealthy, you can use a chalk to some workshops. But we people who are local, I can use my local scriber. Yeah. After that, I have in my hands what I call a tri-square. This tri-square contains of two angles, 90 and then 45. So it depends to the way you want to join that workpiece, that material, whether to an angle of 45 or to an angle of 90. But me, what I want, it's 90. So this is how I mark my 90. After marking my angle of 90, I have to put it just nearer to the vise for proper firmness. I tighten it, and then after that, I have to get my tool called the axle. This axle is the most cheap tool which is used in most of the workshops, even outside. Yeah, but there are also some machines used for cutting, but we are going to use our axle to cut. Now, using this axle, first of all, you have to be straight. After you being straight, this axle doesn't need a lot of energy on it. It has some defects when you use a lot of energy. You have to be straight, but only I can tell you to be straight and to leave it flow. We are done. So after that, you uncramp our material, and then after cutting, we are going to our next process of joining. From this step now, we are going to what we call assembling. Assembling contains of joining metals, but just stacking them, not spot welding. Most people, they normally use spot welding, but spot welding is another type of welding. So we are going to tack joining or assembling. That's our next step from here. This is step 4. We are from cutting. Now we are going for assembling, which is step 4 in welding. Now we have already cut our work pieces to our measurements. So now what we are going to do is assembling, and in assembling we use what we call tacks or fillet. Tacks, these are small weldments which can be easily disassembled. When you have made any mistake, you can easily disassemble them and then you rectify that mistake. So we have what we call our machine, our welding machine. It's a portable one. In case you have a site, there is no need you to take the other big workshop machine because it's so heavy. But this one is portable, light. Those are some of the advantages of this portable welding machine. And now we have our magnet. I'm using this magnet because my working bench, it's metallic. So I'm going to use my magnet to help me hold this workpiece in one position. And in that, I also have a tape measure to check my measurements when I'm assembling. I also have what I call a tri-square. This tri-square, as I told you, it contains of two angles, 45 and then 90. I'm going to join my workpieces to an angle of 90 degrees. So I have to use a tri-square to help me attain that angle. I also have a welding mask. To some, they call it shield. Now, this one is automatic. We have also the other manual one, but this one is automatic. In case you cannot afford it, you can go and buy the other manual one. It's a bit cheap. Now, during our assembling process, I'm going to join door frames. This material, it's called a door frame. A door frame, we normally use it in making windows and then doors. That's how it got its name, door frame. Now, our door frame, it has 3 sides. It has a side of 30. Here it's 35. Then here it's 40. Also here it's 50. Now, if you want to join these 2 door frames, you have to make sure that the 30 side goes with the 30 side of another door frame. If you make any mistake in that, they won't be equal or they won't flash on top. Again, I'm going to use a welding process called arc welding. This is arc welding. We have very many processes, but this is arc welding. So because this is mild steel, when we are joining mild steel materials, there are 2 processes, 3. We can use gas, we can use arc welding, and then we can use MAG. Now, we are going to carry on our assembling. As I told you, I use my magnet to help me hold my workpiece in one position. As you see it, it's already in one position now. I don't have to disturb myself with again putting it side by side. Then I also get my other workpiece. I make sure that this 40 goes with this 40. Now I think you can see that it's flashing on top. I use my tri-square to get my angle of 90. As you see my tri-square, it gives you the proper angle you need. This is now, it's called 90 degrees. This angle now. And in case you have a protractor and you want to measure, you will see that it will give you 90 degrees. So after that, I have to tack it. And in tacking, we use the element, the welding element. This one, its importance is to protect your eyes and then your skin or face from these ultraviolet rays, because they can damage your eyes. When you go old, you won't see, but if you use this one, your eyes will be protected, and also your skin, because when we do the welding, there are some gases like these ones you see. These gases, they cause cancer when they go into your skin. So we use this one to protect ourselves from all those defects of welding. This is what I call attack. What I've done, it's called attack. In case I've made any mistake, or my workpiece is not to the measurements I need, if I check and it's not to the right measurements I need, I can easily break this and then I rectify my mistake. When we are assembling, we don't do full welding. You have to do full welding, okay, that's another process. Our finalizing process. Now, after that, you have to check again whether it's still on your angle 90. Our workpiece is still on an angle 90. You check, because when we do welding, this is heat. Heat, in case you apply heat to any substance, we have what we call detortion. When you do welding, that heat tends to pull this material to a different angle which you need. So you check again. When you see that it's on your right angle, you tack it permanently. Now, after all that process, you check your measurements. We have the right measurements. They are the right measurements. You check on both sides. Yes, those are our right measurements. You check the angle. It's fine. That's our angle. So now, after all that, we can go to our next process. This is now our window frame. We have finished to cut, to assemble. It's to our right measurements. The angles, I think you can see them. We use our tri-square to attain these angles. All angles at 90. Now we are going to full weld it. After tacking, you check whatever you need to check, the measurements, the angles, and then we go to full welding. After full welding, first of all, we do full welding to strengthen this frame. Because to some people, they do only tack welding and then they put filler. But filler, it's not that strong as a full welded frame. Full welding is more stronger. It's stronger than just filling it with filler. Yes, that's why we do full welding. Then after full welding, you do inspection. Inspection, you get your plan or the frame they gave you on a paper, and then you see that what is on a paper is what you have done. That's what we call inspection. From here, we are going to the finishing process, because we can't leave our joint the way you see it. It's very rough, and our customer needs a smooth joint. So we have to take it to the finishing site, and then they do finishing on our frame.
By the names of Kabuye Lawrence, second year student in welding and fabrication. Really, I'm going to take part of finishing of the product we have done. So let me start by presenting the materials I'm going to use. I have some tools. I have a grinding disc. Then I have a flap disc. This one does the final finishing. Then I'm going to start by preparing the grinder I'm going to use. This is how we put the grinding disc on the grinder. And you must make sure that it is too tight. We tighten it a little bit. If at all you don't have a key, you can use this for emergency. After preparing the grinder with the initial grinding disc, so you get your clear gaggle. Then after getting it, you can put it on. Then you get a grinder. You must follow the joint how it has been welded. Then after, we can remove this grinding disc. Then we put this one as a flap disc. It does the polishing. So we just put it on the head of the grinder. Then after putting it, you tighten. Then when we are doing this, you follow the joint how it has been welded, because
for some good work. You do that, then you polish a little bit. So mostly the important part of it, for us to do the finishing like that, so that you can see how the joint has been welded well. And if at all the joint has not been welded well, you can see some gaps, a little bit of gaps when it has not been welded well. Really, after maybe we can do the cleaning. If at all the product has been it's done, then we can do the finishing. You know, bringing like sandpapering. We sandpaper it. Then we can use a wire brush in case. Then we do the spraying.
After fabrication and the product is out, it's time for spraying. But before spraying, we have to make sure that we prepare the surface. By preparing the surface, we do sanding. We are using the sandpaper. Now when the surface becomes clean, we connect our compressor. That compressor provides us with pressure. That pressure mixes with the paint which is put in this spray gun. Now before spraying, you have to cover yourself with a mask. This is how we put on the mask. Now, after the mask is on, then you start spraying. Yes, before we put on undercoat first. This is the undercoat, red oxide. After the undercoat, you leave it to dry. After it dries, you put any color of your choice. So that is when.
Welcome. It's time to learn. I'm a professional cook. I trained from Hurika Home of Economics and I was assessed by the Director of Industrial Training. Per now, I also work with the Directorate of Industrial Training restaurant. So today, as you see here, my colleagues, we are going to prepare a very delicious beef stew. This one is extraordinary. So, as you see here, my colleagues are trying to cut they're chopping the beef into, this one we call it grenade shape. It is a French word. So, we are going to start by tenderizing our beef, because it needs some time, like 5 minutes. So, Mr. Hood, please help me. So as he's doing this, I'm going to take you through the ingredients that we are going to require. First of all, we need onions, we need carrots, we need green pepper, we need ginger, we need tomatoes, we need spring onions, we need fresh coriander, we have beef masala, we have curry powder simba, mixed spices, black pepper, we have soy sauce, we have light and dark. For the dark one, it will help us darkening our sauce, then the light will give more salt in it. It has some tasting. We've got Reiko, then we've got a grater. We need some teaspoons for measuring the ingredients, and cooking oil. So now we are going to start with preparing our beef stew. We put some oil, that is enough. Please don't put much, because much of the oil is not good. Some people have health issues. It's a clove, but we are going to use half of it. We can even crush. So we are going to crush it because this is it. So this is our beef. We have tenderized it with pineapple juice to make it more soft. Even it will get ready quickly. So we are putting our beef. Then you stir. But please, if you're cooking this beef, most of the time some people cook and when the oil gets too ready, you just pour. No, if the oil is too ready, what you do, you first put it aside, then you start the what? The frying. So as our beef is boiling there, we are going to put our garlic. So I'm grating some ginger. It gives some good flavor. More ginger. So the ginger, don't put much. Then too, it requires the ginger to boil in the beef so that you can smell the flavor. Even when you're eating, you taste the flavor. Here's the garlic. We are putting the garlic. So we cover as we chop more of our ingredients. As they are chopping, I'm going to season our beef. Seasoning means giving food taste. So that's what I'm trying to do. I think you can see properly our beef. It shows that it's really soft. The pineapple juice really helped. So they are chopping these spring onions. They are called spring onions. Most of the time, if you have these onions, avoid putting them there like we put the garlic and the ginger. Spring onions, most of the times, they are good to put on the top of the sauce after putting stock. Stock, what I'm trying to mean is water. In cook, we don't call it water. We call it stock. Let's put our onions. These onions were chopped in julienne shape. Most of us, we know it's called onions for pilau. Most people call them onions for pilau. Please, someone can say, salira ka obutungulu bwa pilau. But in cook, we call them, it's a julienne shape. Please help me put the carrots. We cover. We add more onions. Hey guys, me I can smell the aroma. I don't know if you're smelling. For sure, I think it's going to be tasty. Wow. And just see the meat, it's very soft. Please, always try pineapple juice. It's the best for red meat. It tenderizes, it makes the meat soft. We've added our carrots. And always cover your food. Coriander. So we are going to put our tomatoes. You know, we want our stew to be like it's boiled, it's fried. It will be different actually, because you see most of the true people boil, they shallow fry the meat until it's golden brown. But for this case, we are not going to do that. It's going to be like it's boiled. So now we are going to put our spices as the tomatoes get ready. For the spices, we shall start with black pepper. Black pepper is very important in meat dishes, but for poultry dishes like chicken, it's better use white pepper. But for this case of meat dishes, we shall use more of black pepper. We shall put 1 teaspoon leveled. Then mixed spices, we shall also do the same. Then we shall put 2 for beef masala, because it's basically beef, so you have to put more of this. After that, coriander. Coriander, I'm going to put 1, because I have fresh. I think you can see. When you come and you taste my beef, you say, Amina, this is boiled. But in others, I put some little cooking oil. But you can cook it like that at home. It will be tasty for sure. So curry powder, we are going to put 1 teaspoon leveled. You don't want much of it, because some people don't like it actually. But it is good. It gives the sauce a good taste. Then you mix well. Make sure that all the ingredients can penetrate properly in the meat, in that even if someone tastes can say, for sure, black pepper is there. Then after that, we are going to put green pepper, please. So my dear learners, green pepper, avoid putting it with tomatoes. Always make sure that the tomatoes are soft, because green pepper gets ready quickly. But since our meat we tenderized it with pineapple juice, it's already soft. So we are going to put our green pepper and they will just boil for like 5 minutes. And we shall be good to go and we taste. I need stock, please. So as my colleague brings stock, I told you stock from the start. It's water. In cooking, we don't have water. We've got stock. So when I got a chance, I learned all this because of the director to industrial training. I was given a chance to go and learn cooking. So now I'm a professional cook. Actually, now my husband at home, he never eats food that is not delicious. It is always delicious. So we've got the stock. We are going to put little. That is enough. I think you can see our soup is thick and our meat is soft. It is very soft. That's what they call cooking. You don't need simanyate. Soko tokoseka, no. There is no parboiling here. You just tenderize. We also have many tenderizers. We have lemon. Lemon is also a tenderizer. It is actually good. I'm adding some more seasoning, because the one I put in the first place, it wasn't enough. So I'm going to test my seasoning. Oh my God. Cameraman, you should test this kubanga. It is really sweet. So now I'm going to put my spring onions on our what? In our sauce. Because spring onions are very good. They give a good aroma, flavor to the what? To the sauce. And please don't avoid them. They are there. Nakasero, go to Nakawa. Don't avoid things like spring onions. Even if you're not cooking beef, you can still use spring onions. We've also got coriander. This is the fresh one. Some of us know it at court meal. So you sprinkle a bit so that your sauce can have a good flavoring. So that is it. Stir a bit. Oh wow, I can smell the coriander, guys. Oh, my dear colleagues back home, back then I was once a vacist, but me I used to cook at home. Please try this. It is very nice and it will really taste good. So let's give it some time to simmer. Simmering means boiling on low heat. So let it simmer. Then after that we shall be ready to serve. Then my dear learners, we have Reiko. Reiko is very good for thickening soup, but for some reasons at times you can avoid. Because now, as you can see my soup, I had it as an ingredient, but I'm not going to put it for one reason. My soup is thick. I don't need Reiko. But if you see your soup is not thick, you can try, but you put little, don't put much. We have also got other thickening agents like cornstarch. If you have it, it's in supermarkets. ShopRite, Capital Shoppers, you can get it. Wow. My dear chef, I think we can you test that one? Please, test the seasoning. And tell my learners.
It's really yummy.
Hey, yummy.
I'm happy for her too. Thank you.
Thank you to Chef.
Great thanks to the Directorate of Industrial Training. We are grateful for the opportunity given to us.
Actually, all of us here, we are cooks. And he's our teacher. So we have Kawesa Hood, we have Nyakojo Delpo, we have Mutiava, and we also have Brian. I work with all these people in the kitchen and we are the best. My dear learners, as our stew gets ready, I want to give you some small tips. So when we are cooking red meats, as I told you, please don't avoid pineapple and lemon for tenderizing. Then for these other spices, we have spices that don't apply everywhere. Like for black pepper. Black pepper is always good for red meat, specifically red meat. Then we have white meat. That is where we have chicken, we have fish, we also have pork, because you need to know this even if I'm a Muslim, but we have pork. And for pork and all the white meats, we need to use white pepper. They're there in the supermarkets. You have to get that white pepper. Then mixed spices is good. It goes everywhere. You can use it. It's multi-purpose. You can use it everywhere. Then if you're also preparing pilau, because I'm a pilau seeker, very good actually. You can use, actually for pilau, you use all of this, except white pepper. I'm a pilau seeker. You use all of this. Don't avoid tomatoes. Put spring onions, green pepper, everything. Then we come to our Reiko. By the way, there is a secret about Reiko when we are making pilau. My dear learners, if you're making pilau at the process of when you've put tomatoes and you've mixed everything and every spice, please put some Reiko. You will feel the taste. It will be very good. Then these two, they are good. Soy sauce dark, soy sauce light. Soy sauce dark is very good for pilau. You know, we have some people who don't have time of smanya, cut onions, put what? You just boil your water and put this. You season it, you eat pilau. But when it is only soy sauce which has done it. Then you have this light soy sauce. It is good for all sauces. But for example, if you're making chicken stew, you can put, because it is light, it's not like this one. You can put to make your soup a bit dark. And it also has salt in it. It gives a different taste to the sauce, whatever you're cooking. So that is, then we have Simba curry powder. It's the best of all curries. I don't know. On my side, it's the best. It has that chili bit of it. When you taste it, it has some chili in it. So it's actually very good. I like it. That's why I always use it. So that is all for today. Let's check on our beef. Our beef is ready. Oh my God, it smells wow. Actually, I'm going to serve one of my colleagues here. They taste, they tell us how it is. This sauce has taken me 50 minutes to prepare it. Why? At times some people take hours, but this one has taken us 50 minutes because I tenderized it with lemon, with pineapple juice. And pineapple juice is a very good tenderizer on red meat. So now, our stew is ready. So I would like to take you to the next step. We serve it and taste. Thank you very much for being good learners, being good listeners, and watching us. Here we are. As I told you, I'll take you to the next step. So our beef was ready. We put it in an inserter because that's where we serve it from. So this is how it looks. I hope you can see. Its look only can tell you that it's really nice. So it will be accompanied with, let's cover it a bit. I show you my accompaniments. We have sweet potato. We have rice. This is vegetable and pilau. We shall also accompany it with matoke. So, as you know, I already have a guest to serve. So I think I'm ready to serve. Welcome, sir. As you can see, all of this is done by DIT Restaurant. We promote employable skills.
The aroma alone is appetizing before I even taste it. Thank you.
You can see local food. Yeah. Sweet potato is energetic. It gives energy.
Thank you.
So this is our beef stew. So different. So please, you can try this at home.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
I'm already enjoying the food even if I eat.
Can I add some meat?
Yeah, it's okay. I would have taken all, but...
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
Erinnya nze Sofia nyava ku Anisha Bitisaluni Kyebando Nansana ngenda kuyigiriza okunaaza enviiri enkole eza straight. Enviiri enkolemu oba eza straight zifaanana bwe ziti kubanga zo ziraba nga tezeezinze. Kati era kasitoma era bwajjanga omuteekako tawero ng'omusaniriramuko bw'oti enviiri zino osobola ozinaaza nga tezeezinze. Kati wano tuli ku sinki tugenda kunaaza zino enviiri enkole oba ze bayita eza straight. Osooka n'oteekamu amazzi nga nago gookya oba nga gabuguma n'ogayiwamu mpola mpola bw'oti okusobola okunnyikiza enviikira bulungi. Bw'omaliriza n'oteekamu sabbuuni anaaba enviiri oba shampo n'omuteekamu bw'oti nga bw'ondaba bwe nkikola. Omuntu yenna anaaza enviiri zino nabagambye oba nabagamba nti enjala zino zirina kubanga talina njala, kubanga bw'abeera n'enjala bw'aba akola bw'ati asobola okukosa sikiini ya kasitoma. Alina kubeera nga talina njala nkulu. Kati era bw'oba onaaza sikiini ya kasitoma tonaazisa njala, okozesa engalo zo wano osobola okunaaza kasitoma obulungi bw'oti oba sikiini ye. Era bwe naaza ekko oliraba nga mweliri kubanga livaawo. Otambula bw'otyo era kye kimu kye ndi mu kukola wano. Wano mba nnyongeddemu shampo ng'oli muggyeemu ayasoose era nnyongera okumasaaginga enviiri sikiini yonna ey'omutwe. Oba onaaza enviiri wano makinga sure nti onaazaawo bulungi kuba waba waddugala oba tonaazizaawo enviiri tezinyirira. Era bw'oba onaaza zino enviiri olina okwegendereza obutanaaza bw'oti kuba buli bw'obikunyakunya bw'oti enviiri zino zeezinga ne zeekwata. So bw'oba onaaza sikiini kozesa engalo zo ng'omasaaginga bw'oti. Bw'omaliriza n'okola bw'oti ng'ozigolola. Kati kino mba naaza nviiri zino eza waggulu etali sikiini. Era oyongera n'omuggyamu esabbuuni, oteekamu sabbuuni mpaka bw'olaba ng'enviiri zitukudde. Ate gy'okoma okunaaza enviiri ne zitukula bulungi ne sikiini, enviiri gye zikoma okunyirira. Kino kye ndi mu kukola oyinza okundaba ggwe nga nze ali mu kuzannya, naye ndi mu kunaaza nviiri za mukyala oba eza kasitoma zisobole okunyirira ziveemu ekko oba ziveemu obukyafu. Kino kubanga sikiini namaze dda oginaaza. Yeeno sikiini wano ndi mu kunaaza nviiri. Omaliriza okunaaza enviiri za kasitoma n'olaba nga zitukudde bulungi. Enviiri zino era oba oziwulira naawe kennyini nti zitukudde n'okuziraba n'oteekamu kondishona. No kondishona ayamba enviiri zino bwe ziba zeezinze oba nga zirimuko nga zimeze nga zeekutte. No kondishona aziyamba okuta ne bw'omuyisaako buyisa bw'oti kungulu n'ofuna ne bw'omuyingiriza munda bw'oti n'omala era n'omasaaginga. Omala okumasaaginga era okwata ekisanirizo kino eky'amannya amaneneko tokozesa katono nosobola okuyisa mu nviri za kasitoma bwoti mpola mpola okwongera okuta oba okweyanjuluza. Bw'omala okulaba nga zeeyanjuluza bulungi n'olyoka ne kondishona n'omugyamu oba n'onyumunguza. Era bw'oba onaaza weegendereza nnyo obutayiira kasitoma mazzi mu feesi. Era omaliriza simula kasitoma ono mu ngeri y'okwegendereza n'omuggyako amazzi agaba gamuyiseeko awo akatonotono n'okukaza enviiri n'okumukwatirako aveeyo ku sinki. Tumaze okunaaza enviiri zaffe zitukudde bulungi nga bw'oziraba. Kati ngenda kuteekamu treatment wa liviini. Tukozesa treatment wa liviini okwongera okunyiriza enviiri zaffe n'oziwa amaanyi zireme kutuka. Ensonga lwaki nkozeseza treatment eno. Nenteekamu akazigo ak'omu nviiri, nenteekamu ka air food, nkasetingiramu enviiri zino okweyongera okunyirira birungo. Nenteekamu setting lotion okwongera okunyiriza era enviiri n'okunyambako oba okuyambako kwasa amayengo ne gavaayo bulungi. Bw'omala okuteekamu ebyo byonna n'osanirira enviiri za kasitoma ne zeerandulula bulungi oba okwegolola obulungi. Awo n'olyoka otandika okuseetinga zino eza straight zo tuziseetinga zisobole okufuna amayengo n'okweyongera okunyirira. Bw'oba ng'osetinga enviiri zino olina okuyisaako loola bulungi kano akasembayo ne kabulira mu loola. Bwe kamala okubuliramu n'olyoka otandika okukkirira ate nga bw'osikamu. Okkirira ate nga bw'osikamu kitegeeza kamaze okuyingirayo n'olyoka oloolinga loola n'eggwayo. Bw'oba tokikoze enviiri zifa, tezivaayo bulungi. Bw'omaliriza okusetinga obulungi ennyo omutwe gwaffe nga bw'ogulaba, tusibako kano akantu kayamba okubikka amatu gaffe gano n'ekyenyi kyaffe omuliro guli ogw'omu dulaaya guleme okumukosa. Okasibirako ddala bulungi bwoti. Kati bw'omaliriza bino byonna nga biwedde, eno tawulo ogimuggyako kubanga eba ekyafuwadde, n'omuteekako tawulo endala ennyonjo n'aba ng'asobola okugenda mu dulaaya. Nteekayo bulungi kasitoma wange n'ennindirira nga wayiseewo eddakiika 4 ngenda okucekinga ku kasitoma wange ndabe enviiri zikaze tezinnaba. Osikamu lola zene ya wano makkati obatera okusinga okulwawo okukala n'endaba nga enviiri zikaze bulungi. Awaayise mu kalayini loola webadde etudde bw'oteeka. Kalayini loola webadde etudde bw'oteeka akazigo nga katono kiyamba skin eno oba wansi ku era ye skin ku lususu okubeera nga tewakaze. Bw'omala n'obiteeka mu ngalo bw'oti n'oteeka ku nviiri n'omasaagingamu wansi ku lususu enviiri zibune. Kati ngenda kusanirira oba okusitayiringa. Kati nfunye akasaniriza akalala kafaanana bwe kati. Kanyamba oba kakuyamba okusanirira enviiri zino ne zivaamu amayengo oba enkuubo zino ezabaddemu ze nabadde ntaddemu nga nteekamu rollers tezikyalimu. Zirabako? Osigamu ka airfu katono asikanji okasiga kungu. Nokozesa ate kati kano era okumalamu enkuubo ezo oba okulandulula enviiri zino oba okuzinyiriza. Ogenda osala layini mpola bw'oti nga bw'osanirira. Kati maze okustayiringa style eno nga mugiraba enyangu nensprayingamu kaspray kano kasitoma gene nga awunya bulungi n'okweyongera okunyiriza enviiri zaffe. Bwetutyo bwe tulabise oba enviiri zaffe ozirabise enkole eza straight okuzinaaza oba ozitwitinga ne treatment wa leave-in. Tula kuyigiriza okunaaza enviiri ezitali nkole oba ze tuyita eza nakyo. Kati zino z'enviiri ze mbadde mbagamba ogasomesaako muziraba za nakyo temulimu kintu na kimu oba bizigo. Kati osooka n'omuteekako ttawulo n'omusanirira bulungi nnyo zino enviiri ne zita bulungi nnyo zireme kusumbuwa ng'oziyeemu amazzi nga bw'olaba bwenkola. Kati bw'omala okulaba enviiri zino nga zigonze bulungi nga tugenda ku sinki tutandise okunaaza. Osooka n'oyiwamu amazzi gano nga gabuguumirira. Omugaso gw'amazzi okubuguma ebizigo bino n'obukyafu bita ne zisobola enviiri zaffe okutukula. Bwe zimala okunnyikira enviiri n'ossaamu shampo. Shampo ono olina omuteekamu enviiri zonna okubuna nga bw'ondaba. Kati bw'omaliriza osobola okukola bw'oti nga bwenkola ng'oziyisaako. Bwe byegatta sabbuuni ono oba shampo bwe yeegatta n'amazzi agabuguma bijjamu ekko. Kati bw'omaliriza okwata engalo zo nga si njala, tolina kubeera na njala kubanga ziba zisuna sikini y'omuntu, olina okubeera n'enjala ng'ezange. Kati bw'oba onaaza wano onaazisa kino oleme okumuyisa obubi kasitoma. Era bwenkola bwe nti okiraba ekko eriba liva ku sikini y'omuntu oba mu nviiri z'omuntu. kati zino enviiri bwe ziba ziddugala tezisooka kummuka ekyovu kino n'okiraba, ziba zikyaddugala. Kati olina oziteekamu shampo nga bw'ozimasaaginga then mpaka wonootuuka ku kino ekyovu ekingi oba ekitukula. Bw'okifuna kiba kitegeeza nti enviiri zitukudde. Kino ekyovu tekisobola kujja ng'enviiri ziddugala. Okunaaza sikiini n'abagambye baginaaza bwe bati oba bwe bati. Oba onaaza sikiini ey'omuntu nga kuliko ekko ku sikiini kuba kubeerako ekko. Bw'oba onaaza enviiri zino, enviiri zennyini nga si sikiini, ate zo ozinaaza bw'oti. Kati bw'onaaza bw'oti oba weewala okufunyaafunya zino enviiri, tokola bw'oti. Bw'okola bw'oti ozifunyaafunya, enviiri za kasitoma ne zibeera nga zeekutte nga zigenda kukutuka. So okyewala n'okola bw'oti. Nga wamaze okunaaza sikiini ng'etukudde, kijja kuyambako okwanguya emirimu. Nga bwe mbagambye nti enviiri bwe ziba zitukudde, ekyovu kibeera kyeru ate nga kingi. Bwe ziba tezinnatukula, ekyovu kiri kyembalaze tekijja. Kati zitukudde n'ennyumunguza bulungi. Kati n'ofuna kondishona. Ono bamuyita kondishona, ayamba enviiri eziba zikutte ng'oba zikaluba n'omusiigamu naye engeri bw'omala era okugenda munaazaamu mugenda kundaba. Kati bw'oteekamu kondishona ono omasaaginga nga bw'ondaba bwe masaaginga, kiyamba enviiri zino okweta. Bw'olaba zeetadde n'okwata akasanirizo kano n'osaniriramuuko mpola mpola bw'oti. Bw'omala okusanirira ng'olaba zeetadde bulungi n'onyumunguza oba okuggyamu bino by'otaddemu. Bw'oba nga onaaza mu mutwe olina okwegendereza ennyo kasitoma ono obutamuyiira mazzi. Kya bulabe nnyo. Bw'omala okunyumunguza oba okunaaza obulungi ng'ebizigo by'otaddemu oba sabbuuni biweddemu, okwata ttawulo yaffe nga nnyonjo mutandika okusiimuula enviiri za kasitoma. Omusiimuula mpola mpola ng'omuggyako gano amazzi oba ogakendeeza. N'osobola omuggyayo mu sinki. Nga tumaze okuva ku sinki, kati tutandikira ku kino treatment ya leave-in. Tuteekamu treatment eno eya leave-in okuyamba enviiri okweyongera okugonda n'okuteekamu nviiri ekiriisa ezibeera nga tezikutukakutuka nga tezirabika bulungi. Osala layini bw'oti, kalayini n'oteeka ku sikiini kuno. Bw'omaliriza kuteeka ku sikiini nga sikiini yonna efunye, n'okwata n'era n'oteekako ko kungulu bw'oti n'omasaaginga. Awo era n'oddamu kiri n'osaniriramu. Olaba kati enviiri zange ŋŋonvu bulungi. Bw'omala n'otandika okukaza zino enviiri nga bw'ozisaniriramukko bw'oti. Bw'ozikaza ng'ozisaniriramukko ziba zeerandulula bulungi ate ne zeegolola bulungi ne ziwanvuwa n'okulabika obulungi. Bw'oba oli mu kukaza zino enviiri, okwata ekisanirizo n'okwata dulaaya eno oba andi dulaaya n'ogiteeka wansi w'ekisanirizo kino bw'oti n'otwala mpola. Kitegeeza nti kino ekisanirizo we kiyita ne wayitawo n'omuliro, zino enviiri osobola ozikola kyo ziyamba okwegolola. Bw'oba omaliriza ozikaza oba osigamu ebizigo eya food oba ebizigo ebigenda mu nviiri naye osigamu booti tomala gasiigamu era okola kyekimu kiri n'osiiga ku skin oba wansi ku lususu bulungi nnyo booti kiyamba olususu lwe okubeera nga luweweevu n'enviiri zo obutakutuka. Bw'omaliriza oddamu n'oyisaako dulaaya nakugambye nti bw'oba okozesa dry eno n'ekisanirizo okwata ekisanirizo n'okiteeka ku nviiri oba okukisaniriza enviiri dry eno nejja ng'egoberera wansi bweti osobola okugolola enviiri za kasitoma bulungi ne zitasigalamu kantu kano akasigala waggulu bwoti kiraga nti enviiri zaffe boda zetukolako zeegolodde bulungi ate nga zitukula ate nga zirimu n'ebizigo nga zinyirira bulungi. Zezino enviiri ezannakyo oba ezitaliimu kintu kyonna tetwazikozeemu wadde just tunazizza bunaaza ne tukaza ne andi dryer bwe tuti zezino zetufunyeemu nga tumaliriza. Omuyizi wange okuva gye tuvudde ne wano we tukomye nkakasa nti oyize engeri gye banaazaamu enviiri zitali nkole oba ze tuyita ezannakyo webale.
Smart 24, driving business. 24 Driving Business.
Kitibwa Businge Emmanuel okuva ku Custom Fit Design House located on Quarter Africana opposite the swimming pool downstairs eri wansi awasemba fresh semba wansi opposite the swimming pool. Ndi musajja mutunzi era ntunga engoye, ntunga bridal wear, ntunga African wear, ntunga ensawo, ntunga kyekusonzi buno obugundi obuto bw'omuntebe pillows, ntunga bags, masks. Wera ono lining ngeno kozesa. Wera ngeno kozesa. Then nteke mu filter paper. Temalo teka mu filter paper. Eno ngeno bya ni mpisi yo. It's PV. Ngenda draftinga maski yange gyenjagala otunga. Kwata olugoye lwange mbuzingamu emirundi 2 bwenti mulimu abantu abamu feesi zaabwe mpanvu abanda feesi nyimpi. Kati yange mask ngenda giteeka wano ku 6 inch obuwanvu bwa mask ngenda okutunga. Kati wemala ogitunga ngenda gikolamuko wano from A tanko gikavinga mpola. Ino wemala ogikavinga wano kigenda kufaanana bwekiti. Nga njikavinga njiyingira mweno line wano bwenti ntuka mweno then kati wano ngenda jikirira muko bwenti. Kimufana bwekiti kati ate kino kinene nnyo sikafe genda beera bwekyo. Kwata makansi yaffe nakwata makansi yaffe tandika osala. Kati wamala okifuna ekyo nzingeko bulungi material wange. Mala omuzinga kubanga nti sigenda mukozesa olwanje mukozesaako ngenda ku lining nsaleka inside piece akagenda obeera eri munda mu mask. Then era nkwata obupiisi bwange buno mbwebase kuno bwenti. Then kati ntandika osala ekyo kiwedde. Yangi zingiko bulungi. Mala ogikozesa material asigaddeko omuzinga bulungi. Kati then ngenda filter paper gyengenda osala. Filter paper naye ngenda muzingako emirundi 2 bwenti naye ngenda muzingako era ndete bupiisi bwange mbwebaseeko bwenti. nogyebasaako bulungi then nensala ngenda kufuna pieces bweziti zino za wabweru eno lining eno efita pepper ekiti ngenda sala lastika wange ena gwosiba eno mu matu oba abala bamuyise eno ku mutwe waggulu ku nkoona ngenda sala 9 inch ndio sala obuntu bubiri sikamu kubanga bubeera bubiri akasaidi emu nene endala bwa ku matu sigenda kukola kayitayo eri ku nkoona ngenda tunga masiki yaffe gye tusaze naye nga sinabatunga nina okuyisaamu wuzi mu kyalaani kyaffe nosooka nennonayo wansi bobini case nzigyemu ka bobini ring kati mba nina okukyusa wuzi ezifaanagana ezigenda okufaanagana ne material gwenkozesezza kiremu okufaanana obubi kati olwo mba nteeka wuzi yaffe ku bobini ring nkazingako bulungi wano beri nenyiga wano kabobiri ngakasobola okusembera awo nenteekako ekyalaani kyaffe otaddeko wuzi emala kyalaani olina okukakasa nti oba oteekayo ka bobini case munda kyalaani kizikidde bulungi ka bobini ring okukakasa nti ekyalaani kyo kizikidde bulungi olina okukiswitchinga off then n'oteekayo bobini ring singa ogiteekayo ng'ekyalaani kyo kiri on oyinza okukirinyako accidentally ne kikufumita era mpisaamu wuzi yaffe yeri material ey'okungulu kubanga material za njawulo era mba nina ogifuna bwenti ngisiibe bulungi wuzi yaffe mba ngenda giyisa mu mpiso bwenti olugiyisaamu nga nzira kapiisa akamu bwe kati ne kano bwe buti buno obwokungulu mbwebaseeko fiita pepper bwenti nakano nkebaseeko fiita pepper era bwenti kati mba ndina ogitungirako wano nga ntunga eno wano weekavingira wano nga ku nnyindo fiita pepper ebeera attached ku kagoye bwenti era mba ndina eziyiseemu ozisala bulungi amasikito kalabike bulungi. Kati mba nina okukwata bwenti piisi eno right side eya piisi endala ngyebase ku right side. Kigenda beera bwe kiti. This is the wrong side facing up, then right side is facing each other. Kati ntunge era ntunga wano era ku nnyindo nga nzigatta. Tuzisala bulungi eziyiseemu kiba kigenda kufaanana bwe kiti. Kati kyoba olina okukola oba olina otutunga wano kungulu kawuzi akalungi ng'ate kali uniform. Space gyoleseewo wano erina okubeera uniform paka wansi. Ndina lining waffe gwe tugenda oteeka eri munda naye mba nina okukwata akapiisa akamu kebase kukalala bwenti then kati ntunge ku side wano kuno nnyindo wano weekavingira. Right side wano ngenda tutunga nebasaako bwenti kakasa nti wano side eno wano kanooki kano kali kweno neno kanooki keno wansi kali wenyini wano we era we nakano we kali. Nenjisaamu okukayingizaayo bwenti eri munda. Ekintu kino kimazeemu emyaka 4 years nekitandika nkyali muto omuko era ndabika ng'omuto ndi musajja mukulu. Nakitandika nti olw'okuba nkyagala musaayi mwekiri alaba tebakindabamu naye kati just wano wentula ku kyalaani mabega mamota yange eno awo kakasiza nti please if I can play your magic nenkola kyoyagala just in a short time nenkikuwa ate mutima omulungi kale nga wakali neat ennyo nawe n'osiima tenondetya gundi abalala abantu abalala mirimu gyomanyi nyingi balawe kati wondabira wano ntudde mabega mamota eno bwekyalaani nendi musajja amanyi okukanika piki. On top of that, kitegeza amaaso wano ovuga boda nso ovuge mu motoka kitegeza amaaso okuko taxi naye nze kino kyenjagala in me kyekindimu nze kyenjagala that's where I feel nti wengwa wano era nasalawo ebyokukanika nembivaako nkonsentratinga wano ku kyalaani era wendi wano era nkyenyumirwa nkyenyumirizaamu. Masiki eyo nso gitungira ku dakiika 10 8 to 10 awo makati awo masiki emu kubanga kati siri muyiga nti ekintu nsozi zimanya nti kati nonkola bwenti nebwenti nebwenti dakiika 10 ku 8 basoji na 5 just depending on the mood gyolimu kubanga kati leero so okwata esaati n'ogitungira essaawa 2 enkya n'ogikwala n'ogitungira essaawa 1 saati era semuzanyi masiki ya nina benzigabirako. Omulaba waliwo edduuka eriri ku Fairway Hotel liringa mu safe just amaso musafe awo nsapulainga masks zange then motel in Africana nange wano mberawo ne some products then wagulu ku section of the bread soap mu kutunga teri kyawukana just mu size mwezawukanira enjawulo awo ate ate obuzibu tusanze mu kutunga bubadde bwa lockdown natisobola kwa sex singa tusobola kufuna kale material accessories nga teziriiwo kati nga tusobola kufuna board anti ogenda mu town ofune material baba bagenda kukwata anti bakuweseeko ku board kati ate nga ne arcades mu town nga nzigale kati nga kitegeeza tolina wakuyita n'oba ogenzeyo mu town bakugyayo omusinde ate osobola kufuna material. Buzibu obulala tufunyeemu ku bakasitoma babadde tebakyawera kubanga kati nabo babadde babeera waawe nga batya covid nate n'ekirala nti maybe kati nga bw'onoogamba nti kati tubadde tufunawo abantu bangi nga batambula nga ono atambula ayitawo n'omulanga ayitawo kati ate essaawa zirimu ayitawo eweta essaawa n'ayitawo bibadde awo mulayokudawo naye kati kiri oke kyensobola okugamba abavubuka bannange nze musajja mukozi sinyooma mulimu buli mulimu ngukola era tosobola kungamba nti nkola kino nempakana baba nkikola sina kyenyooma bankuza ndi musajja mukozi era nkolera ddala emirimu gyange bulungi. Muvubuka aliyo yenna mpulira oba ndaba nkugamba munnange kanyira kukola akola n'amaanyi teri kukowa teekamu amaanyi mu kukolako tonyooma mulimu kubanga kati awo mu kunyooma awo at times ojja kutuuka ekisero gambe nti singa nyamanya nga banno bakulese bali wala otandika okubaga obanga tokyasobola ng'ate oswala mu banno. Sajja bannange tukole bavubuka bannange tukolere eddala teri kuwanika. Kyensobola okugamba ku gavumenti naffe abatunzi tubadde tusaba etujjukirengako times like products kati nga bino ebintu by'okutunga obutimba bw'ensiri soto kale projects ngezo bazituwe nga ffe abatunzi wano mu Uganda tufuwe nga ffe abazitunga tuzisobola. Ekyo kyensaba gavumenti etutererezeemu kubanga kati wano mu Uganda abatunzi mwetuli ate tusobola obikola byonna ebyo bibajja wabweru just tailored items zonna zebasijja ebweru wano mu Uganda tusobola zikola. Kyensaba gavumenti nti etutererezeemu products ngezo ezimu bazituwe wano mu Uganda tankozi.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
Kale basebo ne banyabo mbalamusiza era njagala okubebaza emirimu gye mukwasako engalo nga buli Jonze Fred Makubya ne muzukulu wa Lusimbi tugenda kubatunulira ensonga ez'enjawulo ezigenda ddala maaso mu ggwanga lya Uganda. Tugenda kuba tuyiteeka mu bitundu eby'Nakawa East era wenjogerera kati negatiddwako mu kusooka yali meya wa Nakawa ng'ekyali Nakawa East ne West naye kati wenjogerera kati ye member of parliament asookedde ddala okukiikirira ebitundu eby'Nakawa East omukulu Honorable Nsubuga Balimwezo engineer gwe tugenda okuba nga tulina ebitundu ensonga ebbanga ettono lyamaze mu office ebisoomooza bibadde bingi emabegako walaba twalaba abakugu abayingira amaka g'abantu abamu ne babaako ebintu bye bamenya we twogerera kati ennaku ntonotono mu katale k'e Nakawa twafiiriddwa muganda waffe omu ayitibwa Hadija era we twogera kati abadde aziikiddwa naye kino kitegeeza kyeri the business community abasula Mubutale ebyo n'ebirala bye tugenda okuba nga tutunulira enkyalunaku olwo n'enteekateeka za gavumenti zo zaatuuse ebyo n'ebirala bye tugenda okuba nga tutunulira Honorable Balimwezo Nsubuga engineer nsanyuse nnyo oba nze asanyusa okukula oba gwe asanyusa okundaba simanyi ku byonna
taata ndi musanyufu nnyo okubeera nga leero ndi ku Smart 24 eyambye nnyo naddala ba business fraternity okukula era kyobalaba nti ekigwawo kyonna mu business mukinoonyerezaako nemulaba engeri gyekisobola ate mwana wattu okudda engulu
naye mubeera nnyo mu byobufuzi nemwerabira
business tetugyerabidde
bwe wali okyali meya abeera nnyo ate mu bya business naye kati wagenda mu byobufuzi
njirimu nnyo business twagala okulaba ntuyamba abantu baffe okulaba nti badda engulu kyannaku nnyo nti tulina ebitusomooza bingi nnyo okuviira ddala ku Butale Butale obulaba kubadde oyogerako balina okusoomoozebwa kungi nnyo twabadde mu katale oba nasooka nambula obutale bwonna
Butale kyoba oyogera kutandike ku butale
number one nasookera ku katale ka Bugoloobi wenava ku katale ke Bugoloobi nensanga nga abantu batunda naye tebafuna baguzi lwaki kubanga poliisi yali ate mwana wattu eteega abantu abagenda okugula ate nebaziyiza okugenda mu butale okugula naye nga ate president teyaggalawo ki butale otegera bulungi kati obutale bwetaaga abaguzi naye gwe ate omugazi w'omustopya nga togenda kugula bintu kitegeeza oli gwosuziza ne mu katale agenda kuba nti ensiri zimala bwereere nga tafuna baguzi ebintu bye ne bivunda
eyo girabanga contradiction obutale bukole naye ate abantu
contradiction obutale bukole naye ate abaguzi tobakkiriza kugenda kugula kati kitegeeza nti omukyalo ono ayina ekiwago ky'amenvu ekiwago ky'amenvu ne kivundako amenvu asatu eyo profit efudde ekitegeeza asulira bwereere mu katale oba ye mwennyini agenda byeriira kati ekitegeeza nti wetunaamalira lockdown nga capital talina nga yeetaaga ate kukola kikuweebwa capital kuddamu kutandika onfuna bulungi
tuli fena
number one nti n'abaguzi bennyini bannaku baavu omuntu atakula ate agende mu katale agule sente anazijjawo kati ebyo byebisoomooza ebiri mu katale naye obuuzisa obutale bufana butya butale bukiwe twalambula nalambula buli butale bwonna nasookera Bugoloobi nengenda nembagabira masks nembagabira sabbuuni nembagabira ne sabbuuni masks ne tanks ez'amazzi kubanga nali mbasakidde n'amazzi agakunaba mu ngalo national water era njagala okwebaza national water olw'omulimu ogwo omulungi ate nembeebaza nti nabampa ku sente national water nenkolayo ku masks entonotono ategera bulungi so njagala okubeebaza ekyokubiri wenavaawo nengenda ekitintale natuukayo nange kika era mu kaseera ako twagaba n'obutimba obona obutimba bwatuweebwa ministry ya health era nembulonki nga netubugaba nti abantu abasula mu katale balimu okulwala endwadde endala nga malaria wabula babeera abalamu kubanga ate ennaku zino amalwaliro gonna gano mwana watega kyafa ku ndwadde zino ndala bali ku covid n'amalala gakyuse gali ku covid kubanga bamanyi nti covid
ate bwemuyambira gavumenti webetunulire covid mweyolo abakulembeze
nanti kakati fefe nyina abakulembeze kakati twafuuse bu banka
buli omu
addukira gye tuli emmere tetuyina kikigamba olaba ofuna amasimu
bwe mutwe mwatutegeka tulina kutunulira mmwe
enteekateeka eyo mbi twagala okulaba nti institution zikola kirina okukola nenambula akatale navaawo nengenda mu katale keruzira tulinawo obutale busatu nenambula akeruzira stage 7 abo nabo tuwa byonna nembawa masks nembawa tank nembawa ne obutimba bw'ensiri ne tuvaawo ne tugenda mu katale akali main akaluzira mu maaso ga prisons nabo ne tubalaba ne nvaawo ne ŋŋenda Portbell nakabalambula emirundi ebiri Portbell ne tubasomesa n'okusomesa ne tubasomesa kubanga mbadde ennaku ezo nakafiirwa maama wange nga yafa covid ne tubasomesa ne bali covid gyali ekyokubiri mukuume ebiragiro ebyateekebwawo gavumenti ekyokusatu nembawa ne bino ebintu ebikozesebwa covid ekyokuna nendaba n'omwalo guno nti wekubanga omwalo guno wabaayo eri abantu ate okuyingira ate nga basalawo nti tuwabeerawo kuva mu district ndala kuyingira ndala kubanga tulinaanya ate mukono ne districts endala ku njegoyegoyeyo noleso nga tuwaliwo abava mukono ne bayingirawa eno naye nga ku mwalo twaliwo nnyo system eyamba kulondoola ono ayingidde mulwadde oba ono afuluma mulwadde tegamba ne bagamba bannange mubeere bulindaala nti abantu oluusi abayingire eno bayinza okuba bajja kuleeta obulwadde ne ŋŋenda katale k'ekirombe ako nako ne mbalekera ebyo byonna ne nzija mu butundutundu buno obutonotono mutungu ne nzigenda muke mutungu wano ku nnya nabo ne mbalaba ne ŋŋenda muke mbuya kinawataka nabo ne mbalaba n'ensala ne ŋŋendako enakawa
tuyingire nakawa kuba yensonga enkulu okufa kwa muganda waffe Hadija abadde omutuuze wa Entebbe Road kino ki ekitegeeza eri obusuubuzi eri ebitundu bya nakawa
mukyalo oyo abadde abeera salaama mukyalo oyo yasookera wali n'afuna edduuka kumpi ne mu nnyanya era abadde alaninga edduuka lye naye ennaku ezo n'akyusa ekifo nga sente zimuweddeko n'akyusa nadda mu dduuka eddala tukakasa mu myezi 3 abadde yakayingira edduuka naye nga talina kyayingiza ng'afulumya kugamba renti amusasudde naye ate alaba abantu tebagula nze ndowooza kyekyamuviiriddeko okulwala n'okufa
oyagala gamba nti ayinza okuba
sijja nti yalwadde covid kuba abadde n'endwadde nga pressure abadde n'endwadde nga sukaali naye olwokuba nti kati ennaku zino muli akutuka balowooza covid naddala akutuka abruptly balowooza nti covid naye sikiwa nti oluusi yalwadde covid abadde asula mu katale era nsuubira nti ebirwadde bino birwa nsonga yakulowooza nnyo
nsonga za
stress ekubya abantu mu butale stress nalabye abantu nga ebintu byabwe bivunda waliwo omukyala yatuse okukwata emiyembe njirina wano nakikozemu ne juice naŋŋamba nti kino kuvunda meya MP wange kankuwe kumpi ndebe namba mu kifo ky'okola ki n'agabula bweriri kugamba olabira ddala nti bambi alese akule sente naye asazeewo kubigaba kubanga bigenda mwonoonekako ng'ate talinaawo nkola yakulaba nti ebintu bino abikyusa bifuulemu ekintu ekirala ekisobola okubeerawo value addition kati obutale buno nyongera okukubiriza nti buli katale kandibaddeko ne plant
maybe nga tonagenda ku kyekiyinza okukolebwa tutunulire okufa kuno okutegeeza kyeri obutale obulala obwenjawulo bakitegeeza ki oludda olw'ebyobusuubuzi omukyalo omu okufiira mu katale nga nenaku 42 just twakatambula mukyazo
okyayogera ku mukyalo omu mu katale naye waliwo n'abafiira mu maka gaabwe enjala sijja kulowooza nti yafudde enjala mu katale kubanga mulimu emmere onfuna bulungi nnyo naye abantu b'omu butale bali mu kweraliikirira nkugambye genda wali oyingire ekiri mu owino ndowooza kati simanyi kubanga owino tebagiggala naye tokkirizibwa kusala kuyita mu kibuga kugenda mu wino kitegeeza ki kitegeeza nti tebalina baki baguzi naye nga basaze nawo okulaba nti babasuza muki mukatale kakati tosobola kulowooza muntu alowooza ku ebyo ng'akyabuza ennaku nga 15 ontegeera bulungi lockdown eggwe n'atafuna kweraliikirira mutima tosobola kulowooza nti omukazi eyapangisa ekizimbe mitwalo 8 ontegeera bulungi nnyo nga tayingiza nga lockdown egenda kuggwa ate bamugambe nazo zisasule nogaa teyeraliikirira wano mukyala wange nkugirayo engoye zibadde wano nga zonna zijjudde wano emmese ne zizirya kubanga mu kibuga mwami Sudiru yakwata ebintu bye naga tubifulumya yamala ate kunoonya ssente kusasula ne ssente za lockdown era omukadde zonna n'azisasula naye ng'ebintu bye byonoonese munda engatto ze zoonoonese engoye ze zoonoonese nazijja ate nazireta kwa nyingi nnyo nga sijja mu bisenge kwa gali amaduuka abiri gajjudde engoye naye kakati emmese neyingira muli netandika okuzirya ontekera bulungi nnyo emmese neziyingira omwo kubanga bipakinze mu bikutiya emmese ziziridde n'olyoka ogamba nti wajjayo ebikutiya n'akibera tasobola kulala kukuwa pressure kufa so ekigenda okutta abantu ye pressure enegenda mu maaso
noloza bino ebintu ebizibu yes kukyabidde mu ludda olwa stress ne anxiety obadde meya nga tonda kufuuka MP obadde meya ndowooza n'embeera y'akatale kano mweri osanga twandibadde tusukkulumye tuvaako baga temuli toilet temuli mazzi okebinza okuba bibiri naye nga n'okuba tebimala
toilet nasireka zikola zifunctioninga naye wenagenzeyo nasanze nga waliwo toilet ate mwana wattu eyakutuka tanka yakutuka kale nkubiriza
ekyo tekiswaza akatale ngaka akali ku luguudo olukulu
kigira era
oluyingiza n'olufulumya abakungu ab'enjawulo
kubira town clerk okwongera okumusaba nti number 1 mu kaseera nga kano bandi bajjako misolo tuna Mubutale
sente zibasasula zinaaba
otegera bulungi nnyo natuliriza wojjako omusolo ku muntu ono ataatafuna ali mu kusomoozebwa luli twakikola ntitugamba nti Mubutale bwonna omusolo tebukola ki tebusasula era ngenda kuva wanu kati nkubira town clerk ontegera bulungi okumusaba nti presidential directive eri eyali kubanga yagamba directives ziddemu zikolenga bwe zakola ki bwe zaali yali awadde directive nti ki omusolo Mubutale tebukola ki tebusasula musolo n'olwensonga eyo ekyo nakyo bakiyambeko omuntu ono asobole okufissaako ekyokubiri toilet eno eyaggaddwa lwa nsonga nti tanka yakutuse ontegera bulungi etanka eyo ebeere replaced eddemu eggulewo tulina okusoomoozebwa bambi okulembeza abapya ku basanze nti emmotoka za kasasiro ntono nnyo era nga kyetaagisa okulaba nti parliament ate tuyamba Kampala capital city okwongera okufuna emmotoka lwakuba nti twakatandika okutuula ddala guno mulundi gwakubiri nga
n'entendezo nazo muzigaba kubanga manyi nti obadde okyali meya entendezo muzigaba muty okuba nti tetulina busobozi bantu basobola kusoloza kasasiro
no tenda twali tenda
oba mulimu nti ono yazitwala ono tazitwala manyi KCCA
erina amateeka amazibu amabi agakontana naddala tulina amateeka nga 3 agakwatira ddala ku muntu owa bulijjo tulina etteeka libayita income tax eryo kati ng'omuntu alina ennyumba agibwako omusolo ogwo kati guli 2.30 ku buli 100
okusinziira ku
nnongosereza ezo sente nga zigenda mu URA kati netubawo netteeka erireeta ate omusolo teeka baliyita Local Government Rating Act eryo nga lireeta omusolo gwe bayita property tax ogusasulwa district ogusasulwa eri district nga guva ku nyumba yemu ate esasudde ki rental tax ate era esasula ne property tax
gamba rental ne property byanjawulo nze nga ndaba
byanjawulo guli kusasulwa mu local government guno gwa property tax guli kusasulwa mu URA onfuna bulungi nnyo
tulifena
kakati ate ne wabaawo KCC nejja nekola etteeka ngamba KCC enkadde lye bayita garbage management solid waste management ordinance naye nti yenna akuŋŋaanyiza kasasiro yayina okumugijjako naye ng'akozesa ekitongole kyonna oba kampani yonna eteekeddwawo KCCA
bano
bannabugabo
mbawo
mu cleaning kakati nga omuclean oyo ajja kujja akwatagane naawe gavumenti nja kujja ku kasasiro ku sente weziti naye ate etteeka lireeta property tax nga ligamba nti sente zinaaba zikuŋŋaanyiziddwa mu mayumba go zinaakolanga ku bino bintu wammanga kola enguudo okuyoola kasasiro ontegera bulungi nnyo okuzimba emyala kakati n'olaba wano ate oleesa etteeka erinzijako directly kasasiro nga nkozesa nabugabo ate wali nga sente z'onookuŋŋaanya amayumba z'onoowaayo mayumba ze zinaavaako ezikuŋŋaanya ki
bakizuula temusobola kubyekolerako ebyakasasiro temwina busobozi so bo ne bagamba katekewo emiwaatwa
amateeka tegalina kukontana awo wenkubira KCCA ne government ne parliament okulaba nti tutereeza amateeka ago. Etteeka lya KCCA n'akyo sense teryandibaddewo eryakuganya kasasiro kubanga nsasudde ssente ezigenda okubaako okuŋŋaanya kasasiro kati ate lwaki nzijja kuwano ssente za kasasiro onfuna bulungi
tuli fenna
ekyo ne kibanga waliwo double taxation ekyo nno kyekimu ku byentwala mu parliament ng'omukulembeze kubanga number one nze nkulira nze shadow minister wa amayumba ettaka n'enkulaakulana onfuna bulungi nnyo era ekyo ngenda kyogerako ensonga endala tubadde tukyali ku kyekigenda okukolebwa naddala mu butale
nga n'amateeka agalungamya obutale president omwaka ogwedde yagamba obutale kabudde mikono gya KCC abasinga kye baagaana osanga senga ekyo kyekiri ku ground exactly ate awo twandibadde tetuli mu mbeera ezifaananako bwe ziti
president yazadibaga obutale president abudibaza
president azze kulungamya nakutereeza
ye yasooka n'aleeta nti obutale budde mu bantu bannabutale
okusinza ku mbeera eyaliwo situation at hand
yes kakati bamutomeza bannakyegwaniriza bamutomeza era sente z'omusolo zifiiridde awo ne tulowooza nti oba kakodyo kaabo bamafiya abakwatagana naye okulaba nti ate bakozesa obutale okubulyamu omusajja omu basajja balaba yali atuta obutale bwonna bwa Kampala Bugolobi Nakasero Wino bonna nga bumazeewo kati ate wabanga yali abufunye nga abufunidde ku miliyoni 2 bamusasula billions of money n'olwensonga eyo ng'olaba sooka oteberezeemu twagula katale akapya biliyoni ezisuka mu 3
kekaluwa kogamba akapya kuba opya bungi
kagundi
oli kuwandigeya
twagula ttaka n'ebiti Usafi